The place was packed with customers, but the girl didn't pay any attention to anyone. She was in such a state that she didn't want to talk to anybody. She went straight to the bar, where there was a wide selection of drinks. Sitting at the bar, she immediately ordered the strongest alcohol they had to dull her pain. Eva Young wasn't in the best mood. Her life had gone through huge changes she wasn't prepared for. She remembered the recent events, how her beloved fiancé talked to her as if she were the lowest kind of scum. He harshly said how dare she come to him. Did she really think she could take shelter with him? He said he only got engaged to her because he thought it would link him to the Young family. Their lousy engagement had already been called off, so she should do him a big favor and never show him her disgusting face again, stressing how tired he was of her after all those years together. She kept asking herself why, but couldn't find an answer. Why did he do this? Why did he betray her? Up until that day, she'd been successful at work and had the person she loved, the man she was going to marry. But everything changed in an instant and shoved her into a dead end. Her successes at work went unrecognized and her efforts were thankless. Her grandfather insisted she wasn't his legitimate granddaughter. He asked how could she be so ill-mannered as to burst into the conference hall like that. The girl couldn't understand how they could so easily push her out of the family. Hadn't she done everything a good granddaughter should? She didn't care about his cold attitude toward her. It was true, she really wasn't from the Young family. They never even considered her one of them. They told her she was just a pawn and that anyone could control her. Eva tried to convince herself to remember this. At last, she would do whatever she thought necessary to protect herself. She would make them pay for abandoning her and for treating her like a slave they could throw away whenever they felt like it. They'd used her to the fullest and tossed her aside when she was no longer useful. She wanted to make them regret it. She slammed her fist on the bar and wanted to punish every last one of them. The man next to her was curious how she planned to make them regret what they'd done. Did she have enough money and influence to destroy them all? Besides, it would take a lot of strength and determination to spend her time on them. At first, she hadn't thought about that. She even felt that not having those things wasn't a good enough reason to give up on revenge. The main thing was that she had a strong desire. She also had enough strength to stand up to her family. From all the alcohol in her system, she could barely stand, but she still tried to prove to the man that she was capable of great deeds to defend her dignity. The girl grabbed the man by his tie. She didn't want anyone to talk her out of the path she'd chosen, and she didn't need anyone to dissuade her from her plan for revenge. Of course, she had none of those resources right now, but she could do anything to find the means and methods to get her revenge. She would definitely find a way to make them all kneel, and she would force them to beg for mercy. She'd do whatever it takes to make them regret it, even if she had to sell her soul to the devil. The man had never seen her like this before, but he didn't fully believe her. Right now, alcohol and anger toward her abusers were what was speaking through her. Still, he gave her one piece of advice, to be more careful with her desires. The girl gathered her courage and, without her grandfather's permission, walked into the conference room, something she had never dared to do before. Her grandfather hadn't expected such a bold entrance from his granddaughter, so he was very surprised. All the company employees turned their attention to her, looking at her with judgment, considering her behavior improper and unworthy of the family. Her grandfather angrily addressed her, asking how she, Evangelina, ended up here and what she was doing. Eva pretended not to understand what her grandfather meant or why he was questioning her like this in front of everyone. She believed that she should be the one asking questions in this room. She was the CEO of this company, and he dared to ask what she was doing there. Her grandfather suggested Eva leave the place. They could talk at home. How could she be so ill-mannered as to barge into a work meeting so brazenly? The girl was completely confused, not understanding what was happening, so she came to get answers right here, right now. She wanted her grandfather to explain why he was dismissing her. For heaven's sake, she was the CEO. Her grandfather told Eva that, starting today, she was no longer the company's CEO. Listening to his explanation, she couldn't understand what had happened or why it was happening this way. Recently, the board of directors had already chosen her replacement, so she could clear out her office and leave the company. The new CEO would take over within the next few days. She couldn't understand why the board was searching for her replacement behind her back without informing her beforehand. The board members acted as if they weren't guilty of anything and avoided looking her in the eyes. Everyone stayed silent. No one wanted to answer uncomfortable questions. She asked her grandfather again if he was really telling her the truth and if he even stood behind his words. How dare he remove her from her position? She was the one who had lifted this company off its knees when it was on the verge of bankruptcy. She needed to find out immediately what was going on with him, and more importantly, why he had made such a decision. Her grandfather insisted Eva go home. They would talk about it later. She didn't want to do that. She didn't want anyone telling her what to do. She wanted to know everything right now, in front of the board of directors. She was furious. Her hands trembled badly from all the tension. At that point, her grandfather stopped speaking and didn't want to continue the dialogue with his granddaughter. He said explanations would come later, and the office was not the best place for it. Eva demanded answers from her grandfather immediately. She had no intention of leaving the office without learning the whole truth. He absolutely had to answer what the hell was going on in the company. She demanded answers right away. Her patience was at its limit. Her grandfather suddenly jumped out of his chair and shouted at the top of his lungs that this was happening because she wasn't his legitimate granddaughter. Evangelina was stunned. How could it be that she wasn't a legal member of the Young family? Was this some kind of joke just to shut her up? She turned to her grandfather, asking what he was even saying. That simply couldn't be true. Her grandfather explained that yesterday he had received a DNA test result showing she wasn't biologically related. He didn't know how it had happened, but they would investigate. Eva didn't believe his words and accused him of lying. Maybe it was a mistake or someone's stupid joke. Her grandfather planned to show her the DNA results later, and he was confident in their accuracy. He had done the test more than once. He was completely sure there was no mistake. She needed to go home and wait for him. So this is it. The end of everything. The girl raged. And all because she didn't have a single drop of his blood. Really? Over such a detail she couldn't hold her position in the company? Especially when she had done her job so well. Her grandfather didn't know what else to say, but he was certain Evangelina shouldn't be the CEO of the Young family company. What nonsense, she smiled bitterly. But the despair in her eyes was obvious. Her grandfather thought Eva needed to calm down. She would still work at the company, but only as one of the directors, helping her sister. She smiled ironically. Her little younger sister would take her place and manage the company just fine. Her grandfather understood Eva's state and didn't want to argue back. He simply didn't want her insulting her younger sister. When he wanted to say more, Eva didn't want to listen. She cut him off with a single gesture of her hand. She decided she had no right to call him grandfather anymore. From now on, she would address him as Mr. Young. She wanted Mr. Chairman to listen to her and draw some conclusions that would be useful not only for him but for the company as well. Evangelina suspected her grandfather knew the truth, that without her, the corporation would collapse into dust. He had better remember her words, because he would think of her again when it came time to pull the company back from the bottom. For now, Eva felt she had said all she needed to, and continuing the conversation was pointless. She decided to leave the conference room. Even though she was deeply hurt and angry at her grandfather, she still walked out with her head held high, refusing to lose her dignity. Going directly to the clinic, she wanted to verify her grandfather's words, so she decided to act on her own. With the papers finally in her hands, she was very nervous, but she needed to know the results of the lab tests. Opening the envelope, she saw for herself that the DNA test showed no match with the Young family. So that's the real reason they had always treated her like a robot, using her only for their own benefit. Since childhood, her parents and family had always been cold to her, and it hadn't gone unnoticed by others. Her grandmother, mother, and father all hated her. As a little girl, she hadn't understood much, but even then, she felt lonely. They never visited her and didn't even show up at school when the teachers called them in. They had been preparing her for survival in the harsh world she would inevitably face in the future. Yes, their coldness toward her was part of the preparation for her to become the head of the family business. Yes, they truly didn't want her to grow into a spoiled weakling who wouldn't be able to achieve anything in this world. Clutching the DNA test results in her hand, she finally realized she had been foolish all these years. They must have known from the very beginning that Eva wasn't their real daughter, and because of that, they never showed her a drop of care or love. They simply raised her because they knew that one day she would be very useful to them, as they could use her for their own purposes. And now, when she had become independent and managed to pull the company into a major profit, they saw her as a threat that had to be eliminated immediately, used and discarded like worn-out material. But that wasn't as horrible as the fact that they had hidden the whole truth from her. The girl sat in her car but didn't know where to go to get support from someone. She was very confused and wanted to hear advice from someone on what to do next. Eva decided to call her fiancé to warn him that she was coming over, but for some reason the man wasn't answering her call. She didn't see anything wrong with showing up unannounced, since this wasn't the first time. The girl drove very fast, trying to get an adrenaline rush to release at least some of the tension. Eva was already near her fiancé's house. After parking the car, she rushed quickly to his apartment. Waiting for the elevator, the girl thought she absolutely had to talk to him. Julian would definitely support her because, in her eyes, he was the only one who truly loved her. He was the only one who could help her. Together, they could overcome any obstacles in their way. Julian lived in a luxury skyscraper, very high up, so the girl had plenty of time riding the elevator to think about her problems. The girl was already on her way to her fiancé's apartment, eagerly anticipating their meeting. Eva was a frequent guest in his apartment, so knowing the lock code, she easily opened the door. When the door opened, she heard a peculiar noise inside her fiancé's apartment, so she carefully stepped in. She stood by the door and heard unfamiliar voices. The girl took off her shoes so her heels wouldn't make any noise. She was curious what was so important that her beloved hadn't answered her call, so she decided to carefully take a look. The sound was coming from the man's bedroom, so Eva headed straight there. She walked barefoot so quietly that her fiancé couldn't possibly hear that someone else had unexpectedly entered his apartment. The girl stood before the bedroom door, unable to bring herself to open it. The voices didn't stop, and a woman's light laughter rang very clearly. She understood she had to do it, so she gathered her courage and pushed the door open. What she saw shocked her greatly. She couldn't imagine something like this could ever happen to her. It turned out that her fiancé was with another girl, who looked unusual. Eva couldn't utter a single word. She couldn't handle yet another unpleasant surprise in one day. As the girl stood nearby, the man finally noticed her, but his expression made it clear that Eva's presence didn't scare him at all. He even got very angry, asking what the hell she was doing in his apartment without warning him about her arrival. The girl didn't understand why he was treating her this way, since during their last meeting, he had told her how much he loved her. The man was furious about her barging into his home so suddenly, saying he could have personal matters that had nothing to do with her. Eva felt as if she had just been doused with filth, disgraced in front of the whole city. Julian didn't want to see her, so he told the girl to leave his apartment immediately. Eva was stunned, unable to move, while her fiancé kept yelling at her to get out. The man behaved arrogantly, saying if she didn't leave now, he'd be forced to throw her out by the collar. Still, she wanted to know why he had done this to her. Had he been cheating on her all along? The man said their relationship was over. He had heard all the news that she wasn't really a member of the Young family. He considered her a nameless stray and couldn't believe she had dared to come to him. Why did she think she could find shelter with him? In reality, he had only gotten engaged to her because she was from the Young family. It was very advantageous for him. So he decided to break off their engagement, and from now on he didn't want to see her, considering her disgusting and vile. He said she had completely bored him. The girl tried to restrain herself, knowing she didn't have the right to cry. This man wasn't worth a single tear. She firmly decided she would not cry, never again. Better to die first. The girl pulled herself together, prepared for a final speech, and said that Julian would one day regret what he had done to her. The man noticed Eva's expression change. Anger burned in her eyes, and at that moment she was capable of anything. Then she looked once more at her rival, making sure she would remember her face. The pink-haired girl was very frightened, expecting a huge scandal or even a fight, but thankfully it didn't happen. Eva wanted Julian to listen carefully and remember her words for the rest of his life. She swore she would one day play a hand in his death, and that was her promise. With that decisive phrase, the girl chose to leave the scoundrel's apartment, deciding he wasn't worth a grand scandal. Julian said something after her, but Eva no longer cared. She headed straight for the exit. Then she left the apartment, slamming the door loudly right in Julian's face. Evangeline was in a depressed state, driving her car far too fast, not even knowing where to go. No one was waiting for her anywhere. She longed for support, but there was no one she could turn to. That's why she felt such despair and emptiness, as if her situation had no way out. She didn't even realize she was speeding, risking her own life. In a way, she even thought that if something happened to her, no one would be upset. Her family would probably feel relieved to be rid of such a burden as her. The image of her fiancé's betrayal kept flashing in her mind. Why did he do it? Why did he betray her? How could they so easily throw her out of the family? Hadn't she given everything a good granddaughter should? She didn't care about their coldness, but she would not allow them to treat her so cruelly. Even as a child, she perfectly understood that her parents treated her sister far better than they treated her. On every holiday, her sister received all the attention and the gifts, while they only noticed her when she failed to meet their demands. Evangeline was always obedient and did everything her parents asked, but she never once received praise. They thought that was simply how it should be. Even her academic achievements couldn't make them notice her or respond the way they should have. She kept wondering why. How could they treat her this way? They didn't want to answer. They simply decided to get rid of her to avoid the trouble. Driving in her car, the girl clearly understood that she needed to calm down and think carefully about what she would do next. Passing by an upscale nightclub, she slowed down, suddenly getting the idea to go in. Eva parked nearby. Right now, she wanted to do something she had never done before. She'd always been told that a girl of her status shouldn't visit such places. It was shameful and could ruin the family's reputation. She had heard of this club before, so she was mentally prepared for an atmosphere she'd never experienced. But tonight, she didn't care what people might say about her. She felt a burning desire to go inside and do whatever she pleased. When she stepped into the nightclub, the atmosphere felt strange. The place was crowded, music blasted, and half-drunk people were partying wildly. Evangeline headed straight for the bar, where she could sit down and order a drink. Tonight, she wanted the strongest drink on the menu. She had never been a fan of alcohol, but tonight she wanted to get drunk enough to forget her problems, even if only for a while. Her first sip of whiskey was harsh. The drink burned and left a bitter taste in her mouth. The bartender noticed she was an unusual guest. She clearly wasn't used to strong alcohol. Maybe he should suggest something more fitting for a lady. A drink with a pleasant taste that wouldn't cause such heavy intoxication. She thanked the bartender but insisted on whiskey. She didn't want anything else. She had come here tonight to drink and have fun for the first time in her life. Watching the crowd, she realized just how much she had missed. She had never learned to have fun like ordinary young people. The girl looked at the girls dancing happily and felt envious. They seemed to have no worries at all, simply enjoying life. But when she looked at her own reflection, she realized she had spent too much of her life working hard, never once enjoying herself like they did. She was completely different from modern youth, not only in the way she dressed, but in her whole outlook on life. Why did she spend all her thoughts on the family company, treating it like her own, instead of enjoying the simple things other people loved? If she thought about it, she had never really had a childhood or a teenage life, all wasted on chasing meaningless diplomas. All because she wanted to please and impress her so-called loving family. She had worked like a slave, pouring all her strength and energy into saving the company. But for what? No one appreciated it. She had spent countless nights at the office, ignoring her personal life, the kind of life she should have been living at her age. No one cared about her efforts. As long as her work produced results, the family was satisfied. Her well-being didn't matter. Her so-called family, who never valued her, stripped her of the position she had worked so hard for, just to hand it to their precious daughter. Even her fiancé tossed her aside like a useless toy no one wanted anymore. The man beside her smiled, remarking that her life sounded more like one long drama than a real life. Eva knew he was right, but it hurt too much to accept. So she drowned her sorrows in strong whiskey. She kept drinking, one glass after another, even though she'd already had way too much. It was true what they said. She wasn't a real member of the Young family. That explained their treatment of her, and she accepted it. She wasn't tied to them by blood, so they never considered her one of their own. She had known she was just a pawn in their game. But what hurt most was how easily they discarded her without a second thought. Evangeline told herself to remember this, because from now on, she would never allow herself to be humiliated again. She would make them pay for throwing her away, for treating her like a slave they could exploit and discard whenever they pleased. She would make them all regret it, every single one who had ever mistreated her. The man pointed out that her family was wealthy and she didn't have enough resources to take them down. But tonight, she was ready to agree to anything for revenge. Her decisions were impulsive, fueled by rage. The man sitting beside her seemed far too attractive and kind to be interested in her. Why would such a handsome man pay attention to her, when everyone else called her ugly and disgusting? The young man wondered how exactly she planned to make them regret what they had done. Did she already have a plan for revenge? The girl wondered why she should share her plans with him, just to satisfy his curiosity? Did he want to help her? But she hadn't asked for his help. She would definitely find a way and deal with her family on her own. Evangeline hadn't thought about that yet. Tonight, she just wanted to do all the things she had missed out on during her teenage years. Did she have enough money or any influential connections to fight her powerful family and destroy them? After years of working as the company's CEO, Eva had some savings, but she knew perfectly well it wouldn't be enough. Still, she would definitely find a way. She had been raised to always achieve her goals at any cost, no matter the difficulties along the way. Of course, right now she had none of those things, but she knew for sure that in the near future, she would. She would definitely find a way to bring them all to their knees, and they would end up begging her to stop. She would do whatever it took to make them regret everything they had done to her. All those years of cruelty. Even if she had to sell her soul to the devil, she wouldn't waste time thinking. She would still reach her goals. The young man realized she had drunk a lot already, but she should be careful with her words, because sometimes the devil really is nearby, ready to grant a wish in exchange for a soul. Ava hadn't expected to hear that. She pulled her hands away from him, suddenly worried about what she had just said. But if that devil was somewhere in this place, then he simply had to introduce her to him. Without a second thought, she would immediately agree to make a deal, no matter the price she'd have to pay. The young man smiled. He liked her boldness, her confidence. Still, he thought it was only the alcohol speaking. She should wait until her mind was clear before making such a choice. He didn't want to push her into a reckless decision she might regret in the morning, because once he introduced her to the demon, there would be no turning back. The girl insisted she wasn't drunk at all. She couldn't wait that long. She wanted to know where the demon was and didn't want him worrying about her. Even if he asked her to follow him into hell, Eva would gladly go. If the devil could give her what she wanted, why wouldn't she agree? The young man listened carefully, fully aware of her state, so he wasn't rushing to take any unnecessary steps. He stood up and leaned closer to her. He didn't want anyone else overhearing their conversation. He was standing very close now, but this time the girl didn't step back. He was very attractive, and she liked talking to him. The man was tall, well-built, and unlike anyone else in the place. Even his clothes were different from those of the other young men. Everything about him felt right, and to him, her wish was law. He would gladly fulfill it. Still, he wondered if she had really thought this through, and whether she would change her mind once she realized what a big mistake she had made. But if she was truly certain, he would gladly introduce Evangeline to the demon. With just a snap of his fingers, the whole scene changed. It was an incredible place, unlike anything ordinary people could ever see. Eva opened her eyes. She couldn't understand what had happened, and it felt like she remembered nothing. Her shock knew no limits. She looked around, completely confused about where she was. The room was huge and luxurious. A massive chandelier hung in the center, dazzlingly beautiful. What was strange was that no one was beside her. She was alone. She tried to understand where she was, what kind of exquisite room this was. She rubbed her eyes, thinking it must be a dream. She recalled how she had entered the nightclub last night and drank a lot of alcohol. She must have had too much whiskey. That's why she couldn't remember what had happened. But she had to figure it out, because nothing made sense. Then she remembered the handsome man she had met at the club, the one she had talked with all evening. The last thing she recalled was him holding her hand, but nothing after that. The girl grew frightened. There was no memory of how she had ended up in this luxurious place, or how she found herself in a huge bed. Could something have happened? Something she had never allowed herself before? The thought struck her at once. Maybe he had used her helplessness for his own gain. Eva lifted the sheets, but saw she was still fully dressed. Was she so drunk that he had carried her in and laid her in bed without even undressing her? She looked around the room, puzzled. Why was she still here alone? Where had the man gone, the one who had brought her here? Then she noticed her jacket, shoes, and glasses neatly placed on a large chair, arranged as if fresh from the dry cleaners. Nervousness washed over her. For the first time, she was in a situation where she knew nothing and couldn't account for her own actions. Nothing had happened to her. She could see that. And yet deep down, she felt that something had, though she didn't know what. But why had he brought her here? Was she really in such a state that she couldn't make it home on her own? Now she was truly scared. She asked herself what kind of trouble she had gotten into. The bed was so high that Eva had to climb down using the small steps placed beside it. Everything around her was beautiful, expensive, luxurious. Who could possibly live in such a place? Surely someone very powerful. To her horror, she realized she smelled terrible, as if she had crawled out of a sewer after days inside. Eva went to the chair to pick up her clothes and shoes, but she had no idea which way to go to find an exit from this house. At first, she wanted to put on her shoes, but then decided against it. They might make too much noise. The farther she went, the more she marveled at the magnificence of the mansion. To her, it felt like a castle where a powerful man must live. Could she really be inside an old castle? She still couldn't understand how she had ended up here. Before her stood a grand marble staircase. Its elegance was unlike anything she had ever seen, even in movies. The bronze railings were hand-forged, decorated with intricate designs. Chandeliers, balconies. What kind of house was this? Surely one built in the 1800s? The central chandelier in the main hall was massive, hanging from a giant glass dome. Cautiously, Evangeline descended the stairs, barely watching her step, too distracted by the details of the house. Damn, she thought when she saw the enormous fireplace in the living room. The fireplace was lit, radiating warmth. Eva wanted to step closer because she felt a little cold. Was she really alone in this house? The thought made her shiver. How had she ended up in such a place? She knew her city well, but had never seen a house like this. Not even in the elite neighborhoods. Suddenly, Eva noticed a massive door. She didn't know where it led, but she thought that was the way she needed to go. Without thinking, she rushed to the door, hoping it would lead her outside. Once there, she could figure out how to get home. Just as she touched the handle, she heard a voice behind her. She froze. It wouldn't be polite to leave without thanking the man for helping her. The man asked if she really intended to run away without even saying goodbye. Even though she was terrified, she stopped, wanting to figure out the details that had brought her here in the first place. The girl looked around and saw the same man, the handsome stranger she had met at the nightclub. He was dressed in casual home clothes, holding a glass of red wine in his hand early in the morning. Did this massive house really belong to him? Who was he to have such wealth at such a young age? Eva didn't even know what to say. She was too ashamed to admit she couldn't remember a single thing. Then she finally gathered the courage to ask him the one question that was eating her alive. Where exactly was she? And what was this place? The man frowned and casually told her she was in hell itself. Eva didn't believe him, thinking it was a bad joke. But his expression said something completely different. When he smiled, Eva felt offended. Did he really think this was funny? Still, in this moment, she could believe in anything, even demons. He clearly remembered her wishing last night to meet the devil. Had her wish already changed so quickly? Eva thought he was acting suspicious today. Why was he playing strange games with her? She was sick of it all. All she wanted now was to go home and forget this nightmare ever happened. Last night, upset and drunk, Eva had said too much. She claimed she was ready to sell her soul to the devil, without ever thinking of the consequences. She'd even asked where the demon was, telling the man not to worry about her. She had said if the devil wanted to drag her to hell, she would gladly go, so long as he gave her what she wanted. Why would she ever refuse that? The moment she remembered her words from last night, she realized he hadn't been joking at all. Eva felt completely uncomfortable. The whole situation was beyond absurd. Noticing how tense and nervous she was, the man slowly stepped closer. He didn't want to push too hard, but carefully reached out his hand toward her face. His movements felt strange to Eva, and she stiffened. He didn't act like normal men her age. He touched her forehead with his finger, trying to pull her focus back to him. All he wanted was for her to relax, and then for some reason, he called her his little fluffy kitten. Eva hated that. She pushed his hand away and warned him never to call her that again. She wasn't his pet. He actually liked her fiery temper, but her boldness still surprised him. She held onto his hand, refusing to let go, making sure he wouldn't touch her face again. He remembered how serious Eva always was. He didn't like it. He wanted her to loosen up. Eva shoved his hand away hard and told him never to do that again. He was mistaking her for someone easy. She had already decided to leave, and there was nothing he could do to stop her. He had no right to. Still, she thought it only polite to thank him for his hospitality and for all the trouble she had caused. She headed for the door, but it was clear he wasn't planning to let her go so easily. He was going to get in her way. As soon as she touched the doorknob, she realized he was standing right behind her. In one swift motion, he slammed the door shut and held it closed, keeping her inside. He ordered her to stay put and stop trying to run. It was pointless. After all, she had made it clear last night she wanted to meet the demon. If she thought her little outburst would be enough, then he apologized. But that wasn't going to cut it. It pained him to disappoint her, but the devil wasn't going to be satisfied with just that. Promises had to be kept, especially after what she'd done. Eva couldn't remember anything. She begged him to wait, to tell her what exactly she had done that was so serious she couldn't go home without settling her debt with the devil. Clearly, she really didn't remember. The man softened a little, not pressing as hard. But he figured he would have to show her proof, something to make her believe he wasn't making this up. Eva had no idea what he meant by proof. Calmly turning around, he gestured to himself and once again called her his kitten. He stood motionless behind her, but Eva couldn't understand what he was pointing to. She didn't see anything. Was he joking again? She didn't get it. With the look she gave him, she made it clear she wasn't in the mood for stupid games. Then he opened his robe, revealing his bare torso. Was he just showing off his body? Eva thought so and ignored the hint. But no, she was missing it. The proof was right there in front of her. She had to look closely. The evidence was impossible to miss unless she chose to ignore it. He stood calmly in front of her while Eva searched for anything unusual, anything that might prove what he meant. Finally, realizing she'd take too long, he pulled back his robe at the shoulder and pointed to a large bite mark on his neck. The proof was undeniable, right in front of her eyes. But Eva had no idea how it happened, because she couldn't remember a thing. The mystery of what had happened just hours ago. They had to start from the very beginning, so no important detail would be missed. When Eva left the nightclub with her new acquaintance, she had no idea where they were going. She could barely stand from all the alcohol. And it was a crowded place, but the man told her they had already arrived. He warned her to be ready. She was about to see things she'd never faced before. Suddenly, they ended up near her car. Eva was stunned. Had he tricked her? Angrily, she demanded to know where was the devil. He had promised to arrange the meeting. Was her car supposed to be the devil? The man just smiled. He enjoyed the way this drunk girl got mad, impatient for her encounter with the demon. He had kept the suspense going for so long that she was getting even more irritated. But he was a master at it, and he savored every moment. Eva started to wonder if he was trying to trick her, to take advantage of her vulnerable state. Of course not. That wasn't his plan at all. The truth was, the devil had told him he didn't like talking to drunk people. That was why he was going to send her home. But she had nothing to worry about. Once she rested, he would personally introduce her to the demon. Eva thought he was wrong about her being drunk. She told him clearly she felt perfectly fine. But it was obvious she could hardly stand. Her legs kept giving out, stumbling over each other. The stranger tried to support her again and again, but Eva kept falling straight into his arms. He asked Eva for her address, or at least a phone number of someone close to her who could take her home. That reminder of her family stung. They had betrayed her so badly. She grew upset, almost to tears, wanting someone, anyone, to finally show her compassion. She had no desire to go home. She had no one to call, no one she could lean on. Her loved ones weren't there for her. And besides, she didn't want them to see her like this. Suddenly, a look appeared in her eyes, as if a brilliant idea had struck her, one she absolutely intended to carry out. She walked up to the man and tried to push him toward her car. If she had no one else to rely on, then he had no choice. He had to take her to the devil right now. Eva couldn't wait any longer. She wasn't about to waste her time on empty promises. Besides, she was in no condition to drive. He had to be the one behind the wheel. She was so insistent, she made it clear she wouldn't accept no for an answer. She shoved the stranger into the driver's seat of her car, then staggered around to the other side. At first, she couldn't get the door open, and then she struggled to lift her leg onto the seat. Finally, Eva collapsed into the seat and shut the door behind her. She felt proud she managed it herself, and now they could leave without delay. But she didn't understand why he still hadn't kept his promise, when she had been crystal clear about her wishes. The stranger agreed to be her driver, but he needed an address. He had no idea where to take her. Eva, surprised, asked what he was waiting for. Why hadn't he started the engine yet? If he didn't want to be her driver for free, she could pay him for the service. She wasn't joking. She grabbed her purse, ready for him to name his price. But when she opened her wallet, all she had were credit cards, not a single bill in cash. She asked if he would mind her transferring the money straight to his account. Then, with a sly smile, she wondered aloud if he was expecting some other form of payment. But the man stayed silent. He had no desire to answer her absurd questions, and her behavior wasn't exactly impressive. Sitting in the car next to this stranger, now at the wheel of her own vehicle, Eva couldn't believe she was doing this. She had never acted this way before. Suddenly, she noticed a young couple right in front of her car, kissing each other passionately. She had never seen anything like it. She thought such behavior in public was improper. To her, love between a man and a woman was supposed to belong to quiet, private moments. The girl kissed the boy's neck tenderly, holding his head in her hands. Couldn't they do this somewhere private instead? The kiss grew so intense she even began to nibble on him. He gently lifted her into his arms and she clung to his neck, continuing to kiss him softly. Eva was so fixated on this couple that for a moment she forgot all about the stranger next to her, the one who had promised her a meeting with the infamous demon. She couldn't believe it. True happiness was hidden in small things she had always overlooked. Work had completely consumed her life, leaving no room for love. The couple got into their car and drove off. It was as if they hadn't noticed anyone around them, like they were the only two people in the universe. Eva turned back to the stranger, staring at him with an unblinking gaze. He didn't understand that look. Every time she stared at him like that, it meant she was plotting something reckless. He had no idea what to expect. Tonight she seemed ready for anything, things she had never dared to try in her youth. Tonight, Eva wanted to be unpredictable. All her life she had done what pleased everyone else, but never herself. She was ready to do something she might regret later, but she wanted to feel it, experience it for herself. Climbing onto the seat with her legs, she leaned toward him, determined to finally take her pleasure. It caught him off guard, but he didn't resist. After all, Eva was the one who had crossed the line, and for once he didn't have to make a move himself. The girl said she didn't have any cash, so she decided to pay him in a completely different way. Unless, of course, he was against it. In that case, he'd just have to wait for payment for a while. Looking at him, Eva understood that this young man wouldn't resist, so she moved on to decisive actions. She thought that this should be enough to completely settle things with him. Eva hugged him and carefully pressed her lips to his neck. She really wanted to repeat the actions of that other girl, fully aware that he would enjoy it. The man didn't even move to hug her, but he didn't push her away either. So Eva continued carrying out her plan. Eva kissed his neck so firmly that she then wanted to leave a mark on him, one he would remember for a long time. Hugging him and pressing against his chest, the girl noticed that this man smelled incredibly good, though the scent was very specific and unfamiliar to her. The young man tried to restrain her, believing she needed to stop immediately, otherwise she would regret her actions. Tonight she was drunk, and that pulled her toward foolish behavior. He knew very well that the next day she would inevitably feel ashamed of herself. She tried again to kiss his neck, but still wanted to bite him. She hadn't expected that in such a moment she'd suddenly be hit by a wave of nausea. The large amount of alcohol Eva had consumed was rejected by her body, forcing its way out. The man grabbed his head as he hadn't expected such a spectacular ending. To make matters worse, it all ended up on his clothes, leaving him completely soaked and filthy. He tried to bring the girl to her senses, explaining that he had known from the start her idea was a mistake. It was clear she felt awful. Her body trembled as if she were freezing. He gently laid her down on the seat and adjusted it so she could lie comfortably. It was obvious that retreat was no longer an option, so the young man decided to make a phone call. He needed help. Help was urgently needed, especially since his elegant suit had been ruined. While Eva rested on the seat, he waited for assistance to arrive. When he noticed that his request had been fulfilled, he carefully stepped out of the car to take care of things without disturbing the girl. As he walked, he was already undressing, eager to get rid of his dirty clothes and change into something clean. But it became clear that his request hadn't been fully met, so changing entirely wasn't an option. All he could do was take off his shirt and hand it to the assistant who had arrived. The man stood bare-chested in the middle of the street, which was unusual for him. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Once all his dirty clothes were handed over to the assistant, the young man was able to get back into the car. Would he really have to drive shirtless? If so, he was willing to do it, for Eva's sake. Now they could finally set off, but he still needed to decide where exactly they should go. At this moment, Eva couldn't make any reasonable decisions, so it was up to him. He tried waking her up to ask for an address, but the girl remained sound asleep. Fine, he thought. If she was so determined to meet the devil, then he'd take her with him to hell. She had left him no other choice. He laid the girl across his chest. She continued to sleep deeply, unaware of what awaited her once she woke up. Could she really be in such despair that she was willing to meet a demon and strike a deal with him, all for the sake of revenge against her family? It was clear that a new chapter awaited Eva. From this moment, her life would change drastically, though at first she wouldn't be able to accept it. Now they could return to real time. It seemed everything had become clear, so Eva wouldn't deny that deep down, she truly wanted to meet the devil. The girl grew upset. It felt like she really had gone crazy. The alcohol brought nothing but a pounding headache. She knew she had never attracted men as a real woman would, since she always considered herself unattractive, and a girl who didn't know how to talk to men. But this man, it seemed he had some mysterious plan. Maybe he had hidden motives that worked in his favor. His whole story sounded perfect, but Eva remembered nothing. So she decided to ask him directly. What did he want from her? How much money did he need? In the past, men who hovered around her always had their eyes on her wealth, so she assumed today's stranger was no exception. But glancing around again, Evangeline couldn't figure out what this place was. The house looked ridiculously grand, almost over the top. That made her wonder if someone like him even needed her money. Besides, he clearly knew her family had just fired her from her director's position, so she'd soon be facing serious financial trouble. 100 different thoughts rushed through her head. If this man wasn't the true master of the house but only pretending to be, she had to find out what he really wanted. Yet looking at him, it was obvious. He had the aura of an aristocrat. His behavior and manners were miles apart from modern youth. His clothes were refined, and he resembled someone who ran massive companies. Judging by his build, he was in top physical form, the kind men strove for. Eva had crossed paths with high society types before, but this man radiated a much stronger, almost overwhelming energy. Who exactly was he? She wondered. Maybe it was just the alcohol making her imagine things, but then she dared to ask outright, who was he really, and why was he interested in her? Who was he? Had she only just started caring? He wanted to hear her thoughts. Who did she imagine him to be? Or who could she compare him to? Eva grew angry. Her head was throbbing, and she had no time for guessing games. Her temper and bluntness began to irritate the man. It stung, too, because he had dropped hints about himself several times, and she hadn't noticed a thing. He was strange indeed. How could her dismissive attitude not annoy him? Most people she'd met, men and women alike, couldn't wait to end their conversations with her, except for business meetings. So why was this man going out of his way to keep their talk alive? And more than that, why was he the one insisting she stay? Maybe she had thought about it already, but refused to believe it. Now he was glad to say it out loud. He was the real devil. Eva stared at him, still unsure. Maybe he was joking again, but the thought that it could be true sent chills through her. In her imagination, the devil looked nothing like this. That's what made it so strange. This man seemed like an ordinary human. She felt uncomfortable, like she was nothing more than a living toy being played with by someone who knew all the rules while she didn't. If she was just some kind of joke to him, then she'd walk out of this house immediately. As usual, he ignored her, believing there was no need to explain further. She could just see for herself. From early morning, this mysterious man was already enjoying a glass of wine, sipping it in the slowest, most delicate way. Eva watched his every move carefully, still waiting for answers. She couldn't tell what was real and what was just a joke. Was it just her imagination, or was he actually trying to seduce her? His effortless gestures stirred indecent thoughts. How could a man project both sensuality and elegance at the same time, just by drinking wine? He was dangerous, no doubt. With someone like him, any woman needed to stay on guard. She still didn't understand what he meant when he placed her finger on her forehead, as if trying to disconnect her from reality. But he repeated the gesture and told her that if she kept frowning so much, she'd end up with wrinkles, and no amount of Botox would fix them. But was it really her fault she was squinting right now? For the last time, she warned him. If he kept joking around, she'd leave immediately. But he wasn't joking at all. He was completely serious, and once again, he called her his little kitten. His words, that he truly was the devil, sounded more convincing to Eva than ever, and she wasn't drunk anymore. Enough with the tricks, he just needed to let her go. The devil agreed, but still wasn't in any rush to release her. After all, now that they had met, she was bound to him. Now that Eva had realized who he really was, he decided to reveal a little more about himself. His name was Gage Acheron, and the way it rolled off his tongue made it sound as though he was above even the highest aristocrats, someone who ruled them all from above. Gage Acheron. Eva repeated his name to herself once more. She had heard it somewhere before, but couldn't recall exactly where. They extended their hands to each other and shook, thus confirming their formal introduction. The devil held her hand for a long time, not even trying to let go, but Eva remained polite, so she couldn't pull it away. Then she remembered she should introduce herself as well and say her full name. Just as she was about to, her thoughts drifted back to the events of the previous day. During her conversation with him yesterday, she had mentioned her grandfather's name more than once, a name well known to everyone. She had spoken about her beloved fiancé, who betrayed her with someone close, once he discovered that she was not the true granddaughter of the Young family. Recalling yesterday again made her nervous. Her reckless act had accomplished nothing, only wasted her time. Eva understood perfectly well that she needed to sort out all the misunderstandings with this man because her behavior had been completely wrong. She deeply regretted what she had done yesterday since she had been drunk and terribly upset. Remembering everything she had allowed herself to do with this man filled her with shame. It was hard for her to even process. She couldn't believe that she had been the one to behave that way. First, being so drunk, and then forcing herself on a man against his will. She truly felt embarrassed about it and hoped he would understand and forgive her. But the demon had his own plans. Besides, he wasn't offended at Eva at all, yet he had no intention of letting her go. A voice inside told Eva that she had never in her life done anything so foolish that she would later regret. She stood there waiting for the demon to act, perhaps to offer to take her home since she had no idea where she was. She clearly realized that he didn't look like a man in dire need of money, so she couldn't simply buy her way out. But that was all she had to offer, to compensate for the inconvenience she had caused. Other than money, she had nothing. It was clear this man wasn't very talkative. He calmly swirled the wine in his glass and enjoyed its aroma. The demon frowned. He had his own plan for her, and her insistence on paying him with money irritated him. "This will be very problematic," the man remarked, knowing that Eva wouldn't like what he was about to say. "Since I was the victim here, shouldn't I be the one to choose the compensation? Or do you see it differently? Trying to solve everything on your own?" She was puzzled by his words. Did he really consider himself the victim? And her the aggressor who had forced herself on him while he couldn't resist? It became clear that they belonged to two different worlds. Their understanding of the situation was drastically different. All this time, the man kept trying to show her the marks left on him from her persistence the night before. Addressing him, Eva called him Mr. Acheron, because she didn't feel she could speak to him as an equal. He didn't like that much, so he suggested she simply call him Gage. Eva agreed. Calling him Gage was indeed much easier. Still, she needed to know what he truly wanted from her. He was very modest, he claimed, and couldn't possibly ask too much of such a beautiful girl. All he wanted was for Eva to stay with him in this house until the mark on his neck disappeared. Eva didn't understand why he needed that, since such a mark could fade in just a few days. What would he gain from it? She couldn't imagine, but she had to decide and give him an answer. From his expression, it was clear that he expected only a positive reply. After all, he considered himself the victim. And this was his compensation for the inconvenience. But with him, anything could be expected. Bite marks or hickeys, left untreated, would heal in about 7 to 10 days, maybe even 2 weeks. That would take up far too much of her time. And knowing he liked to drag things out, it really could last 2 full weeks, a whole 14 days. It was clear this man was toying with her. He kept playing his favorite game, one he had invented himself. She was absolutely certain that the moment she took his bait, he would burst out laughing. If he considered himself the victim, then the punishment he had devised for her was something he knew she would hate. She needed to quickly come up with a compromise, something where both of them could win and neither would have to suffer. But the demon was firm in his decision. He believed she had no choice but to accept his proposal. Eva stood in front of him, unable to give an answer, fully aware that the demon was waiting for at least some kind of reaction from her. She still hoped Gage was joking, but he was completely serious. This was no trick of his. She wished he would give her at least a minute, since she was used to thinking things through. Spontaneous decisions never led to anything good. Unbelievably, he might even be expecting something more from her. But she couldn't allow it. Not with a man she barely knew. Gage Acheron wasn't the kind of man who would take advantage of a girl's desperate state and force her into something she didn't want. If she thought he intended to turn her into his personal slave and make her obey his every whim, then he was sorry to disappoint her, but she was entirely mistaken in her assumptions. Evangeline was surprised. She hadn't even considered that she might be wrong. From his behavior, she had been convinced that's exactly what he wanted from her. If he didn't need money and didn't want her to fulfill his desires, then why insist she stay in this house? Unless, of course, all he wanted was for her to remain there until the bite mark on his neck disappeared. She had understood correctly. What he needed right now was a companion. Once again, she was astonished. He now seemed like a child in need of a new friend to ease his loneliness in this huge house. His maid had recently run away, and he needed time to find a proper replacement. Since Eva was already here, it was the perfect opportunity to make her repay him. Each time he spoke, his words struck her as pure nonsense. Had he planned from the very start to make her his servant? She might still have questions for him, but she didn't want to hear another, "I don't like this," from him. He smiled again and asked if she would prefer spending the night with him, rather than being his helper. How convenient, Eva thought, realizing that in any option he offered, she would still end up doing something she hadn't agreed to. Why did she have the feeling that this sly devil was deceiving her? But she couldn't figure out how, yet she had no choice. In this enormous house, there wasn't a single soul besides him. And maybe he really did live here alone. Being by himself in such a vast place must have been unbearable. Gage suggested she relax, calm down, and not get her panties in a twist. She just needed to go with the flow, stay alert, and she would manage. To soothe her, the demon once again placed his hand on her head, as if performing some demonic ritual. He was amused, finding Eva a very charming girl, but she didn't like it. She didn't want him treating her like that. She was an adult, not a child. The demon noticed she had a strong character. When she didn't like something, she could be very prickly. From this moment on, she was forbidden from leaving the house until the mark on his neck disappeared. And since the wound was deep, it would require proper care, which would, of course, become part of her duties. Eva could do everything required, but she refused to promise obedience or allow him to act like a complete scoundrel. This feels like a curse, Eva thought, upset that one foolish mistake had dragged her into such a mess. She followed behind the devil, anxious and uncertain of what awaited her in the coming weeks. She seemed to have both a talent and terrible luck for running into strange people. And today she had landed in a truly awkward situation with unpleasant consequences. Even though this man was very handsome, he still acted strangely, not like ordinary people. Maybe yes, maybe no, but a devil this attractive could easily have hidden motives. He might seem sweet now, only to devour her alive later. Her inner voice kept throwing out odd thoughts, ones she disagreed with in reality. She knew perfectly well that overthinking was just as harmful. Why would such a wealthy, handsome man bother seducing her? He could easily have any beauty in the world. So why Eva? Wearing big, old-fashioned glasses and treating men coldly, to the point that no normal guy ever wanted to talk to her. Eva hadn't expected that she would be arguing with her own inner voice, debating such ordinary things. Her inner voice was no help at all. What she needed was a way out of the situation. Gage sat down in his enormous chair and invited Eva to come closer. She wished he would wait. Didn't he realize she needed to go home first? She didn't have any spare clothes with her. She would need to fetch them from her apartment if she was to stay in this enormous house for a while. But he told her not to worry. He was ready to have someone bring her everything she needed during her stay. After all their long conversation, he finally finished his wine and now held the empty glass in his hand. The man pulled a phone from his pocket and called someone, explaining that he needed women's clothing, specifying her size. She wanted him to wait. She hadn't even decided yet whether she would agree to this or not. The man said their deal was already sealed since he had already told her she couldn't leave this place, and Eva agreed. A word once spoken is like a bird, hard to catch again. While they waited for the clothes, she could go back to her room and take a shower, and he would bring the clothes later. She didn't have to rush, but once she finished, she absolutely had to return to him in the living room. The man continued his phone conversation, explaining things in detail, spelling out his whims. Eva thought maybe she smelled unpleasant, which was exactly why she needed to shower and freshen up. She realized it was time to go, since the devil was busy and paid her no attention. The house was huge, but she remembered perfectly well where to go and easily found her room. The best thing that could happen to her right now was a warm shower that relaxed her and let her forget everything that had happened lately. After showering, Eva stepped out of the bathroom and immediately noticed a very cute pink pajama with a childish print lying on the bed. Next to it was pink underwear, completely unlike hers. She instantly thought that this stern giant of a man actually had a very strange taste. Eva had no choice, since there were no other clothes, so she had to put on the pajama and head straight to the devil in the living room. Thank God he finally got dressed, Eva thought. His terribly perfect body really distracted her. The girl decided that this time she had to take the conversation into her own hands and also set some boundaries she wouldn't cross. But why did it have to happen right now? She wasn't ready at all, so she covered her face with her hand as if trying to collect herself. Gage unexpectedly sat down beside her, pointing out that in his house one had to wear indoor slippers, so she absolutely had to put them on. She couldn't believe her eyes. Could this man really show care and personally do things that were so uncharacteristic of him? When he began slipping the slippers onto her feet, Eva even liked it, since no one had ever done anything like that for her before. Although she was surprised, it felt very pleasant. Besides, the slippers were really cute and warm. These slippers were his favorite, so she absolutely had to wear them. The house was large, and the marble floor was cold. For a few seconds, a thought crossed her mind. Maybe it wasn't for nothing she stayed in this house with the devil, because here she might finally feel like a real woman, cared for. Eva couldn't understand what he was doing. Wasn't he supposed to force her to stay as his maid? Then why was he personally helping her? The man noticed his companion was lost in thought and asked if something was wrong. Did she dislike him helping her put on slippers? Could he really be kind? Then why hadn't he shown this side before? Did he want her to have a completely different impression of him? The girl answered very softly that everything was fine. She was just very tired, and the nice shower helped her relax. It was strange to see him kneeling at her feet, helping her. Even her inner voice couldn't have imagined this. There was no time to think. Maybe for him it was nothing, but she simply couldn't pull herself together. She tried to breathe deeply, but her heart kept pounding too hard. It seemed noticeable even from above. When the man finally slipped the slippers onto her feet, he suggested she follow him. They still had a lot to do. She expected anything, but still couldn't guess where he was leading her. Fine, Eva thought. She had to choose the right moment to convince him to let her go home earlier than agreed. As she followed behind him, she started to suspect he was leading her to the kitchen. Maybe she would have to cook him a meal. She wondered what this devil even ate, since his tastes surely differed from humans. Her inner voice whispered he might make her cook for him, even though everyone knew she couldn't cook at all. That made sense. Why else head to the kitchen? The moment he tried her food, Eva could already imagine his face after tasting her masterpieces. That's exactly the plan she came up with. She would make him such a terrible meal he wouldn't want her anymore. As soon as this devilishly handsome man tried her legendary awful food, he would kick her out immediately, and that would be her easiest escape. Walking behind him, she became certain she had found a way to leave the house, and on his initiative, no less. Yes, that's what she'd do. She would see his reaction, how quickly he'd change his mind. Gage pointed to a huge chair in the middle of the kitchen, almost like a throne, and suggested Eva sit more comfortably. Why was he asking her to sit? She had expected him to tell her where the food was so she could start cooking. The man was very polite, repeating several times that she should please sit down in the chair. Eva didn't want to argue, so she sat on the huge chair. She didn't understand what the hell was going on, but braced herself to accept things as they came. The man went to the fridge himself, opened it, and began pulling out food. Eva was shocked. Wasn't he supposed to make her do it? Gage took out lettuce leaves and vine tomatoes, so Eva assumed he was going to make a simple salad. He grabbed a cutting board and began chopping the vegetables himself without even asking Eva to help. Impossible, Eva thought. She had to do something about this. After a moment, she offered to help him. Gage refused, telling her she could rest, just sit and watch how skillfully he worked. What was going on? Wasn't she supposed to cook since she had agreed to be his temporary maid in this huge house, following all his requests? Why had he ordered her to simply sit and watch? Eva couldn't believe it and suspected something was off. She didn't understand what was happening at all, but she was curious what he was thinking. He worked calmly, as if he cooked for himself every day. Did he want to impress his guest, show his culinary skill? Again, her inner voice told her the devil was too suspicious. His behavior was strange every time, even though he didn't seem human at all. That was true. He clearly had some hidden plan, otherwise why act so oddly toward a stranger? Slipping slippers on her feet, now cooking in the kitchen? Who would treat a stranger this way? Exactly. But right now she had no choice. She couldn't afford another mistake. She had to remember. He was insanely rich and very handsome. And she knew better than anyone how unpredictable, incredibly rich people could be when things didn't go their way. So she had to do as he asked, force herself to accept his care. Maybe he simply didn't often have guests in his massive house. And honestly, it wasn't a bad idea. She could stay a few days, she had nowhere to rush, and this man cared for her like no one else ever had. While Gage Acheron, the richest devil, cooked lunch for her, Eva enjoyed a rest she hadn't had in ages. She knew this was her first time experiencing such a thing, so she decided to accept it and go along with his unreal schemes. Still, she had to react cautiously to his actions. His reactions could be unpredictable. The man quickly finished the main dish, and it looked like it came from an elite restaurant. The aroma was incredible, and Eva was pleased. Gage sat at the table beside her and told her to taste it. Plus, the dish would help with her hangover. Even though the food looked amazing and smelled divine, Eva grew a bit nervous. Whenever she was scared, she would nibble her nails. She had watched him cook, staring like she was solving a difficult puzzle. The man was sure she would have noticed if he had slipped in anything strange. Did she really look that suspicious for Gage to notice? She wondered what he thought, realizing Eva suspected him of trying to harm her. She had no other choice. She had to taste the dish, even though she was terribly nervous. The girl picked up a spoon, scooped a little, and slowly lifted it to her mouth. When Eva tasted the food, she realized it was delicious, so good she could eat it without pretending to like it. From her expression, Gage couldn't tell if she enjoyed it, so he asked her directly. She was very surprised, but tried to stay serious. About the food, she could only say it was simply wonderful. Nothing like anything she had ever tasted before. This man was incredibly rich, had an amazing physique, and on top of that, cooked deliciously. He was a true treasure for any girl who could become his other half. Compared to him, she was no cook at all. If he ever asked her to do it, he would quickly realize they'd go hungry. She thought it wasn't very good. Even though she was very hungry, she had to admit it was the most delicious chicken noodle soup she had ever tasted. Eva kept eating the soup, unable to stop. Gage sat across from her, watching her enjoy his masterpiece. It made him happy to see her pleased, so he was very satisfied. He rarely got the chance to cook for guests. It didn't happen often. To make sure the girl was well fed, the man offered her some toast with butter, also homemade. The girl felt a little embarrassed at eating so quickly. She didn't want to seem gluttonous, so she tried to follow proper table manners. Wanting to keep the conversation going, she asked if he might actually be a disguised sorcerer, fattening her up to eat her later. The man thought her joke was very funny and clever, since he knew the girl clearly had no problems with her appetite. He didn't understand. Maybe she had meant to tease him, but it turned out as if she had been joking about herself, which made it even funnier for him. Eva couldn't figure out what made him laugh so much, because her question seemed completely normal, judging by the atmosphere in his house and his behavior overall. For the first time, Gage laughed for so long. Why didn't the girl take jokes lightly and treated everything too seriously? Had she really never had moments in her life where she could just relax and have fun? Eva wasn't used to joking. She always took everything literally. Such things had never happened in her life. She always followed the plan and tried to be the best at everything. The man could see she was very uncomfortable, but he wanted to see her reaction, so he added, "What would she do if it actually turned out to be true?" Eva tensed up even more, regretting that she had asked about it at all. She could have just stayed quiet. What was wrong with her? This devil was making her embarrass herself while he enjoyed the process. In fact, everything was written on her face, and he only had to play along with her nonsense. Her imagination was unique. The man himself could never come up with something like that. He realized she had a vivid fantasy and expected her to invent many more original things. Eva still tried to stay serious and continue the conversation. If he really was a witcher, could he maybe help her find her phone? She couldn't remember where she had left it. Why did she even need the phone when she hadn't thought about it for almost half the day? Still, he could help her, since he had no right to take that away from her. Gage reached into his pocket because her phone had been with him the whole time, and he had completely forgotten about it. When they had been at the nightclub, he had noticed it on the bar counter and picked it up when they were about to leave. He noted that the girl wasn't very careful with her things. He had planned to return it right away, but with everything that happened, he simply forgot. Did he really think she was irresponsible? In truth, she always tried to do everything properly, but this time she had let herself go and lost control. He easily handed her the phone, but when the girl reached to take it, Gage didn't let go right away, as if he wanted to add something more. Still, Eva carefully pulled it from the devil's hands, and when she looked at the screen, she realized she had missed a lot. While she had no access to her phone, she had received many calls and messages. The girl tried to go through them all, since there might be something very important for her. Just then, Eva's phone started ringing in her hands. When she looked down, she saw it was her secretary calling. Eva turned to Gage, apologizing that she needed to take the call immediately. But she didn't want to do it in front of him. The man didn't see any problem with that. He completely understood and didn't even try to stop her. Eva thanked him for his understanding and quickly went to another room. The phone kept ringing nonstop. The secretary was persistent, calling again and again until Eva finally picked up. Eva didn't even have time to say a word before the secretary, clearly relieved, greeted her cheerfully. She immediately asked where Eva was, explaining that there was a huge buzz on social media. Eva didn't understand what she meant. Was this about her demotion? She asked the secretary to slow down and explain what she meant by buzz. Eva said her phone had been off, and she hadn't seen any news. The secretary said it was about the official statement Eva had supposedly made last night, announcing that she had stepped down as CEO, effective immediately. The news almost made Eva collapse. She didn't remember making any such statement. Did someone do it in her name? She tried to explain that she never said or even thought about resigning. She never wanted to quit, but her grandfather insisted that she should step down voluntarily. However, rumors were already spreading that the real reason for her resignation was fraud and abuse of power. Eva couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her secretary didn't know what to do either. Reporters were calling nonstop, demanding a comment. The secretary asked where Eva was. If necessary, she could come pick her up. Eva decided to end the call. She needed time to think everything through and figure out her next move. Her phone was filled with messages, most of them from her secretary, still trying to keep her updated. Eva was trembling with anxiety. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't calm herself down. She decided to check the internet herself to see what was being said and who was behind spreading these false rumors. Her hands were shaking so much she dropped her phone. She didn't even try to catch it. The phone hit the floor, but Eva didn't rush to pick it up. She looked so distraught that Gage immediately went to help her. The devil quickly realized something bad had happened. His help would be useful. He picked up the phone, planning to hand it back to her, but he also decided he had the right to know what was going on. Eva was too upset to talk about her problems with someone she barely knew. She asked him to turn off her phone and not to ask her any questions she couldn't answer. Gage respected her wish and turned it off. The devil could clearly see she was shaking, and although he wanted to comfort her, he didn't want to be too pushy. Eva wanted to be alone, but the devil didn't want to leave her. When she walked toward another room, he followed. Luckily, someone rang the doorbell at that moment, and he stopped. He told Eva he had an unexpected guest and asked her to wait. He'd be right back. Eva calmed down a little and even got curious about who could be visiting him. During her stay, she hadn't seen a single soul in this house. Left alone, Eva couldn't understand why her family had gone this far. How could they do this to her after all her efforts to rebuild the company? Were they really trying to destroy her completely, just because she didn't share their blood? Eva swore she'd never forgive any of them. She would make them pay tenfold for every bit of pain they caused her. She knew she had to do something. If she stayed there doing nothing, she might lose control. She decided to leave the house and sort things out herself. Staying there any longer would only drive her crazy. Eva resolved to tell the devil she was leaving immediately. She had urgent matters to handle. But she stopped when she noticed Gage talking to a man who looked strangely familiar. It was Mr. Park, the notorious secretary of Mr. Carlson, the CEO of Asion's enterprise. What was he doing here? Eva overheard him say that his master had sent him to ask one final time. She didn't understand what it meant yet, so she decided to keep listening. Mr. Park asked if Gage was still uninterested in taking the CEO position at Asion. If not, the chairman would offer it to someone else. He already had a list of candidates. Eva was shocked. Were they really offering him the position of CEO at Asion, their rival company? Who on earth was this man? Gage looked like he was hesitating. The offer was tempting, but he knew it would mean tons of work. Mr. Park reminded him that he already had experience as one of the company's early founders when he was younger. He was confident Gage could handle the job easily. But Gage had lost interest in the project long ago, and Mr. Park surely knew that. If he accepted, he might run the company into the ground. Lack of motivation was a serious flaw, and it doesn't just appear overnight. The only benefit he'd gain was more money, and they both knew he didn't need it. He already had more money than he could ever spend, even in several lifetimes. Mr. Park said his master thought Gage might have been bored and just wanted to work again. But Gage knew that kind of life would bore him to death. He had no interest in working again. Mr. Park understood and promised to deliver his message to the chairman, who would start considering other candidates. Having listened to their conversation to the end, Eva couldn't hold back any longer and decided to speak up. She asked Mr. Park to wait a moment because she also had something to discuss with him, something that might actually interest him. Eva gathered her courage and confidently walked toward the men, even though she knew she was being rude by interrupting their conversation. For the first time, she acted boldly. She had no time to waste. This was her only chance to do something before losing control over the company. Mr. Park was shocked to see Miss Young in Gage's house. He immediately asked what she was doing there and why she wanted to speak with him. Without thinking twice, Gage quickly answered that Eva was staying with him and would be living there for a while. At first, Eva didn't like that he answered for her, but then she realized it was for the best. She wouldn't have been able to respond clearly anyway. Mr. Park looked at Gage suspiciously. He never imagined that this mysterious man would hide a woman in his house. And of all women, it had to be her, Evangeline Young, the CEO of their rival corporation. Knowing Miss Young, Mr. Park couldn't understand how such a disciplined, responsible person could have anything in common with Gage. Eva asked him to wait just a minute. She needed to discuss something important with Gage. But then she changed her mind. Maybe his advice could help her. So she grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Eva walked ahead and the man followed her. He had no idea what was going through her mind, but he was curious to find out. First, Eva wanted to talk to Gage and learn more about Mr. Park's proposal. Was he really planning to turn it down just because he was too lazy to work or deal with serious matters? But Gage saw it differently. He admitted he was terribly lazy and just wanted to enjoy life without being bothered by things that didn't bring him pleasure. He had no intention of spending his days and nights stuck in a director's chair trying to earn even more money he didn't need. Eva thought to herself, is this arrogant idiot seriously planning to retire early without a second thought? For a moment, she even felt the urge to wring his attractive neck so he'd stop saying such nonsense. She tried to calm herself down and convince herself that maybe he was just too honest, that he didn't want to take on something that might hurt others. That's why she made him an offer. If he didn't want the position, he could give it to her. She needed it. Maybe he didn't even know who she really was, but she had been, or rather, used to be, the CEO of the XY Corporation. He could hire her, and she promised to lead Aeson to the very top, even higher than who. Gage noticed the fire in her eyes. He could tell she was determined to make it happen, not for Aeson's success, but to take revenge on those who had wronged her. Gage knew Eva was the kind of woman who'd once pushed Zai to the top and surpassed Aeson without even trying to be number one. Yes, she truly was that woman. He'd lose a lot by refusing her offer. And besides, she promised to deliver exactly what she said. He needed to think carefully. He understood her motives, but he still couldn't see what was in it for him. Eva knew the board and the chairman would never accept her, since she was the former CEO of a rival company. They'd never believe she was sincere, and besides, those false rumors about her made her practically unemployable. She wasn't afraid of hard work, and unlike Gage, she wasn't lazy. That's why he should agree to the deal. She'd handle all the work herself. All he'd have to do was occasionally attend meetings and update her on the results. Together, they could crush Zai Corporation. Gage hesitated. Her offer was tempting. He wouldn't have to work, yet he'd still have something to keep him entertained and connected to powerful people. He asked again if Eva truly wanted to do all the work while staying in his shadow. She wouldn't get any recognition for it. Eva didn't care. That was fine by her. The only thing she wanted now was revenge. To make them regret everything they'd done to her. As she'd said before, she was willing to do anything to make her family feel the pain of losing what they cherished most. This would only be the beginning of their downfall. For all their so-called care and love, Eva intended to pay them back, in full. Gage couldn't understand why she'd sacrifice so much just for revenge. She could have started a new life, proved her worth, and built something even greater. But judging by the look on her face, Eva was dead serious. She'd said it more than once. She was ready to make a deal with the devil. He remembered that clearly. She had said it. And if she really meant it, there would be no turning back. Eva knew exactly what she was doing, and she was ready to go through with it no matter the cost. Gage smiled softly. He knew what such a deal could mean for her, and tried to convince her to slow down, to think it over. But since she was so determined, he asked, who offered her this deal now? He could give her anything she wanted, but his conditions would be far from pleasant, and she wouldn't be able to refuse them. At that moment, Eva had already made up her mind. She didn't even want to hear the terms. She agreed right away. But was she truly ready to pay the price? There would be no way back, and the road ahead would be brutal. Eva's thirst for revenge blinded her. She was ready for anything to satisfy her pride. Gage smirked slightly. Having such a beautiful and clever woman at his fingertips was tempting, but he wanted it to be her choice. When he asked again if she was sure about her decision, Eva replied firmly that she was, and that Mr. Acheron shouldn't doubt her words for even a second. He didn't understand why she called him Mr. Acheron. They'd agreed she could just call him Gage. Eva didn't get why it mattered so much to him. She saw no difference, so she told him to drop it. She was being completely serious. She wanted to focus on real issues, not waste time on meaningless details. The devil seemed pleased. He could tell she was finally starting to relax, even just a little. He believed that people should take things more lightly. When you do, success tends to follow naturally. Just do your job well and everything falls into place. He even found a moment to joke, saying that Mr. Gage and Darling actually sounded pretty nice together. His teasing irritated Eva so much she wanted to hit him, but she held herself back, though it wasn't easy. In a way, he liked seeing her annoyed. It made her look cute, almost like a little angry kitten. Jokes aside, Gage was finally ready to name his price for the deal. But he warned her first. It wouldn't be small. After Eva agreed to make a deal with the devil, she started feeling a bit nervous. She knew perfectly well that this deal would come at a very high price. She knew that moment would come sooner or later, so she was already expecting to hear what the cost would be. In truth, the girl had already prepared herself for the worst possible outcome because she knew exactly how this world worked. If you want something great, you have to be ready to pay for it because the only free cheese is in a mousetrap. Eva understood perfectly that when you make a deal with the devil, you never get exactly what you desire most, only what you asked for at the very start. When Gage suddenly proposed to her, actually asked her to marry him, she wasn't just shocked, she was speechless. She hadn't expected anything like that. At first, she thought he was joking again. His jokes were never funny. But then she realized he was being completely serious. Was he mocking her? Taking advantage of her desperate situation? That's what it felt like. But Gage wasn't joking this time. His offer was serious, and to be honest, didn't even require much effort from her. Did he really want to marry her? Why? She couldn't even imagine what his true motives were. When she asked if he really wanted to marry her, Gage said his answer should be obvious. He had no other desires. Did he really need a wife? Eva wondered. Not long ago, he told her he liked living alone and hated when anyone invaded his personal space. He tried to explain that he was tired of meaningless small talk, but the idea of having someone by his side, someone he could feel comfortable with, that's actually appealed to him. Was this just one of his whims? Maybe he wanted to try married life? Eva thought it was pointless. They could have just lived together without all that ceremony. Maybe his old man threatened to cut him out of the will if he didn't get married soon? Eva knew that kind of thing was common among the upper class. Arranged marriages for the sake of inheritance were practically a tradition. But Gage wasn't that type. He always made his own choices and lived by his own rules, no matter what anyone else thought. Still, one question bothered her. Why her? He barely knew her. Maybe this was all just some act, a show for someone else. He'd marry her, get what he wanted, then divorce her once she stopped being useful. Eva realized how crazy that sounded. But she couldn't help herself. The words just kept spilling out. Her inner voice told her to shut up already. Because honestly, arranged marriages weren't that unusual these days. Marrying for convenience was the norm. Love wasn't something people cared about anymore. She'd seen enough to know that. And besides, that was the only logical reason she could come up with. After all, a man like him could easily marry any rich, beautiful woman he wanted. Yet for some reason, out of all the women he could choose, he picked her. And Eva never saw herself as particularly beautiful. She was passionate, loyal, and deceived, but not beautiful, not wealthy, not an heiress. Her reputation was already ruined. Maybe that's what he wanted. A useful, obedient woman like her. Someone who'd offered to do all the corporate work for him. He must have already realized how talented she was, capable of handling any position with skill and confidence. Or maybe he chose her because it would be easy to throw her away once she'd played her part. Eva was the kind of woman who wouldn't cling or beg. Maybe that was the point. She was the type who'd sign the divorce papers without a word and walk away. If he hadn't done anything bad to her yet, she'd be naive to think he was doing this for anyone's sake but his own. Eva realized there was no point overthinking it. She had no other choice. So she asked again if he was truly sure about his decision. Did he really want her as his wife? Gage Acheron looked absolutely confident. He even teased her. Did she think she wasn't good enough for a man like him? That arrogance irritated her. Why did he enjoy confusing her every time she tried to be serious? She wanted to look confident too. After all, this marriage was beneficial for her as well. Honestly, she thought he was the lucky one, marrying a woman like her. Finally, Gage heard something reasonable from her. He didn't want her doubting this decision anymore. At this point, he took her words as acceptance. Her agreement to marry him and accept all his terms. But Eva wanted him to wait a little. Didn't he think they needed more time to talk things through? They had to discuss the terms before making anything official. She was sure he had his own conditions, and she wanted to know them all before signing anything. Gage realized again how smart she was. But he had to give Mr. Park his answer right now. If he didn't, he might lose the opportunity. Eva thought he could respond to Mr. Park first. They'd have plenty of time to talk afterward. But Gage couldn't do that. What if she changed her mind and ran away after he accepted the deal? Eva promised she wouldn't, and suggested they sign a contract right now. And she didn't mean a marriage contract. She meant a formal agreement for their arrangement. That idea actually sounded better to him, so he agreed to do exactly as Eva suggested. He pulled out his phone and ordered someone to prepare the contract immediately. While it was being drafted, he told Eva to wait here. He'd go talk to Mr. Park to keep him busy. That would give her time to think everything through one last time. Before leaving, he reminded her again, once she signed the contract, there'd be no turning back. He was almost out the door when he suddenly turned back. He had one more thing to say to her. He stood behind her, close enough for her to feel his warm breath on her neck, and it made her tense up instantly. Gage leaned over her and whispered in her ear that he was giving her one last chance to back out. A final opportunity, if she wanted to take it. One last chance to back out. What did that even mean? Eva didn't understand. She paced the room, trying to go over every possible outcome in her head. Deep down, she knew she had nothing left to lose, so she could make her decision without any hesitation. Gage didn't make her wait too long. After a short while, he appeared in the room again, holding a large black folder in his hands. She hadn't even noticed how fast time had passed. The moment she saw him, her heart started pounding. Faster, stronger, almost uncontrollably. Staring at the black folder in his hands, Eva realized that inside it lay her future, and the fate she was about to choose for herself. Gage told her that he had asked Mr. Park to give him a few more hours, and then he would provide his final answer. The man asked if she'd had enough time to think everything through, or if perhaps she'd changed her mind. When Eva replied that she truly wanted to make a deal with him, Gage looked satisfied. He told her she should first take a look at what he was offering. He handed her the black folder, saying he would give her an entire month to decide whether she would marry him or not. And even if she refused his proposal, he would still accept the position Mr. Park offered him and give her what she had originally wanted. But during that month, there were several conditions, all written down in the contract. Eva needed to review those conditions carefully, as they were mandatory and had to be followed. She tried to read every line with full attention, determined not to miss a single detail. At first, the contract seemed fine. Nothing alarming. But she knew she had to keep reading until she reached the section printed in small letters. Maybe it was too early to feel relieved. She hadn't yet reached the part with his main conditions. When she finally got to that section, she paused for a few minutes, trying to calm herself down and prepare for whatever unpleasant surprises might be waiting. The first condition she read completely stunned her. Party A must give Party B one kiss every night. She was already scared to keep reading. The very first clause confused and unsettled her. Gage stood beside her, quietly watching her reaction to what she was reading in the agreement. Eva knew his terms wouldn't be ordinary and tried to brace herself. But still, this man clearly wasn't taking that clause entirely seriously. Her inner voice told her to stop and ask him right away about the part she didn't understand. Why just one kiss? And when he said only one, what exactly did he mean by that? Gage didn't hesitate to answer. He explained he meant one kiss, nothing more, nothing binding. But it had to happen every night. He smiled, thinking that shouldn't be too hard for her. That's why he made it the first condition. Did he mean that one kiss would be all he wanted? Was he trying to lure her into breaking the deal? Gage didn't feel the need to answer. Everything would depend on her. If she wanted more, it would be her choice. Because he was confident Eva wouldn't be able to resist his charm for long, and that eventually she'd want something more than what was written in the contract. Then she read the consequences for breaking the first clause. If the kiss didn't happen, the punishment would be chosen by the other party, and it wouldn't be discussed in advance. Yes. He'd be free to interpret the situation however he liked, and could kiss her as much as he wanted without her consent. She'd have no right to refuse. Reading that, Eva was shocked. Did he really intend to create terms that would make her feel so uncomfortable? Inside, she felt strong resistance. She doubted whether she should sign at all. But on the other hand, she didn't have a choice. Something in her life had to change. The more she read this nonsense, the more she wanted to slap him. These terms felt childish and ridiculous. Eva needed time to calm down, but she didn't have it. Mr. Park was still waiting for Gage's answer. The next clause stated that Party A must not touch Party B during the kiss. The punishment for violating that clause, Party A must grant Party B one wish, completely of Party B's choosing. Gage knew Eva might find these conditions absurd, but he thought they weren't that difficult. It all depended on her principles and determination. The next clause was just as shocking. Party A must warm Party B's bed every night. Eva actually coughed from surprise. She hadn't expected to see that in the agreement. She'd guessed he might ask for something unusual, but she never thought he'd demand this. Wasn't he the one who'd said he had no intention of getting her into bed? Then why the hell was he asking for one kiss and no touching, only to end up with this in the end? Eva lifted her gaze from the document and gave him a suspicious look, as if trying to read his true intentions. Gage understood that look immediately and warned her not to jump to conclusions or imagine things that weren't there. Then he pointed to the bottom of the page, telling her to read the note there first before assuming anything. It said that warming the bed was meant literally, so she shouldn't overthink it. Eva got the point, but still didn't understand why he wanted that. Was he really that lonely? Craving someone's warmth and presence after so long? Holding the paper in her hands, Eva still wanted him to explain each clause. Simple as they seemed, they clearly carried hidden meaning. Gage said everything was already explained clearly. She was smart enough to get it, and he didn't feel like clarifying anything. He didn't have the time or the patience. She would literally have to warm his bed, lie in it until it felt pleasant and comfortable, and she'd have to do that every single night, no matter how tired or unwell she felt. Did that kind of gesture actually satisfy him? Just knowing that before he went to sleep, she had been lying in his bed, making it warm for him? Sure, he was attractive, but deep down, he was crazy. Eva honestly wondered how someone like him even existed. The punishment for breaking that clause was that Party A must allow Party B to perform one intimate thing in bed, though Party A still had the right to refuse. All of it felt bizarre and unsettling to Eva, but looking at Gage, he seemed perfectly fine with it. If she thought carefully, though, by following all the terms, she could actually avoid those punishments altogether. In an addendum to the last clause, it also said that Party A must not touch Party B while performing Clause 2. Clause 4 stated that Party A must live with Party B for the duration of the agreement, return home before dinner every day, and must not have contact with any other men during the month. And for not following the clauses, there were punishments, none of which were in her favor. Of course, she was shocked, but accepting such terms wasn't that hard. Still, to fully understand, she wanted to read the agreement one more time. Finally, this was the last page of the contract, and Eva was surprised that this was it, that these were all the conditions. Gage smiled again. He liked it when Eva got frustrated or didn't quite understand something. But if she wanted more terms added to the contract, he could easily write them in, and after carefully hearing her out, make his own adjustments. Eva quickly replied that there was no need to add or change anything. She wasn't planning to modify this agreement in any way. He told her not to worry. As long as she followed all the terms, there'd be no reason to fear the consequences. Still, the final decision was hers, and she had to make it right now. Gage seemed to know her answer perfectly well, but he wanted to hear it from her directly. Eva hesitated to sign the contract, but Gage kept reminding her that he didn't have much time, so she needed to hurry. He pointed at the clock and told her she had 10 minutes left. She could use that time to think more carefully, or decide to back out before it was too late. She had the right to refuse his offer while she still could, because once she signed her name, there'd be no turning back. Two feelings were battling inside her. Even though her inner voice whispered doubts, Eva kept trying to convince herself she could handle this, and that she wouldn't regret her decision. Still, she found his conditions incredibly strange, and honestly, she had to admit, ridiculously funny. You'd have to be a real idiot to demand a human bed warmer. But maybe he had some kind of emotional trauma. People were all different after all. She shouldn't judge him too harshly. Maybe he was just afraid of using an electric heater, worried it might suddenly catch fire. Or maybe Mr. Acheron could only sleep in a bed warmed by another person's body heat, and that's why he included this in the contract. Maybe that was the case, but what could cause such odd quirks in a man as handsome as him? No one knew. The rich always had their weird habits. Besides, she didn't have time to think about that now. Eva knew this man was insanely suspicious, but he was her only option. Like she'd said before, she was willing to do anything to get revenge on her family. So right now, she believed she was doing the right thing, and no obstacle would stop her from her goal. Eva simply couldn't find a better option than this one. especially with all the nasty rumors already staining her name. If she didn't agree, it would take forever before she could stand back on her feet again. And that's not even counting her revenge. This deal was the fastest and simplest way to reach her goal. As long as Gage kept his word, nothing would be impossible. And Eva was ready to give up everything to get what she wanted. That's why she decided to sign the contract right away. Because whenever she started to overthink, doubts would creep in. All that was left was a single step, to sign her name and take a huge leap toward her goal. Just as Eva picked up the pen and prepared to sign, Gage hinted again that she shouldn't rush. He wanted to make sure she truly understood that once she signed, there'd be no way back. It was a hard decision, but Eva had already made up her mind. She was ready to put her signature on that paper. She fully understood what she was doing, so Mr. Acheron had nothing to worry about. Eva had signed countless contracts in her life, none less important than this one. Even though this deal with the devil was pretty simple and straightforward, she didn't need a lawyer to figure out every little clause. Still, Gage felt it was his duty to warn her. And he did. The rest was up to Eva, and all the responsibility was hers alone. It was almost as if he was trying to stop her from making a big mistake. But Eva was determined. She had no intention of backing out. She'd have to live next to him and endure his presence, even when all she'd want was peace and quiet. Eva had to remember, once the contract was signed, there would be no escape. And if she did try to escape, the punishment would be far worse than having to deal with his constant presence. Eva wanted to make it clear that running away wasn't even on her mind. She'd have enough work to keep her busy and ignore the little things. As long as he kept his word, Eva would live by his rules and do her job properly. Gage was pleased with her answer. To him, she seemed like a very obedient, focused girl, someone who always delivered results. Eva decided she'd already spent enough time thinking and talking. It was time to sign. Without wasting another minute, she quickly found the signature line and did it, not even thinking that she might soon regret that decision. Finally, with everything settled, they could move forward, carefully following every term of the contract. Gage suggested they start right away by taking off her glasses, the oversized ones that looked way too big for her face. Honestly, she should have gotten rid of those glasses a long time ago. She looked so much prettier without them. But Eva disagreed. She was used to wearing them. They were comfortable for her. Besides, she couldn't see well without them. She just couldn't go without. She didn't understand what was wrong with her glasses anyway. How could they possibly bother him, aside from the fact that he didn't like their design? Gage stepped closer to her and, for the first time, tried to look her straight in the eyes. Without the glasses, Eva was actually really pretty, though no one had ever noticed it before. Eva stared right back into his eyes without blinking once. It almost felt like he was trying to hypnotize her, but she wasn't about to fall for that. Then he gently put her glasses back on and said that if she felt more comfortable that way, they'd stay as they were. He told her it was time to go. They had to leave right now, so she needed to get ready immediately. After everything that had happened in her life lately, Eva really didn't feel like going anywhere. She tried to convince Gage to change his mind. If they were really going to live together, he should start being kinder and stop calling her pet. It sounded disgusting and humiliating. She had a perfectly normal name, and it sounded nice. From now on, he should use that. Nothing else. Gage agreed. If that's what she wanted, he'd respect it. But maybe he could call her my dear Eva instead? She quickly cut him off. No need to add anything fancy. Just Eva was perfectly fine. He smiled and agreed, though he couldn't help but point out that dear Eva sounded beautiful, and he really liked saying it. Gage was about to leave, but Eva stopped him. Another small problem had come up. She asked him to wait and listen to her. Things couldn't stay as they were, and it needed to be dealt with right now. He paused, confused why Eva wasn't following his request. They didn't have much time, and they really needed to go. Eva even had to shout at him, loudly to make him stop. She tried to explain that she was wearing pajamas. Did he really expect her to go out in public dressed like this? Gage pointed out that she looked adorable in her pink pajamas and couldn't understand what the problem was. Eva insisted she needed to go home to pick up clothes and other personal things. Stuff she really needed. He told her that wasn't necessary. He could buy her everything new, better than what she had. But then, after thinking it over for a moment, he agreed. He'd let her say goodbye to her home and grab her things. When they arrived at her house, Gage looked around carefully. It wasn't as luxurious as his, of course, but it was neat and cozy enough. As Eva packed her things, Gage quietly watched her. He couldn't understand why all this stuff meant so much to her, why she wanted to take it all with her. To Eva, these were valuable, sentimental things. Sure, he could buy her new ones, but she didn't want to part with what she already loved. She packed one big suitcase and several boxes, so she needed Gage's help carrying them to the car. To her surprise, Gage said he wouldn't even mind if she wanted to move her entire apartment into his place. Eva was shocked. Why the sudden change of heart? Just a while ago, he'd insisted she couldn't bring her things into his house. As they stepped outside and headed toward the car, Eva heard the sound of a camera shutter. Someone had taken their picture. She froze, terrified that reporters had found them and snapped a photo together. By tomorrow, they'd twist the story into a pile of lies that could ruin everything. Panicking, she grabbed Gage's hand and pulled him with her, trying to hide. She kept shouting that they had to run, but judging by his calm face, he didn't seem to think it was urgent. When they finally got back to the apartment, Eva quickly shut the door behind them. There were tons of reporters outside her apartment, all waiting for that one sensational shot of Eva so they could be the first to post fake stories online and in the press. Eva was terrified. That kind of media attention made her anxious, and she knew perfectly well that the reporters could not see her with him. She didn't want Gage's name dragged through the mud or tied to scandal, especially now that he'd just taken such an important position. On top of that, she could become a laughingstock until she proved her innocence and cleared her name completely. Eva suggested that Gage should go without her. She'd stay in the apartment until the reporters left. After all, they wouldn't wait there forever. She didn't want anyone to see her, so she planned to make them believe she'd vanished off the face of the earth. Was Eva really planning to suddenly strike back like some vengeful villain reborn from the ashes? She smiled. Though she didn't really feel like answering his sarcasm, it honestly didn't sound like such a bad idea. She'd only reveal herself to the world when the time came to say checkmate. Gage thought her plan was good, just not completely thought through. For the first time, she fully agreed with him, but the journalist problem still wasn't solved. They needed a new way to get rid of those unwanted guests. She planned to play this game for as long and as cleverly as it took, just like they had played with her life. And if needed, she'd make them believe she was dead. Was Eva really going to lower her relatives' guard? Make them relax, thinking she was finally at peace? Gage realized again how smart she was, and honestly, he liked her devious plan. He suspected this place, maybe even the whole building, belonged to her enemies. After all, they'd even let the reporters come inside. Eva confirmed it. The entire complex belonged to her ex-fiancé's grandparents. That explained a lot. Now, Gage wanted to hear what Eva planned to do, how she intended to slip out of this building without being noticed. He glanced around the apartment, and his eyes stopped on a large wardrobe in the living room. When Eva opened it, all her clothes hung neatly, but they were almost all the same. Gage was surprised and asked if that was really everything she had, and why she owned so few things. Eva had never really thought about it. She figured what she had was enough and never paid much attention to her wardrobe. Gage asked where she kept her dresses, or if she even had any. Didn't she ever want to dress up like other girls? Eva said she did have a few dresses that she loved and wore to almost every event. But those dresses were all pretty much the same too. Her wardrobe looked more like that of a 40-year-old woman than a young girl. At first, Eva didn't understand why he was looking through her clothes, but then it hit her. He was hinting that she should change her look, disguise herself as someone else. She said she could totally pull that off, no problem, then asked him to go wait in another room while she made her grand transformation. Eva pushed Gage out of the room and slammed the door shut. He stood there for a moment. Her sudden confidence really caught him off guard. Gage trusted her creativity, sure, but he still thought this was something he should personally take care of. He immediately pulled out his phone, made a quick call, sent the address, and asked for Eloise to be sent over right away. All he could do now was wait. First for Eva's big reveal, and then for Eloise, who could help perfect her look. Finally, the door opened. Gage looked up eagerly, hoping she'd really surprise him, that he'd see a completely different person standing there. He was curious what this unusual girl had come up with, though judging by her wardrobe, he wasn't expecting much of a transformation. But when he finally saw her, he was genuinely shocked. Her look had completely changed. Though he had to admit it was also a little bit funny. Standing in front of him was Eva, dressed like a teenager. Her hair was hidden under a big hood, and her face was covered with a mask and oversized sunglasses. She honestly believed that with her face completely hidden like that, the reporters still waiting outside her door wouldn't recognize her. Eva confidently headed for the door, not understanding why Gage wasn't coming with her. Did he really plan to just stay in the apartment, waiting for the reporters to get tired and leave on their own? But that wasn't what Gage had in mind. The moment they saw someone dressed like that, the reporters would immediately suspect something. He was sure they'd swarm her like vultures. Maybe she could fool ordinary people, but not professionals who saw disguises like this almost every day. Anything strange always caught journalists' attention. People trying to hide always stood out, exactly because they tried too hard to blend in. Ava thought they could take as many pictures as they wanted. Who cared as long as her face wasn't visible in any of them? Had she forgotten that the reporters were crowded tightly by the exit? They could pounce on her like hawks, maybe even rip off her hood or mask. Never underestimate that pack of wild dogs, ready to tear each other apart just to get a breaking shot and some extra publicity. He couldn't allow her to be manhandled like that. Still, she'd have to leave first. They couldn't be seen together. If he was going to protect her from scandal, that was the least he could do. She just needed to trust him and follow his lead. Ava had to listen carefully. He couldn't just leave her here alone. They had to think fast and act smart. But Eva didn't want to listen. She wanted to stick to her own plan. Convinced her disguise was perfect and that no one would suspect a thing. Gage quickly cut off her emotional protest, telling her to lower her voice. Someone could be listening. He wanted her to let him handle it, to show her the best way out of the mess they'd stumbled into. Then, right outside her apartment door, she appeared. A stylish, elegant woman with huge branded shopping bags in her hands. Gage immediately introduced her to Eva. Her name was Eloise, and she was the best makeup artist and stylist in the entire district. Eloise was warm and friendly. She greeted Eva right away, genuinely happy to meet her. Though surprised to see a stylist and makeup artist in her apartment, Eva greeted her back, though she still thought she didn't need any help. Eva glanced at Gage, her eyes silently asking why he'd called a stylist without even consulting her. Gage assured her there was nothing to worry about. Eloise would take good care of everything, and he was certain Eva would like the result. Eloise worked fast. Within minutes, Eva's makeup was done. All that was left was to change her dress and shoes. Gage was pleased with how everything looked so far so Eloise could go. He thanked her for the great job. She'd handled everything perfectly and quickly. Eloise was confident Eva could handle the rest. The dress, on her own. So she quickly left the apartment. Eva had been in the other room for quite a while and still hadn't come out. Gage waited impatiently, but Eva didn't seem in a hurry to show off her new look. Maybe she was having trouble or needed help. He figured he should at least offer. He decided to knock on her door and ask if everything was okay. "You've been changing for way too long," he said. "If you're having trouble, I can help." From behind the door, she answered with clear frustration. She didn't like the dress. She said it looked too strange for her taste. Gage didn't wait for permission. He opened the door and stepped inside to see for himself. The moment he saw her, he froze, pleasantly surprised. Eva looked completely different. It was like seeing a new person. He stood across from her, speechless. She was so beautiful that he couldn't take his eyes off her. He didn't understand why she looked so displeased. She was absolutely stunning. But Eva felt uncomfortable in that outfit and wanted to change back. She couldn't hide her irritation. When she said she had to change, Gage immediately stopped her. She wanted to hide from the reporters, right? Well, this look was perfect for that. Even he hadn't recognized her at first. Taking her hand, he led her to the mirror, telling her to really look at herself, to see that she looked incredible. "This," he said, "is how you disappear while staying right in plain sight." It had to work. No one had ever seen her like this. Everyone was used to the serious, plain office mouse version of Eva. To finish the look, Gage suggested adding a pair of oversized sunglasses. They made her seem even more elegant and refined. In that disguise, Eva could walk right out of her apartment, and he was sure not a single person would recognize her. So Eva looked at her reflection. She could hardly believe it was her. She looked like a real, elegant lady. Gage offered her his arm, and together they prepared to leave the apartment, ready to walk past the reporters without raising a single eyebrow. "Are you ready?" he asked. "Walk straight and confident. Chin up, shoulders back. And if you look at the reporters, see them like they're just random people on the street. Or better yet," he added, "imagine they're pathetic little bugs crawling around your feet." Right now, Eva felt like that would actually be easy. She was barely afraid anymore. Still, as they walked side by side, Eva was nervous she might trip, so she held tightly onto Gage's arm. She didn't usually wear heels, and today they were very high. the highest she'd ever worn in her life. Gage reassured her that she had nothing to worry about. He was right beside her and wouldn't let her stumble or fall. Even though Eva was trembling with fear inside, she didn't show it. She walked confidently next to him, trusting him completely. There were so many things she wanted to say, but she chose to stay silent, afraid her words might later be twisted by the press. She couldn't stop thinking about how nervous she was. What would happen if they caught and recognized her? She had to stop overthinking. First, she needed to relax, to believe that nothing bad was going to happen. Her inner voice teased her. Was the crown squeezing her head too tight? She'd never felt this confident about her appearance before. Maybe it was because of the man she was holding on to so tightly, the one whose hand she refused to let go of. It really was because of him. He had that kind of presence, something magnetic. It didn't matter what he said or did. His very aura drew people in. Eva could tell that Gage was the kind of man who could make a crowd part with just a single glance. So being beside him made her feel completely safe, like nothing could touch her as long as he was there. As they passed through the press, Eva felt her heart racing. She could sense all those eyes on her, journalists staring, desperate to catch even the smallest clue. But she kept her chin high, pretending none of it bothered her at all. Her charm was mesmerizing. People couldn't look away or even think clearly while she was near. The reporters studied them carefully, trying to figure out who they were. For a moment, they even forgot why they had come to this building in the first place. Eva walked confidently, knowing she just had to hold it together for a few more minutes. And then it would all be over. They'd almost made it through the crowd. Ahead of them was a long hallway, and at the very end, the elevator. That was their goal. When they reached it, Gage was supposed to hit the button, but for some reason, he hesitated. Time seemed to slow down. Eva started to panic, and Gage could tell. So he gently pulled her close, hoping to calm her down. Finally, the elevator arrived. They quickly stepped inside. It was done. It seemed like they had pulled it off. The reporters hadn't recognized her. But even as the doors began to close, the journalists kept staring, their eyes locked on the mysterious pair. Once the doors shut, the reporters started arguing among themselves, trying to figure out who those people were. None of them could recall any celebrities living in that building, though the man did look oddly familiar. As for the woman, they couldn't quite place her either, but she definitely looked like a model. Or maybe an actress. She was stunning, and her very presence drew admiration. The reporters assumed they must be famous. But if they were famous, why couldn't anyone remember their names? Surely someone should have recognized them. One of the reporters asked if anyone had managed to snap a photo. Maybe they could zoom in later and figure out who they were. But everyone had been so captivated by the couple that not a single person had thought to take a picture. It was embarrassingly unprofessional. The journalists were frustrated. Could it really be that no one got a single shot? Still, the pair had appeared and vanished so suddenly, so gracefully. There was no point regretting it now. One of them reminded the group to stay focused on their original task. He pulled up a photo of Eva on his phone, immediately noticing her bright red hair. He studied the picture carefully, comparing it to the elegant woman who had just walked by him moments ago. But the girl in the photo looked plain, completely ordinary. There was no way anyone could believe she and that graceful lady were the same person. Eva and Gage were already in the elevator, so there was no point in anyone chasing them. It seemed like they'd managed to slip past the press without raising any suspicion. Eva finally managed to relax a little and let go of Gage's hand, which she'd been gripping so tightly. Gage pointed out that the simplest way to hide was not to hide at all. Somehow that always worked. He asked how she was feeling now and whether she enjoyed being part of such a risky little adventure. Eva still couldn't believe that not a single reporter had even started to suspect it was them. Finally, they reached the car and could safely head to Gage's house. Gage told Eva that he'd be starting work at his new position in 3 days, so she still had some time to perfect her disguise. Eva didn't get why she needed to perfect anything. After all, she would be doing the work for him without ever appearing in public. From now on, she'd be known as Evelyn Lee, his smartest, most alluring, and most seductive personal secretary and assistant. Eva didn't want to talk on the way to the estate. She wanted Gage to focus on driving safely. His decision to make her his secretary and personal assistant threw her off. She had her own ideas about working at a competitor's company. After a moment's thought, she agreed, knowing it was the perfect setup for her to handle the work efficiently on his behalf. And of course, she'd always need to be by Gage's side. To avoid unnecessary steps, she needed to see and hear everything firsthand. She'd have the chance to monitor him closely and guide him whenever he really needed help. This wasn't just about protecting him from scandal. It was also to prevent the kind of fall that had happened to her. Everything Eva suggested worked for Gage. They managed to reach an agreement quickly without causing each other extra problems. Still, there were a few points that needed more discussion, so they decided to cover them once they got home. Eva didn't understand why there was anything left to discuss. Everything seemed clear and already agreed upon. As they drove past the company where Eva used to work, it was obvious she was angry and irritated. Gage noticed and jokingly asked if she was secretly planning the perfect way to burn the whole building to the ground. Eva shot him a serious look and replied confidently that, yes, that was exactly what she wanted. To burn it to ashes and forget it all like a nightmare. Gage noted that she spoke like a character out of a novel about vengeful thieves, always craving revenge. Eva wondered who was really to blame. Her family had shaped her into this person, even if they hadn't meant to. That's why she wouldn't disappoint her dear relatives. The way they made her. That's the way she'd remain for them. Gage could sense the immense anger she held toward her family, and her firm determination to get revenge for everything they'd done. But Eva noticed that Gage himself looked unusually tense, as if something had him on edge. Yet all it took was a glance at his charming smile, and she caught herself thinking she wanted to devour him. Then she realized she was overthinking. Most likely, he was just enjoying watching the little drama unfold. Her inner voice called her thoughts silly. Really, did she actually think this devilishly handsome man was smiling because he was a big fan of the drama? Who knew? She didn't want to think about that right now. She figured Gage's mind was impossible to read. She was bursting with the desire to start preparing for her work at the competitor's company, to take steps that would make them all regret underestimating her. But she knew she had to wait just a little longer. Eva and Gage had already arrived at the huge estate. Here, she felt safe, so she could finally relax a little. Unexpectedly, Gage announced that he would be leaving on business and wouldn't return for 3 days. Eva was surprised. He had never even mentioned the possibility of being away for a few days, leaving her alone in such a massive house. Since they were working together, Eva decided she had the right to know exactly where he was going. At first, he didn't want to answer. It was his personal business. But he ultimately decided to be honest and explain what he'd be handling. He was a healthy man in his prime and unmarried to boot. So he had just 3 days before diving headfirst into all this work nonsense. When Gage said he might take a short walk while he could, Eva didn't like it. She felt he shouldn't be doing that. He immediately smiled and even coughed a little, surprised by Eva's reaction to his words. It felt strange to him because she was acting as if she were his wife. Of course, it stung that she hadn't yet decided about his proposal, but he hoped she would make the right choice. Right now was her chance. If she wanted to say something, she could. He was listening carefully. After all, Gage was the kind of guy who would really follow his wife's orders and hardly ever argue with her. Eva's inner voice screamed that this couldn't be real. It was like something out of a fantasy. She said he misunderstood her. She was referring to the part of the contract stating she had to kiss him every night and warm his bed. If he left for a few days, how could she fulfill the contract's conditions? Would that count as a violation? With consequences in the form of punishment? Again, she was saying one thing while thinking another, pretending not to have heard his last remark so she wouldn't have to act on it. Eva tried to ignore her inner voice because she didn't know how to react, while he seemed to be teasing her, which she clearly understood. It wasn't hard for him to explain. He said it was just a whim, so no penalties would apply to her. Besides, she hadn't said anything when signing the contract. She could have added punishments for him too, as contract clauses. He had responsibilities as well, and for not spending the night with her, he could be punished, even if he was away on business. Eva didn't understand why he was bringing this up now. Had Gage forgotten the contract was already signed with no changes allowed? These discussions made no sense. Their signatures were already there. But she couldn't let him leave now. She knew she couldn't give orders. She wasn't his fiancé or even his girlfriend. She couldn't allow anything to interfere with her plan for revenge on the Young family. Not even him. If he got caught up in a scandal and ruined his reputation, all her plans would collapse before they even started. And if they started dating, would he continue seeing other women and openly tell her about it? He was surprised. He couldn't believe such thoughts were running through her mind. She hadn't even agreed to marry him yet, and she was already worrying about having to share him with someone else. Did she really think he was the type of man who would play around with other women while having a lover? She knew modern men loved cheating. They were never satisfied with just one woman and craved variety. Everyone knows the richer a man is, the thicker his wallet, the more admirers he has wanting to take advantage of him. And she assumed Mr. Gage Acheron was that type of man. Maybe that's why he was still unmarried, but liked to stroll through nightclubs. Eva had seen too many men who treated cheating as normal. Even her ex-fiancé, who for money would do anything just to avoid working. That jerk had probably cheated on her back in college, and she never even suspected it. Gage didn't want Eva to think that about him. It bothered him. He wanted to show her tenderness, so he gently touched her cheek. She didn't need to worry. He would definitely return, wouldn't do anything shameful, and he could even promise that. Interesting. How did he know she was worried about that? Could he really read her like an open book? If he broke his promise, she'd make sure to punish him, regardless of what the contract said. He didn't mind and quickly agreed. He liked that Eva cared and was worried about him. Eva was completely serious. She didn't want him to think she was joking just to lighten the mood. He understood everything but wanted her to know he never proposes to date girls casually. Free relationships didn't interest him. He was determined. Right now, he was only interested in marriage, not wasting time on trivialities. So if she wanted full control over him, there was just one small thing she needed to do, and everything she wanted could come true. Nothing special or complicated. All it took was agreeing to be his wife, and he would belong entirely to her. Eva didn't know what to say. Was he really serious? Why was he so insistent on her becoming his wife, without even letting them just date? But there was no rush. He agreed to give her a full month to think everything through carefully and without pressure. Maybe she had already realized that he liked her right away. He just first saw her at the nightclub. Gage also caught Eva's attention, but she was wary because sometimes he acted strangely, even frightening her with his unpredictability. Since they were both here and evening was falling, Gage suggested that she fulfill the terms of their agreement. She could kiss him before he left. And that would be the first step towards seeing if she really liked him. Giving her time to think it over, Gage noticed Eva starting to get nervous, but she tried to hide it. She seemed uncomfortable and uneasy. Any beginner would be nervous, and she was no exception. She couldn't understand why Mr. Acheron seemed so surprised, like this was something incredible. If everything was fine, why wasn't she doing anything to fulfill her duty and move the process forward? No need to rush. Did she really want to imply that she'd never kissed anyone or been close to a man before? Of course not. She was an adult woman who'd had long-term relationships and even an ex-fiancé she lived with for a while. She was just saying she'd never been the initiator. That's why it felt unusual for her to start things on her own without any hints from him. It felt foreign and didn't trigger any natural feelings. No need for further explanation. Gage understood perfectly. The situation wasn't standard, so anything was possible. And for the first time, he could help her relax and carry out this part of the agreement without any discomfort. She didn't need to worry, just trust him and let go. There was nothing scary about not getting it right the first time. Today was an unusual day, so he allowed her to practice on him and not stress about the result at all. Eva couldn't help herself. Hearing his seductive voice made it impossible not to want to pounce on him. But with a stern look, she told him she didn't need practice at all. And Mr. Acheron was wrong in his assumption. There was no time to hesitate, so Eva braved touching him first, turning toward him. At first, she just wanted to look into his big eyes. She tried to move closer, but it looked awkward and she couldn't manage it. She even started getting frustrated. The rules said she couldn't touch him during the kiss, so she quickly tried to take his hand. Yet, as she leaned in, her hand ended up on his neck again. She just didn't know how else to do it. Gage noticed how bold she was. Her strong character wouldn't let her give up or back down. Touching him, Eva finally went for the kiss, hoping he wouldn't push her away. As promised, Gage tried to help her, but he quickly realized her determination didn't need any support. Eva kissed him quickly, but broke the rule. She touched his body during the kiss. Gage loved it, and he wanted to kiss her again, explaining that the first kiss was just practice, and now they needed to do it properly. Eva knew she needed to keep her distance and wanted to step back, but he held her tightly, pressing her against him. Gage noticed that Eva didn't even resist, which meant she enjoyed being in his arms, so he didn't rush to let go. But he moved carefully, not wanting to scare her with his insistence. Eva finally exhaled after fulfilling her duty. She couldn't even speak. Her feelings were strange, almost unfamiliar. He tried joking, saying it was more like a punch. Only instead of fists, Eva used her gentle lips. Eva didn't like that joke. Could he really dare to criticize her, knowing exactly what position she was in? Besides, he hadn't clarified which kind of kiss she was supposed to give him. Did he forget or just not think it through beforehand? He completely agreed with her, as always thinking she was right. Even if he wanted to argue, he had neither the strength nor the time. It was getting dark, and he needed to leave. But he didn't want to leave Eva alone in his huge, almost empty house. He stepped out of this car to open the door for Eva, who would be staying home. She reluctantly got out of the car, showing with every movement that she didn't want Gage to leave her alone. He felt it was his duty to tell Eva that this kiss had been unforgettable for him and that he would eagerly look forward to repeating it the next evening. But he decided it was best to wait a little, so as not to create tension between them. It was time to hit the road, yet Gage realized he wanted more than ever to stay home. Why did he feel so mysterious and possessive now? Maybe it was because the playful smile wasn't on his face this time. Gage suggested Eva spend these 3 days perfecting her disguise. Time would fly, and she wouldn't even notice how quickly he'd return. Everything was already prepared, so she just needed to focus on honing her skills. Eva didn't see any problems with that and fully agreed with his advice. She needed to get used to her new image and lifestyle. If they'd taken care of everything and fulfilled their duties, he could leave without worrying about her. She'd be responsible and eagerly await his return. She also needed to make sure she learned all his responsibilities related to the new job at the company. Gage hugged Eva again and whispered in her ear not to be sad. They'd see each other in 3 days. Eva stood by the car, watching Gage leave reluctantly. He looked back at her, reminded once more of how much he liked her, which made his desire to marry her even stronger. He got in the car and drove off for his errands, leaving Eva standing in the middle of the driveway of the Devil's huge estate. She felt lonely, but she had time to rethink everything and set her plans on the right path. Eva touched her lips, still feeling the memory of his kiss on them. When she signed the contract and agreed to all the terms, she never imagined she'd actually like them and want to repeat them every night. Eva was so lost in thought she didn't notice the butler approaching, calling her name for some time already. The butler and a few maids came out to escort Eva to the house and help her settle in. Mr. Clark had worked as the butler in this house for a long time, serving Mr. Akron faithfully. Eva immediately decided to ask if Mr. Clark could tell her the story of the maid who had run away from this house. Mr. Clark didn't understand which runaway she meant. And really, why did she need to know what happened in this house long before she arrived? While Gage was away, Eva worked a lot and didn't even notice that 3 days had already flown by. While Gage was away, Eva worked a lot and didn't even notice that 3 days had already flown by. Sitting in the chair, Eva watched the clock, and by the time it was clear he should have already returned. That was right. Eva had been completely caught up in work and him these past 3 days and didn't even get a chance to rest. She was really annoyed. Couldn't he even have had the decency to call her or at least send a message? This little devil had suddenly appeared in her life and just as suddenly disappeared, without contacting her even once. Wasn't he curious whether she was managing everything and how life in his house was for her? And she didn't want to be compared to him. They were completely different, and it was rare that their thoughts aligned. If he didn't show up by evening, Eva planned to call Mr. Park and, if needed, find this rascal herself and drag him home. The hour was late. When the clock struck midnight, a rustle came from the front door. He carefully opened the front door, knowing Eva might be resting at that hour and not wanting to scare her. The house was quiet, so Gage didn't expect Eva to greet him. When he entered the living room, he was surprised to see Eva sitting in the chair, seemingly waiting for him. As Gage approached, he noticed she was fast asleep but still had the laptop on her lap. Had she really been working until she was so exhausted she couldn't even make it to bed? Gage realized she had fallen asleep waiting for him. It was the first time in his life someone had waited, or maybe even worried, about him. Eva didn't hear anything because she was sleeping deeply. In those pajamas, she looked incredible, cozy and homey. In life, she was like a fierce tigress protecting herself from all troubles. But asleep, she was like a sweet little kitten craving warmth and tenderness. Gage smiled. She had grown even more beautiful these past days. Now he could stand beside her and look at her without causing any discomfort. He thought he should carefully remove her glasses since she could break them, or even hurt her face while sleeping. But then he quickly withdrew his hand, worried he might wake her. He decided to compose himself first, and then they'd go to bed together. While he was gone, Ava could catch a little more sleep in the chair by the warm fire. Later, she'd have to warm his bed with her body before he went to sleep. Gage left, and Eva stayed sleeping in the chair. She didn't even stir, completely exhausted and deep asleep. He decided to take a shower, starting by stripping off all his clothes. The trip had been tough on him, too. He was tired and thought a warm shower would help him relax and feel relief. His body was covered in blood, bruises, and scratches, so the warm water hurt and felt unpleasant. He needed to clean up because he couldn't appear before Eva like that. She might get scared, and he didn't want to answer her questions about what had happened. After the shower, Gage lay in bed, and beside him was Eva. His face looked perfect and handsome again, with that same smile lingering. When Eva opened her eyes, she noticed Gage lying next to her. She hadn't even heard him arrive, nor remembered how she ended up in bed beside him. He wished her good morning, but Eva jumped up quickly, realizing they had overslept. She checked the clock and leaped out of bed, shouting that they were terribly late and needed to wake up fast. Gage lay calmly in bed, asking Eva to relax. After all, he was the owner. She didn't need to rush. She remembered how a prince used to wake Sleeping Beauty. He thought the same tactic would work on him, so he suggested Eva try it. Eva was confused. She couldn't understand what was really wrong with this guy, and why he was always so calm, like nothing ever bothered him. To calm her down, Gage hugged her tightly, pressing her to him. It seemed only a kiss could balance her and let her understand everything was okay. That kiss was a true rescue for both of them, much better than the first one in the car. Surprisingly, it worked, and Eva calmed down quickly. She finally realized Gage had returned. She had waited for him. Still, she insisted Mr. Acheron get up. She wouldn't test her patience. She even swore she could make him regret it. Her request couldn't be ignored. She alone knew the right way to handle their work, and he had to follow her instructions. The man joked, saying he'd get out of bed only if she agreed to do something immediately. He really wanted one more kiss in their collection before starting work. Eva didn't listen. She grabbed his hand and pulled him along quickly. Maybe next time he'd stay in bed and see what she'd do if he didn't help. Eva was furious, begging him to stop fooling around and quickly get himself together and dressed. Then she threatened that if they were late today, he'd regret it. And he had no idea what this sweet little kitten was capable of when annoyed. Eva and Gage were all set and driving in their luxury car to the office. It was their first day at work, so they had a lot to do. At first, Eva rode in silence, but she did have one question for Mr. Acheron that she hadn't dared to ask yet. Gathering her courage, she finally asked why he had slept in her bed beside her, wanting a truthful answer. No jokes or excuses. And the usual story about her not warming his bed with her body wouldn't work today, so she expected something original from him. As far as she knew, he had come home very late the previous night, and she couldn't imagine that he'd climb into her bed without her permission. According to their contract, if any violation was his fault, she bore no responsibility, and no punishment could be applied. Besides, he had the audacity to lie in her bed. She didn't care about the reason. It only mattered that he did it without her consent. Gage understood all of Eva's grievances, and if she wanted, they could discuss it right now. He had to explain why he had gotten into her bed. The reason was simple. His own bed was too cold. Not because he had some hidden motives. Eva thought it would have been better if this sly wolf just said yes, and she would have been satisfied. But she still wanted to tease him a little and act offended. Gage couldn't even imagine what hidden motives she was talking about. Did she really think he'd tried to take advantage of her state to satisfy his male needs? Still, he decided to clarify. Maybe she could give some concrete examples to help him understand the whole picture of what might have happened. Eva was irritated, telling him not to mock her. He knew perfectly well what she meant. He wanted her to relax. This wasn't a business conversation, so there were no consequences to worry about. He was completely right. It was far more serious than they had imagined. Gage didn't want to argue, so he decided to agree with everything Eva said. Today, he'd raise the white flag and let her win. She was completely right. He had done it because his bed was cold, and for one other reason he didn't want to talk about. Eva wanted him to finish his explanation, but Gage wasn't sure if she really wanted to hear it. She wanted everything clarified before they got to the office, so she prepared to listen carefully. He agreed mainly because Eva was very persistent. She didn't want him to leave. When he returned, he found her asleep in the chair with her laptop. He decided to be the perfect gentleman and carried her to her room. He planned to leave after putting her to bed, but Eva clung to him and refused to let go. It was already too late, and he didn't want to wake her, so he let her hold on to him almost the entire night. Eva guessed that this rascal had probably made up this story without blinking, but when he teased her, there was always a spark in his eyes. Now it was gone. Could it all be true? Had he really told everything exactly as it happened? She couldn't believe it, and she didn't understand why she wanted to keep him close. That night, she looked adorable to him, like a little fluffy kitten. So he decided to be quiet and obedient, knowing that if he woke this kitten, she could turn into a fierce tigress. If that happened, the tigress could devour him alive without even chewing. So he decided not to risk it and submitted to her will. They needed to end the conversation as they were almost at the office. They decided to leave the topic behind and never revisit it. The car stopped in front of the office building. On her first day, Eva was a little nervous, but Gage was there, calm and composed. Today, Eva wore a beautiful white business dress, and beside her stood the handsome Mr. Acheron in a sharp suit, looking every bit like a high-ranking executive. Eva was about to head into the office when she noticed that he wasn't moving. He wasn't in a hurry. That expression suited her perfectly, Gage noted, addressing Miss Lee. Eva smiled and thanked Gage for the compliment. That's exactly what she wanted to hear from him before starting work. As the stylish pair walked toward the office entrance, employees greeted them, wishing them well on their first day. For Eva and Gage, a new life filled with exciting adventures was just beginning. Their first day at the office was supposed to be spectacular, since getting familiar with the work was meant to bring them a lot of enjoyment. The lobby of the office building was crowded with employees who had come out to greet the new CEO and his charming assistant. The staff accompanied them almost to the elevator, warmly welcoming them on their first day at the company. Some of the female employees were stunned because their new CEO was devilishly handsome. They even wanted to scream like crazy fangirls. And it wasn't just them. Other girls were equally thrilled, thinking their CEO looked like some kind of superstar. But they had no idea who the woman next to him was. She looked like a real knockout herself. They guessed she was probably his personal secretary. No one could insult her, and it was clear she fit the secretary role perfectly. It would be crazy if anyone didn't want such a hot piece, since she looked like a goddess. What kind of pair is that? The employees wondered. They thought that such a man had already been taken. Eva and Gage had already reached the right floor, where they were greeted by a very distinguished man who appeared composed and invited them into his office. This man was Gage's grandfather, George Acheron, and the chairman of the Aeson Company. Gage's grandfather carefully looked him over from head to toe and was impressed that his grandson was dressed stylishly, perfectly befitting the CEO status. He couldn't believe that his lazy grandson had finally crawled out of his den to genuinely take care of the family business. Gage himself was also in disbelief because usually at this time he'd still be in bed, not even thinking about working. But his grandfather wanted Gage to reveal the name of the person who had kicked his butt and dragged him into work. Gage smiled, nodded toward Eva, and said that one tigress had influenced him, a very persistent one. And for the first time in his life, he couldn't refuse her request. Though she hadn't exactly kicked his butt, she just hit him on the lips a few times, which he had to admit he really enjoyed. His grandfather noted that this girl was bold and audacious. And indeed, she was someone his grandson deserved, so the girl had done well. Gage looked at Eva again and decided it was time to introduce her to his grandfather. "This is Evelyn Lee, my personal secretary," he said, and told her, "This is my grandfather, George Acheron." Evelyn smiled and said it was a pleasure to meet Gage's grandfather and the company chairman, Mr. Acheron. As a gesture of a pleasant introduction, Evelyn and Mr. Acheron shook hands. Gage's grandfather recalled that this might be the same girl his grandson had carefully kept at his house. Eva was surprised, as she never imagined that Gage might talk about her to his grandfather. It just wasn't like him. He studied the girl closely and fully understood why his grandson was so captivated by her. She was incredibly attractive and looked quite intelligent at first glance. Mr. Acheron suggested they have tea with Miss Lee so they could get to know each other better. But Eva disliked all these formalities. She wanted to get straight to work and start her duties. She didn't even notice that night had already fallen. There was still plenty to do today, though it was already time to head back to the Devil's Big House. But Gage had entirely different plans for the evening, so he entered the office fully prepared, unwilling to take no from Eva. He held a bottle of very fine wine and 2 glasses, offering to celebrate their first day at the office. He felt that not celebrating such an occasion would be a big mistake. After all, a workday should end on time and leave a good impression. Gage effortlessly uncorked the bottle, and though Eva wasn't thrilled about his idea, she decided to indulge him and drink together. He quickly poured the wine into their glasses, one of his favorites, always reserved for special occasions. Eva looked him straight in the eyes, trying to figure out if he was really satisfied with becoming the company's CEO. He wasn't worried at all. Having a personal secretary like her, he didn't even need to participate in the work process. Eva could handle everything herself, and he trusted her completely. Eva's sole goal was to make Gage's grandfather's company the most successful in the region, and in doing so, destroy her relative's company. Gage handed Eva her glass and proposed a toast to their success and for her dreams to come true quickly and effortlessly. But Eva knew she'd have to work very hard to achieve her goals and meet all the contract terms she had agreed on with Gage. She decided to raise her glass to his honor and congratulate him on becoming the CEO of ASEAN. Gage added that he wasn't just toasting his own honor, it was also the start of her new journey. They were confident this journey would be hard work, but still interesting. The office was quiet, with only the gentle clinking of glasses coming from the office. The celebration of the first workday was light and relaxed. After such an exciting day, a few sips of wine were supposed to relieve tension and allow them to head home easily, without overthinking. Gage suggested to Eva that it seemed he would be taking on an investigation related to her case. Eva didn't understand what case he meant, thinking he knew nothing about it and couldn't possibly help her. But Gage reminded her that Evangelina Young was accused of fraud and abuse of authority. Could it be that he wanted to help her and actually investigate this case? But why would he, since he was lazy and the contract didn't mention this? Gage said he decided to take on the case because he was bored and found it interesting. Eva didn't believe that he was bored and willing to help her, so she asked him to be serious. At least now. Gage tried to convince Eva he was serious. Moreover, the situation intrigued him far more than endless paperwork. It was actually an interesting way to spend time. And of course, he needed Eva's permission to stick his curious nose into her personal affairs. He was confident she was already looking for someone to investigate the case. Why stress out when she was right there next to such a handsome, amazing man who could do anything to make her happy? The girl turned to Gage and reminded him that he was the CEO, not a detective, and he couldn't handle this case since he didn't know the first thing about it. Gage thought he was CEO only in name. The real boss was her, so he couldn't just do whatever he wanted. And he didn't see a problem with that. She wasn't paying a dime for this, and he was delivering top-notch help, something he could actually promise her. Eva was surprised. She had the feeling this devil was ready to put the whole world at her feet. Could he really be so bored that he was willing to deal with this? Eva thought she should ask. Maybe this man was keeping even more of his amazing talents under wraps. She couldn't trust him 100%, but she needed to keep him busy while she worked, so he wouldn't distract her. So she said they had a deal, but warned if he messed up or things got worse, he'd answer for it. She hoped he got it and would take it seriously. Of course, he understood everything, so he figured there shouldn't be any problems, and she didn't need to worry. Gage Acheron never made mistakes. That was his uniqueness. If he wasn't confident in his abilities, he wouldn't even offer help. They got back to the house late at night, but Eva still had duties to fulfill, ones she agreed to under the terms of his contract. Once she changed into her home clothes, the first thing she had to do was muster the courage to go to his room and warm up his bed with her body. Carefully, she opened the door, but first peeked in with one eye to make sure Mr. Acheron wasn't there. The room was large, decorated in dark tones. The huge bed, taking up almost half the room, was empty. Once she was sure the room was empty, Eva hurried to the bed to get her role as the human bed warmer over with before his return. She took small steps toward the bed, trying to be as quiet as possible so she wouldn't draw attention. With one hand, she pulled back the edge of the blanket and tried to climb onto the bed. She didn't know how long she'd have to lie there. This bed was enormous, and warming it up quickly was impossible. She got comfortable on the bed, but didn't know what to do next. Just lie there like a corpse? Eva thought it through. Lying there wasn't doing anything, so maybe she could roll back and forth to speed things up. It looked ridiculous, but Eva rolled from side to side, acting like she was playing around in someone else's bed. She even regretted signing this contract. She felt like a complete idiot doing who knows what. It seemed like pure nonsense, and the strangest part was that she agreed to it herself. Eva got scared when she heard Gage's voice. He said he wanted to watch her antics, but couldn't help smiling. She didn't expect him to come back so fast. He usually spent ages in the bathroom and didn't hurry to come out. She didn't even notice when he entered the room, leaning against the door, watching her for a long time. She wondered how long he had been standing there, observing the mess she'd made in his bed. Then he came closer to the bed, but Eva felt awkward and tried to get up, thinking she wasn't supposed to be there and needed to clear it for the master. But Gage didn't see her actions as shameful or indecent. To him, it seemed cute and funny. He didn't want her to stop. Eva noticed him getting closer. Was this devil about to do something not mentioned in the contract? She realized he was trying to lie down next to her, even though the bed was still cold. She didn't like the idea, so she pushed against him with all her strength. Eva tried to explain she hadn't finished warming the bed yet, so he could wait a little. He ignored her and kept approaching, making it harder for her to hold him back. He asked if the contract really said he couldn't be in the bed while she was still warming it. He was right, but she hadn't warmed the bed enough for him to be comfortable yet, so he still needed to wait a bit. Gage looked at her seriously and asked if she was scared of him for pushing him away so insistently. Angry, she snapped back that of course she wasn't scared, but she didn't want him acting like he could do anything, breaking all the contract rules. The man said today was unusual and exhausting for him, so he just wanted to get into bed immediately, even if it wasn't warm enough. Gage was dead tired, so she could continue her duties while he closed his eyes and rested, ignoring her completely. Eva was surprised. How could he be exhausted? He hadn't done anything all day, lying on the couch, sleeping, and playing on his tablet. He didn't argue with her. He agreed and decided to lie quietly beside her, while she pretended not to notice him. Gage insisted she scoot closer because he wanted the whole bed warm, not just one edge. Eva was still following another rule, that they weren't supposed to touch each other, while she played the role of the bed warmer. Had he forgotten that? She asked why he'd even make rules he had no intention of following himself. Gage pretended not to hear her. She was lying too far away. If she wanted an answer, she'd have to get closer and lie next to him. They argued for a while in bed. Gage didn't think he was saying anything strange, but for some reason, Eva was really mad. She didn't understand why he was trying to make her negotiate his own rules. She wasn't going to fall for that. But Gage pointed out that Eva overthought everything. She just needed to relax, lie in bed, and enjoy it. Just rest. She didn't want him making her nervous. Couldn't they just lie quietly, pretend he was asleep, and ignore her presence? Her inner voice was against what she was doing. He could probably feel how tense she was, how fast her heart was racing. But how could she not be nervous? After all, she'd been engaged to Julian for years, and they never got intimate. Even though they knew each other's apartment passwords, Julian never stayed over. He never initiated anything like that, except for rare gifts and kisses. But Eva always hoped for tenderness and warmth. Whenever she brought it up, he insisted there was nothing to rush. No need for intimacy yet. She didn't know what to do, so she kept staring at the ceiling, which was decorated unusually. Julian said they were both busy people and would get closer once married, spending more time together. Eva couldn't believe she had been so foolish to believe that nonsense. Meanwhile, Julian was cheating on her. She was sure she'd loved him back in college, but for some reason, she'd never felt any attraction. Her thoughts could have gone on forever, until a phone call interrupted her. She wanted to finish her train of thought. She guessed she'd been asexual all along, trying against her will to fit into expectations that didn't suit her. Eva was confident she had already warmed Gage's bed enough, so she could finally go to her own room with a clear conscience. Just as she wished him goodnight and tried to get off the bed, Gage asked her to wait a little longer. He asked if she really hadn't forgotten anything, and if she couldn't remember, he'd happily tell her again. Eva tried to focus, thought about what he meant, and finally remembered another clause of the contract she had to follow every night. She apologized, admitting she'd completely forgotten. So she leaned over him to deliver the goodnight kiss as he wanted. It was hard, but she pulled herself together and decided to try kissing him quickly, without overthinking it. But Gage unexpectedly hugged her, and Eva immediately protested. What was he doing? Had he forgotten the rule about not touching her? To be honest, she hadn't fulfilled the kiss rule, so the initiative was now in his hands. He could do whatever he wanted. Although Eva resisted strongly, her eyes betrayed fear. Fear of doing something she might regret. The contract clearly stated that every night had to be followed, no excuse allowed. Everything was in his hands. Essentially, this meant she had to be with him until midnight. No backing out. But really, every night meant until midnight. How could she forget that? She usually remembered everything. Why was she nervous? It was just a kiss. Nothing more. After all, she and Julian had kissed plenty of times. She stopped resisting and sat back down next to Gage to fulfill the next contract clause. She admitted he was right and suggested getting it over with quickly, then going to their separate rooms. She thought there was nothing scary about the kiss, but looking at Gage, she saw a handsome man whose devilishness threw her off. He told her to relax and breathe through her nose. He'd just kiss her, not hurt her. Of course, even though Eva agreed it was just a kiss, she still wasn't ready. She just wanted it over with. He wanted to start with the most important part, teaching her how to kiss properly. Eva got angry. Who did he think she was? She didn't need lessons. Just because she'd been kissed before didn't make her an expert. She should listen to his advice. He suggested Eva remember everything he was trying to teach. She'd need it in her future intimate life. He wanted to show her what a real kiss was. He was sure she'd never kissed properly before. When Gage kissed her lips, she tensed, clamping them shut as if he were forcing something in her mouth, and she resisted. What they'd just done didn't even resemble the real kiss he wanted to teach her. First, she had to relax, slightly open her mouth, and forget her worries about doing it wrong. Eva didn't understand why he was explaining all this. He'd already kissed her. Wasn't that enough to let her go? Gage said this was just the beginning. They were starting kiss training, so she couldn't leave yet without learning what a real kiss felt like. Eva didn't know why she felt like a pitiful prey trapped by a predator. By the way, both of them had their own signature style of kissing, not a quick peck, but something more. So if she wanted it to be over quickly, she had to pay attention and do exactly what he said. He touched her lips and asked her to open them, letting him do what gave intense pleasure. Eva was still tense. She couldn't force herself to relax and surrender to a man she completely depended on. Gage held her neck firmly and kissed her in a way she couldn't even imagine. She'd never had a kiss like that before. At first, she was a bit confused, but then she relaxed and followed her instincts. The sensations were incredible. Eva didn't understand what was happening to her. Was this what real kisses were supposed to feel like? During that kiss, Eva couldn't move at all. She just gave herself over to Gage, who handled everything himself. Lying next to him, looking into his eyes, she couldn't understand why she'd never had a kiss like this before. Right now, she was feeling an incredible sensation, something strange and completely new. Something was happening with her body, but she couldn't figure out what. So the thought came to her. She needed to get out of that room fast, to escape this overwhelming feeling happening right next to Gage. Eva ran to the door as fast as she could, not even glancing back at him. Her hands were shaking so much she couldn't open her bedroom door the first try. It felt like all her strength was gone, like she couldn't pull herself together. When she finally got into her room, she leaned against the door, and that strange feeling didn't leave her at all. Then she carefully sat down on the floor by the door, trying to focus and gather her thoughts. She couldn't even process what had just happened. At first, it all felt strange, but these sensations were simply incredible. Morning came before Eva even realized it. She slept better than ever and woke up in a genuinely good mood for the first time. The stylist was already at her station, ready to do Eva's makeup to match her position at the Aeon company. The girl asked if Mr. Acheron had woken up yet and if he was ready to start the new workday. The stylist didn't even know what to say, knowing Eva wouldn't like the answer. Gage was still in bed and had no intention of getting up. Eva got angry, even calling him a little scoundrel, and asked why no one could wake him up since it was time to head to work. The stylist didn't think anyone in the house would dare knock on his door, let alone wake him up early in the morning. Eva was surprised and wanted to know, had Gage actually forbidden everyone from bothering him in the morning? The maid nervously explained that she misunderstood. Mr. Acheron usually didn't sleep in late. Sometimes he woke up before them, and there were no rules about waking him up. They just assumed he might have been exhausted from yesterday's work and wanted to rest. While the maid was talking, Eva went to Gage's room, loudly opened the door, and headed to the window to pull back the curtains and let the sunlight in. She acted boldly and, turning to Mr. Acheron, told him to open his eyes and get out of bed quickly. Gage, calling Eva his dear, wished her good morning but asked her not to be too loud. It annoyed him. Eva also said good morning, but now he had to get out of bed, or she'd come up with a way to make him. Gage wondered what she might do as a punishment if he didn't listen and stayed in bed. Eva tried persuading him to get up because they couldn't keep being late just because he was lazy. Besides, he wasn't a child who needed waking every morning. He was a full-grown adult, so she hoped he'd act a little more responsible. But it seemed Gage ignored her again, asking how she slept instead. She didn't want to talk about it, so she answered with a single word, "Wonderfully," expecting him to get out of bed now. Gage wanted to ask if he'd scared her last night by daring to show her a real kiss. Eva blushed instantly but held herself together. She said she wasn't scared. How could a simple kiss scare her? She'd run away yesterday because she didn't expect to stay in his room so long and needed to rest. But lying down, her inner voice wouldn't leave her alone. She knew she'd been extremely flustered. She was just glad those damn 20 minutes were almost over and she could finally lie in her bed and rest properly. It was easy to ignore Gage at work, but not in his room, especially recalling yesterday's kiss. Unquestionably, he was incredible, attracting any woman effortlessly. In short, he was dangerously charming. He seemed nice to her, but her ex-fiancé taught her a harsh truth. Being treated well could be a foolish farce. Eva wasn't ready to open her heart again. Not yet. She had to focus on her revenge. Actually, her plan would take months, maybe years. Eva was so confident in her ultimate goal that nothing could sway her. At least that's what she thought before last night. That kiss had spun her head, making her realize just how vulnerable she really was. She was willing to give herself completely, just from one kiss. That's why she had to make sure this never happened again. She had to prevent it in the future. Gage didn't want her lying in his bed looking like he was going to do something bad. And Eva couldn't relax in the same bed with a man, but he had to tolerate it. Honestly, Mr. Acheron wanted to show Eva she was very wrong, but knowing her, she'd probably hit him if he tried to kiss her again. Eva was surprised by his words and pleased he was so clever and reasonable. But why did he include the warming the bed clause in the contract? Gage said nothing except that it somehow helped him sleep better. And he really could sleep without a warm bed. So why did Eva think he had some trauma or illness? She'd heard stories about chronic insomnia and other disorders before. Usually businessmen and top managers suffered from that, so it didn't seem strange to her. Somehow he really did fall asleep. This man was excellent at pretending, and she couldn't see through it at first. Even though she doubted it, Gage actually slept, with no insomnia until morning. Watching him sleep, Eva couldn't understand how she'd given in to his persuasion and done everything he'd planned. Gage slept deeply, and Eva wondered, was he really that tired, having done nothing all day? How could his face look so beautiful? How could someone so good-looking have such a terrible personality that ruined people's perception of him? But sometimes, looking at his appearance, you could forget his past actions and ignore them. A whole week had passed before Eva and Gage knew it, and it was time for their business trip. For Eva, this was routine, but Gage hated these trips. He always preferred sleeping in his own bed. He really didn't see the point in booking separate hotel rooms. He was curious about Eva's idea, though he already knew she'd refuse. Eva wanted to remind him once again they weren't a couple. He was her boss, and she was just his personal secretary. Gage insisted she think it over, asking if she was really sure she didn't want it herself. But Eva had never been more certain of her decision. She switched into professional mode and ignored his little provocations. That way she couldn't blame him if his proposal didn't go as planned. And there it was again, that signature smile of his. It gave Eva a bad feeling. Gage wanted to head to his room and told her they'd see each other tomorrow. As Gage walked away, Eva stood lost in thought, trying to figure out what he had in mind. It was so unlike him. Then it hit her. She remembered the contract, all those evening duties she had to do every day. Eva shouted loudly, demanding Mr. Acheron stop because she had questions he absolutely needed to answer. Gage kept walking, and Eva tried to catch up. It seemed he didn't want to discuss this in the hallway and was trying to lure her to his room. Eva understood perfectly. She knew this devil was too clever, and any second could be a trap. He pretended not to hear her, continuing to walk, but when Eva yelled even louder, it finally worked. He looked back reluctantly, that devilish smile on his face, like he enjoyed being chased by a girl like Eva. Eva said he was right, and she agreed. They didn't need separate rooms, so she'd go with him. She wanted to outsmart him, thinking one step ahead, trying to ruin his plans. Gage was surprised by her decision, but he had no choice. It was his suggestion in the first place. Gage's room reflected his style. Expensive, elegant, with the only difference being a few lighter touches in the decor. He immediately sank into a comfy white sofa, enjoying watching Eva continue with her work. She called the hotel reception to ask if there were any other available rooms, but they said no. She was disappointed and quickly ended the call. She needed some time to think through important matters and find the right solution. Eva decided they needed a suite with 2 separate beds. She couldn't allow herself to sleep with him. After all, this hotel was very famous. She would have mentioned it first, but he immediately disagreed and they couldn't go somewhere else. They simply didn't have the time. Eva planned carefully, but he proved even craftier, and she didn't even want to argue. She calmly went to the bathroom and changed into regular clothes. Though uncomfortable, she still looked composed. When Gage stepped out of the shower, he noticed Eva preparing to sleep on the sofa and immediately warned her. He wouldn't allow it. He didn't mean to be a gentleman and give up his bed. He said outright they would sleep together. Eva didn't want that and tried to say something, but he assured her there was nothing to fear. He wouldn't touch her without permission or consent. If she still had doubts, he wasn't the type to act boldly or ignore her wishes. Eva quickly stopped him. She didn't want the conversation to continue. She understood perfectly and hoped their night in the same bed would go smoothly. If he were a bad person, something irreversible could have happened that first night. Honestly, she stopped worrying about him, but her own anxiety skyrocketed. Though she tried to stay composed, she knew she could melt from his touches and kisses. She couldn't afford distractions from romance. At a critical moment, a relationship or betrayal could ruin her revenge and work. She understood perfectly. She just needed to be a good girl, lie down, and sleep. Eva agreed to sleep in the same bed with Gage, confident he'd keep his word and not push for more if she didn't want it. He didn't even notice how quickly she snuggled up to his bare chest. It felt so comfortable next to him. Gage held her gently, behaving respectfully. He tried to warm her in his arms and make her feel comfortable. By the time they were at the hotel, Eva had gotten used to sleeping in the same bed with Gage. She wasn't afraid anymore. His hugs and gentle kisses even started to feel nice. She calmly lay down and held him. That evening, they needed to attend the event that brought them to the city. They looked elegant and perfectly coordinated. Eva felt completely satisfied and calm. Though she never enjoyed these events, they always bored her. They had arrived and it was time to get out. Eva wasn't used to someone opening the car door for her, so she tried to do it herself. But she stopped when she noticed her ex-fiancé's name. Curious to see his companion, Gage guessed it was Evangelina's ex and her sister, who had been together after their breakup. Eva was anxious. She didn't want to meet them. It hurt too much to see them together. Gage suggested they just enjoy themselves and have fun. He thought today he'd be especially lively. Mr. DeMarco had invited Gage to his birthday. He was the wealthiest man in the state, and they couldn't just skip it. Gage wanted Eva to relax. He planned to be the star of the evening and draw everyone's attention. They had sat in the car long enough. They needed to step out and enter the guest hall with heads held high, ignoring everyone else. As a true gentleman, Gage offered his hand to his companion and helped her out of the car. Eva wanted to remind him. They were already almost 20 minutes late, maybe even more, so they really needed to hurry. Gage, calm as always, tried to soothe her, insisting the birthday guy wouldn't be too worried about their tardiness. The event hall was huge, with plenty of room for guests to make grand, elegant entrances. Mr. DeMarco was extremely influential, so he invited a huge number of guests, all of them his equals. The moment Eva and Gage entered, they immediately drew attention, and people started whispering about their pair. Mr. DeMarco personally greeted everyone, believing he should welcome each guest and seat them so they wouldn't be bored. When he saw Gage with his companion, Mr. DeMarco was thrilled that he could attend his birthday and celebrate with him. As they walked past the guests, they felt everyone's eyes on them. They knew perfectly well that in such circles, people would talk about them, so they had to carry themselves with dignity. Every guest was amazed. They saw a stunning couple, elegantly dressed and perfectly matched. Everyone whispered how wonderful the pair looked, trying to figure out who this charming girl accompanying Mr. Acheron was. Eva kept her composure next to Gage. Though she disliked extra attention, she understood this was part of the job. They'd never had this much attention, not even on their first day at the office. Even her sister and ex-fiancé noticed them and were disappointed. They didn't look nearly as dazzling as Gage and his companion. Eva panicked slightly, realizing she had to walk past them. She gripped Gage's hand tightly, seeking support. While Gage chatted with Mr. DeMarco, Eva decided to sit quietly and observe guests as they mingled and laughed. Gage noticed his companion looked upset and asked what was bothering her, wondering if she'd share it with him. He was curious what would happen if Julian approached them. It seemed like he recognized Eva. Gage asked for Eva's opinion, but thought that if that idiot stared at her for more than a second, he'd be in for a surprise. Eva was furious. She thought Gage was joking again and ignoring her feelings. Gage suggested she forget about that jerk and focus only on him. Even if Julian recognized her, he wouldn't dare approach and cause a scene. Eva knew he was completely right tonight, so she decided to relax and enjoy the evening with Gage. Even if Julian was an idiot, as she had said, Gage was there. So Eva didn't need to worry and could enjoy herself. Finally, the orchestra started playing, and the hall filled with beautiful romantic music. Guests paired up and danced, letting themselves be carried by the rhythm. The party was becoming lively, no longer dull. Eva was shocked when Gage asked her to dance. She hadn't expected a man like him to be good at dancing. She agreed easily, but realized she hadn't danced in years, so she might move awkwardly and look silly. Though she walked confidently, she felt a little uncomfortable. She didn't want Gage to notice her lack of skill. Gage noticed her tension but didn't show it. Instead, he took control, guiding her through the dance. They moved in perfect harmony, dancing as if they had spent their whole lives on the dance floor, feeling each other through every movement. Gage noticed Eva's ex-fiancé hadn't taken his eyes off her for even a second. Eva's sister was watching too, her eyes burning with jealousy, realizing her sister had an incredible man. Eva was furious. Was this brat really staring at another man like that while dancing with someone she had been intimate with? Eva told Gage that her sister, Jessa, was openly staring at him, and it felt like she could hear her thoughts from here. Gage tried to joke, asking what exactly Jessa was thinking about him. Maybe she was planning to tease her sister later. Eva was ready to bet that Jessa was already plotting how to flirt with him. Just a little later, Gage asked what she'd do if Jessa tried that. Would she just watch from the sidelines or take action to stop her? His question triggered 6 wild thoughts in her mind, tangled into a chaotic web. If she didn't stop Jessa, would Gage respond to her charms like Julian did? Would he enjoy her attention? Eva hated that feeling. Her confidence plummeted and she didn't know how to charm a man. Did this fear suffocate her? Was she scared Jessa might steal Gage? Could he cancel their contract, throw her out, and fire her as secretary? If that happened, it would end her revenge, and Gage would be fully within his rights. He hadn't promised to be faithful to her alone. Gage noticed his little tigress was anxious and decided to comfort her, in his own style. Eva couldn't keep it in. She warned him not to do anything foolish. She threatened that if he succumbed to Jessa's charms and dared to break their contract, she could retaliate too. Eva looked fierce, swearing she'd bury him alive without hesitation. After such words, she thought Gage understood her. Gage couldn't believe Eva threatened him just because her sister was staring, but he wondered how she'd act if he reciprocated. He'd be devilishly happy if she buried him deep inside herself, and he wouldn't resist. Gage whispered in her ear that he'd be devilishly happy if she pulled him in deep. Eva was shocked, offended by his words, and at first couldn't process them. The hints were obscene. Gage pretended he hadn't said anything and tried to change the subject, distracting her. But Eva couldn't hold back. She had to voice her outrage. She couldn't understand how he could say that so casually, not even hiding his desire. Saying that, Gage hoped Eva would forget about her sister and ex-fiancé and focus on him instead. When Eva got angry, he pulled her close, holding her tight to keep her from doing anything rash. He wanted her to stop thinking about her self-serving sister. Hadn't he told her to focus only on him and ignore everyone else? But how could she not worry? Jessa was so charming and attractive. Just like him. Gage was surprised. He never imagined Eva found him appealing or cute. He'd thought she treated him specially, but wasn't exactly thrilled by him. Looking at Eva's sister, Jessa, it was easy to see why she got so much attention from men. Gage felt uncomfortable. Humiliated even. He couldn't understand how Eva could compare him to Jessa. Eva had always thought he was incapable of feelings, always calm, taking everything in stride, emotionless. No woman could ever be as charming as Gage, or even as captivating as he was. Did Eva really think he resembled her in any way? Gage thought Eva didn't believe him. She had no idea how magically attractive and charming he truly was. The orchestra continued playing. The music was incredible, rich, and inviting. Guests danced and laughed, paying no attention to anyone else. Alcohol had leveled the field and given everyone a bit of boldness. Eva and Gage had a little fun, but decided to head back to their room. Everything was fine, until they ran into Eva's ex-fiancé and her sister at the party. Leaving unnoticed was impossible. The couple blocked their path. Julian unexpectedly approached Mr. Akron, suggesting they swap dance partners. Julian turned to Eva, hesitating slightly. He didn't recognize her or know her name and asked if he could dance with her. Gage noticed immediately and introduced Eva to her ex-fiancé under her new name, Evelyn Lee. He noticed that Evelyn had been staring only at her sister Jessa the entire time, not even a second away, showing clearly that she wasn't interested in this guy. But Jessa was persistent. She approached Mr. Acheron, asking if she could invite him to dance. She tried to use every bit of her charm, using her whole body to show he interested her. Unexpectedly, Eva stepped in front of Gage and declared that Mr. Acheron couldn't dance with anyone. He was already taken. Jessa asked what she meant, but don't tell her he's taken by an ordinary secretary. Eva hadn't expected herself to be so decisive, but she firmly stated that Mr. Acheron was taken by someone else. Mr. Acheron's beloved couldn't attend tonight, so she asked Eva to protect him from gold-digging women who'd inevitably try to cling to him. Jessa didn't like that. The secretary's audacity enraged her. She'd noticed how Mr. Acheron and his secretary touched each other and hoped the girl knew about his clingy secretary. Eva said it was just a little joke, but if they insisted on an explanation, she'd give one without hesitation. It was a performance meant to show clever ladies that he wasn't worth their time. But it seemed they misjudged. Miss Young probably didn't count as one of the clever ladies. She didn't even notice the hint. Jessa went mad at the secretary's audacity. How dare she talk to her like that? Why should she believe her? Eva turned to Mr. Acheron to confirm the truth, but he stayed silent. Eva couldn't guess what Gage would say, feeling tension run through her body. Even though he said nothing, she wasn't sure he'd back her up. She'd gone too far. Gage was unpredictable. Of course, why should he cover for her when she told that little lie without consulting him? She guessed where this was heading, but had never been defended before. Facing Jessa, even the truth didn't earn her anyone's support. Finally, he spoke. Miss Lee was right. Everything she said was the truth. Eva was pleasantly surprised. She felt real support for the first time in her life. It was an overwhelming, warm feeling. Gage looked at her, smiled warmly, and said he really was taken, so there was no need to waste time on him. The party continued, laughter and music filling the room, but tension between Eva and her sister escalated. Gage wanted Eva to be happy, not caring about her sister's opinion. He felt she needed his support now more than ever. Jessa couldn't believe it. She thought Mr. Acheron was lying, just covering for his secretary. Gage was shocked at her audacity and replied harshly. He didn't care what she thought. He owed no explanations. They had no right to interrogate him. Jessa was stunned. She hadn't expected this charming man to be so blunt with her. Eva was amazed. No one had ever put her sister in her place before, because everyone always backed her and indulged her. Today was a first. Gage took Eva's hand, saying there was nothing more for them to do there. They could leave the party. He moved so fast Eva barely kept up. He practically pulled her along. Her long, elegant gown made walking awkward. She kept stepping on it. When she tripped again, Eva panicked. What if the guests saw her fall? She'd be humiliated. But her ex-fiancé didn't let that happen. He caught her, holding her by the waist, preventing her from falling. Holding Eva close, he pressed against her firmly, and even when she was steady on her feet, he didn't let go. Glancing back, Gage noticed Eva's ex-fiancé hugging her, and it didn't sit well with him at all. He grabbed Eva's hand to pull her out of the ex's embrace, making it clear that his action was unnecessary. With Eva in his arms, Gage was tense. He was furious at what the ex had done. First, he checked if she was okay, worried she might have twisted her ankle. Eva assured him she was fine. Taking his arm, she continued to follow him closely. Jessa glared at them furiously, clearly not believing a word they'd said. Julian still wanted to get closer to Miss Lee. He was very taken with her. Mr. Acheron didn't like these antics, so he glanced back, sending a clear warning that he wouldn't tolerate this again. Julian noticed the fire in Mr. Acheron's eyes. What the hell? He thought, feeling embarrassed by the intensity. Eva sat at a luxurious table with a glass of fine wine. Though she looked calm, her emotions were a tangled mess inside. She felt something she had never felt before. Simultaneously pleasant, yet at times frightening. Looking at her hands, she noticed they were trembling. Eva realized this was what it felt like. She couldn't believe it, but at this moment she was truly happy. A completely new, wonderful feeling. Since childhood, she had always been blamed for everything. She was so used to being guilty, to everyone scolding her. Every time Eva and Jessa argued, the whole family, even the servants, sided with Jessa, regardless of who was right. Once, Eva asked her grandmother why she never believed her. even when she saw with her own eyes that Jessa was wrong. The grandmother replied it was because Eva was the older daughter. That meant Eva always had to behave like an adult, ignore her own pain, because Jessa was the younger sister. Eva didn't even notice when this became habitual. No matter how cruel Jessa was, she stopped defending herself. She just kept moving forward, so indifferent that Jessa's antics no longer affected her. And today, for the first time, someone defended her instead of Jessa. Interestingly, today she actually dared to lie. Eva never thought she would feel this way. Before, when she told the truth, no one believed her. But today, when she lied confidently, it seemed completely real. While Eva sat at the table sorting through her feelings, Gage took some time to talk with his influential acquaintances. Even while talking with the gentleman, Gage kept his eyes on Eva. Eva knew Mr. Acheron cared about her. He wanted to protect her from harm and make sure she didn't feel lonely when he was busy. Jessa noticed Mr. Acheron was alone and didn't miss a chance to hover nearby, pushing for his attention. Eva realized she had to stop getting irritated whenever Jessa was around Gage. She also understood perfectly well that Gage wasn't her ex-fiancé Julian. She wouldn't fall into that trap so easily. Eva tried to convince herself she was calm and could control her emotions, but it was difficult. She sipped her wine repeatedly, forcing her thoughts elsewhere. But it didn't help. She'd had too much to drink, feeling a slight buzz. She knew she shouldn't, but an inner voice told her it would make things easier. Unexpectedly, someone dared to distract her, trying to engage her in conversation. It was her ex, Julian. He asked if she minded if he joined her. He said that since their partners were busy, why not wait together, keeping each other company? Eva couldn't stand his audacity, but she restrained herself. She had to stay composed. She repeated the words in her mind, drinking wine between thoughts to avoid suspicion. Julian studied Eva closely, as if trying to notice something interesting or recall something he had forgotten. He told her he felt like he'd seen her somewhere before. Could it be that they had met earlier? Being alone with her ex-fiancé made Eva uncomfortable. She struggled to keep from revealing her identity or saying too much. She tried to joke, saying he wasn't the first to tell her that. Julian knew it was a cliché, but Miss Lee gave him the feeling he really knew her, and he was serious. She didn't outright confirm, only hinted that they might have met at business parties. Julian knew it was possible, but still he glanced at Eva, thinking of his college girlfriend. Eva panicked. Had Julian recognized her? Could it be he had just been pretending to test her behavior? But no, she just needed to calm herself. She told herself to stay composed and not admit anything. She didn't want to talk to Julian, but she didn't know what to say to keep him away without raising suspicion. Luckily, her phone rang, a perfect excuse to move away from him. It was Eloise calling. Eva was thrilled, snatching up the phone quickly. She didn't want to answer in front of her ex, so she apologized, saying she had to take the call and would return soon. As she walked past Julian, he watched her closely, trying to pick out familiar details to remember where they had met. Eva knew if she answered, Eloise wouldn't hear her over the loud music, so she hurried through the crowd, away from the noise. She shouted, trying to reach Eloise, but it was hopeless. The other end was silent. Eva waited, but no one spoke. She couldn't hear Eloise at all. She thought the connection was bad and decided she'd call Eloise back personally. After a long silence on the line, the call got cut off. Eva stood there, confused. Why had Eloise called but said nothing? Then she got a message from Eloise, apologizing. She'd dialed the wrong number by accident. Eva stared at her phone, puzzled. Something about it didn't feel right, but she tried to calm herself. She needed to stop imagining something incredible and just be glad the call had saved her. She thought she needed to settle down, watch her words, and absolutely make sure her ex didn't figure out she was really Eva. And even if he suspected something, he had no proof. Eva needed a moment to think, so she headed toward the ladies' room. She was in a foul mood and almost wanted to leave the party, but she knew Gage still had some business to handle, so she had to wait for him. Walking toward the ladies' room, she didn't even notice someone was already waiting there, a big surprise for her. Julian knew Eva was avoiding him, so he decided he'd have to be persistent and see the conversation through. He noticed she looked hesitant and figured she was wary of something, which only piqued his curiosity more. Eva knew she couldn't avoid talking to her ex, so she braced herself and tried to walk past him, pretending she had urgent business. She wanted to slip by quickly, but it didn't work. She knew he wouldn't leave her alone and would likely follow her all evening. When she realized Julian was right behind her, Eva stayed composed, walking as if she didn't notice him. She started getting annoyed that he wouldn't stop, so she decided to put an end to it. Eva stopped and turned to Mr. Park, saying maybe some people liked that behavior, but to her, He seemed like a stalker, and it made her very uncomfortable. Julian tried to justify himself, saying he also needed to go to the restroom. He saw Miss Lee enter the ladies' room and decided to wait for her. After all, they could go back to the hall together. Then Eva spotted Gage with her sister and immediately stopped paying attention to what Julian was saying. She just wasn't interested. They were alone, Gage gently holding Jessa by the shoulder as they chatted sweetly. While the guests danced and socialized, influential people always found time to discuss business matters. Like-minded businessmen gathered at a table to discuss proposals and form mutually beneficial agreements. While Gage was talking with his colleagues, he got distracted for a few minutes and couldn't watch Eva, who was sitting at a separate table. When he noticed the table again, Eva was gone. Her chair was empty, and looking around, she was nowhere to be seen. Gage quickly got up, excused himself to his colleagues, and rushed off to find Eva. Watching Gage, Jessa noticed his concern and immediately hatched a plan to get closer to him. She got up too, leaving the business discussion, because dealing with Gage seemed more important. Jessa followed him, completely ignoring that he didn't notice her. If she liked him, she had to win his favor. She caught up and asked if he was heading to the restroom so they could go together, since she was planning to go there too. Gage thought he didn't need to answer her, so he kept walking silently. He was more concerned about where Eva had gone and that he still hadn't found her. Jessa didn't give up. She continued following him, not caring that he didn't want to talk. She was irritated that he was the first man to ignore her, pushing her away even when she openly showed interest. Jessa needed a plan to create a conflict between Gage and his secretary so she wouldn't interfere with him. From a distance, Jessa saw Miss Lee talking to Julian and decided to put on a little act that Eva might not like. Jessa was a skilled liar and schemer. It always worked. Through her theatrics and lies, she made Eva feel guilty. She acted like she suddenly needed to turn and accidentally bumped into Gage. Pretending it was accidental, she pressed against his chest, hoping he'd respond. She seemed ready to stay in his arms for a while so that his secretary would notice and draw conclusions. Gage didn't like these games, so he quickly grabbed her shoulders and pushed her away. But when he turned his head, he noticed Eva talking to her ex, Julian. They looked very friendly, which could give the impression they were enjoying each other's company. Gage's expression changed immediately. He was irritated. He didn't like the sight at all. Pushing Jessa aside forcefully, he decided to go to Eva to take her away from this persistent scoundrel. As he walked toward them, it felt like he could really deck Julian for daring to pursue Eva. He stared at Julian, making it clear that causing trouble would not end well. Gage, as always, remained composed, but his face clearly showed he disliked the situation. Then he approached Eva, needing a clever way to get her away. He looked at her, feeling she could understand without words, so he didn't have to explain. To avoid suspicion, he told Miss Lee he had been searching for her because he was worried. He leaned toward Eva and added that something had happened, so they needed to leave the party immediately. No time to waste. Eva had wanted to suggest it herself, so she was glad Gage proposed leaving right away and returning to the suite. Gage and Eva walked side by side, and when they passed Jessa, they didn't even think to say goodbye. As she walked by, Eva barely glanced at her sister. She really wanted to slap that brat, but held herself back. Jessa noticed Miss Lee didn't like seeing Mr. Acheron in her arms. She didn't expect the secretary to stay completely silent about it. Eva maintained her composure because she couldn't show that she was jealous of Gage being close to her sister. Of course, Jessa had hoped Eva would expose a romance between Mr. Acheron and his secretary, but it didn't happen, and she was disappointed. Gage and Eva were already in their car, speeding down the highway. Eva didn't understand why they were in such a rush, but didn't want to ask. Eva sat far from Gage, showing with her entire demeanor that she was upset and didn't want to talk. Gage immediately noticed and wanted to find out what happened, but he understood she was hurt and needed time to calm down. After a while, he asked what was wrong or what had upset his little tigress. Eva seriously said everything was fine. Maybe the wine had affected her. Then she asked what was so urgent that Mr. Acheron left the party early. Gage felt uncomfortable talking to Eva with her sitting so far away, so he suggested she scoot closer. Eva didn't understand why, so she refused. She liked sitting by the window, looking at the city lights, but Gage insisted she sit closer. He even seemed annoyed, practically ordering her to comply. Eva was surprised. Why was he suddenly ordering her around? And the way he looked at her, so hypnotic, like he could make her obey with his mind. Gage was in complete shock. He never thought this girl could be so stubborn. Then Gage smiled, as if he understood. He asked if maybe she had been jealous of her sister, which explained her odd behavior and why she was upset with him. Eva was annoyed again, curious why he jumped to that conclusion, and why he seemed so concerned about her down mood. Why was he joking with her again, and why did he look so happy? Eva couldn't understand. After all, they hadn't really enjoyed the party. Eva asked Gage if he believed her now, but the question was vague and not specific. Gage didn't understand why she asked, as he had never doubted her honesty. Eva talked about her sister Jessa being a very attractive girl, impossible to resist. Gage listened closely, curious where she was going with this. After all, there were always many beautiful girls around, but he wasn't interested in them. He had his own view. Eva was far more beautiful and attractive than her sister. Eva thought she only looked beautiful thanks to good makeup and a nice dress. Compared to Jessa, Eva was prettier and sweeter, even without makeup or fancy clothes. She was naturally beautiful. Dressed differently, she could look like a supermodel. Driving on a straight road, the driver suddenly swerved, and it felt like he lost control of the car. Eva, sitting relaxed, tumbled onto Gage with the sudden movement. The car slid across the road, and Eva couldn't stay in her seat, constantly falling onto him. Gage stayed calm, trusting his driver's skills, and he liked that Eva was so close, so he didn't mind the ride. The driver tried to brake, but the road was slippery and the car kept skidding. When the driver finally stopped, Eva fell into Gage's arms. He held her tightly to keep her safe. After stopping, it took a few minutes to catch their breath before continuing. By chance, Eva ended up sitting on Gage's lap. She felt so comfortable she didn't rush back to her seat. Eva didn't even realize what happened. She looked at Gage with wide, scared eyes, waiting for him to explain. She half suspected the car had stopped on purpose, just to put her in his arms, because she had dared not obey him. The driver explained to Mr. Acheron that a large rock had fallen onto the road, blocking their path. Gage didn't scold the driver. He handled the car well and kept them from going off the road. But Eva got upset, thinking the driver made up a silly excuse. There was no way a rock could just appear out of nowhere. Gage liked having Eva in his arms. Calling her my dear, he tried to ease the tension. Eva didn't like that nickname and asked him to stop. When she spoke, she didn't understand why her voice trembled. She was in his arms and felt even more intoxicated than from the strongest wine. She thought she needed to escape his arms, but he held her tightly, not letting her move. Gage wanted Eva to listen, but she kept resisting, ignoring him completely. Gage understood she was upset and tried to explain what she had seen. It wasn't random. It was a calculated move by Jessa, who had followed Gage while he searched for Eva. Then Jessa turned sharply, bumping into them. Eva thought there was no need for him to explain, and wondered why he even did. She didn't expect him to want to clarify. She should have guessed Jessa might try such a scheme. She always got what she wanted. Eva said there was no need to explain, and why should she get jealous? After all, he wasn't her property. With Gage so close, Eva didn't understand what was happening, but something was really bothering her. The scent, his cologne mixed with Jessa's, gave her a headache. She couldn't take it and wanted to distance herself quickly. Gage completely agreed. He couldn't wait to get to the hotel and take off his jacket. And now that she found it unpleasant too, they could fix it. He suggested she help remove his jacket, getting rid of the suffocating scent. She didn't know what had come over her. Maybe it was the wine, or the lingering scent of Jessa that filled the car. Eva really wanted to get rid of that jacket with Jessa's scent, but she didn't know how to start. Still, her desire to escape the smell was stronger than her hesitation, and she was ready to toss it out the window. As she pulled the jacket off Gage, Eva realized there was nothing wrong with it. In fact, she enjoyed it and felt a thrill doing it. Eva threw the jacket off Gage and tried to toss it far away, so she'd never have to smell it again. Once it was out the window, it felt like they had gotten rid of everything Jessa had touched. Gage asked if she still smelled her on him, or if they should hurry to the hotel so he could take a shower. Eva felt it wouldn't be that easy to get rid of the scent. It was everywhere. Maybe she should take off his shirt, or perhaps he wanted a little of her scent to linger on him. Eva heard his voice, and it felt like the devil himself was whispering in her ear, making her whole body tremble. His actions were tempting her into a sin she hadn't even considered. Yet under his charm, Eva reached to loosen his tie. It was bothering her too much. The tie was stylish, matched perfectly with her dress, so she handled the expensive accessory carefully. Gage noticed and took the tie from her hands, tossing it to the floor next to his jacket. His shirt smelled strongly of her sister's perfume, so it had to go immediately. Honestly, Eva just wanted another glimpse of his bare chest. Her heart raced so fast it was almost scary. Her body shivered, feeling wild excitement for the first time. Eva took off his shirt and tossed it aside too. It felt like nothing was left to prevent her from admiring his body. His eyes seemed to awaken something wild and untamed inside her, making her feel a burning heat she couldn't control. Whatever he did, she couldn't look away, couldn't push him away, even though she knew she should. Gage asked if she really had to lick her lips like that. It was driving him crazy. He wanted to kiss her so badly. Eva wanted that too. Wanted him to kiss her like that night. But if she didn't, she could simply keep her lips closed. Eva was nervous. His lips were so soft, and this passionate kiss felt even more intense than before. She felt herself becoming addicted to him, craving more, but Gage suggested stopping for now, saying this was enough for today. Or maybe she secretly wanted him to lose control and take her right there, despite being in the car at the hotel parking lot. Gage told her not to look at him like she couldn't believe he liked her so much, that he was going crazy over her. Could Eva even imagine how hot and desirable she was right now? She couldn't believe her appearance could drive a man wild with desire. She was always beautiful, but tonight she was so dazzling that Gage could barely control himself. Gage tried to warn Eva that things were getting dangerous, that she might lose control and do something previously unimaginable. She could feel his desire, and her face burned with embarrassment. Eva couldn't believe her body reacted to him like this, all these feelings and sensations. She wanted to press herself closer, to stay in his arms forever. For the first time in her life, she felt this intense desire, craving that wild pleasure. Before she realized it, she was holding him tightly, feeling his passion and desire for her with her entire body. He felt amazing too, Eva noticed. She couldn't believe a man could want her so much. He let out soft sounds of pleasure, which turned her on even more, so she remained on his lap. Eva blamed the wine she drank at the party. It erased all her remaining shame. Nothing else mattered. All she could think about was craving even more intense sensations. She didn't want to stop. When the dress slipped off her shoulders, Eva blushed. She had always considered her figure not very attractive. Gage didn't notice anything strange and thought the girl was perfect. She had no idea he would have been happy to touch them every day. She just wanted to hear the truth from Gage because no one had ever told her that before. She thought he might just be trying to calm her down so as not to upset her. As Gage held Eva gently, he wanted to feel her touching him too. Wanted her to keep touching him without stopping for even a second. He knew perfectly well that she wanted it too, but she was too shy to make the first move. He just needed to give her a little push so she'd realize there was nothing like this feeling in the world. Eva felt conflicted. She was embarrassed, blushing, yet at the same time her whole body was trembling with a rush of energy. That's why she asked him not to stop, even if she pushed him away. If she let him, Gage was ready to show her an incredible, unforgettable sensation that would leave her thrilled. But he promised he wouldn't push for anything more and could stop any time if she wanted. If Eva wanted him to continue, she could kiss him, confirming that she agreed. Then Gage suddenly stood up and covered Eva with his jacket. She didn't understand what was happening or why he did it. The driver approached the car and yanked the door open. Gage didn't want this man to see Eva like that and got very upset. Gage spoke harshly to the driver, telling him to shut the door immediately. They'd come out when ready, and he should wait outside. Eva had never felt so embarrassed in her life. She felt like a naughty girl doing improper things in a parked car. When they got to the hotel room, Eva immediately went to the bathroom to take a shower and compose herself. She wondered what she had done and how she could behave around Gage now. After that, she wouldn't be able to look him in the eye. The shame would follow her everywhere. She didn't know what to do. Relationships were supposed to stay strictly professional, and she had ruined everything with her desires. Eva was distracted by a knock at the door. She heard Gage insistently telling her to finish up and come out quickly. He apologized, but she needed to finish washing very fast, actually right now. He said something had happened and they needed to get ready and head home quickly. Eva didn't know what had happened, but turned off the water and finished her shower as Gage had asked. She wrapped herself in a large towel and tried to dry off as quickly as possible. Although Eva usually wore glasses, now she had to get used to wearing contact lenses. The lenses were so she could see better, and also to change her eye color and look completely different so no one could recognize her. In a few minutes, Eva was fully ready and could hit the road. Gage was frantically searching something on his phone. He looked nervous and rushed, so nothing was going smoothly. When Eva entered the room, Gage was relieved she got ready so quickly. He hadn't wanted to wait much longer. She looked beautiful as always, no matter the outfit. He wanted to take her hand and rush to the airport. Gage held her hand tightly, and she immediately felt how nervous he was. He said they had to go, and their luggage would follow later. Eva couldn't help but ask what had happened that required them to rush home. Gage had been told his grandfather was very ill and might be dying. Eva was shocked. She couldn't believe it because he had been perfectly healthy the last time they saw him. Gage didn't want Eva to worry. He said everything would be fine with his grandfather. They just needed to get to him as quickly as possible. Eva was really relieved that Gage's grandfather was okay, but she didn't understand why Gage was so sure he wouldn't die. She remembered hearing that he was in critical condition last night, but what happened? Did he get better? Had she missed something important? Mr. Acheron, as always, was a man of few words. He didn't explain anything in detail, just said it seemed like she had missed a lot. He was speaking in riddles again, and Eva tried to figure something out, but she knew he wouldn't just tell her outright. Turning to Eva, Gage said that in any case, he needed her to stay with him today. He was conducting an investigation involving his nurses and found his grandfather's sudden illness suspicious. He suspected someone had tampered with his grandfather's medication, which made him much worse. Now he was fine, but it would be better if he stayed until the investigation was over. That's why he wanted Eva to be with him while he was gone. It was an easy task, and besides, his grandfather really liked Eva. She didn't need to worry about the doctors or nurses. He had replaced them all. He personally picked the new staff, and none of them would dare do anything dangerous. Gage could fully rely on her, and she would watch over his grandfather without leaving him for even a second. Gage liked Eva's attitude. He considered her responsible and had no doubts about her abilities. Eva wanted to know if he was handling the investigation personally, but he had already hired a very capable person for the job. She couldn't understand where Gage was planning to go if someone responsible was taking care of the investigation. He planned to finish their project himself. Otherwise, people would think they'd given up and someone else would take what belonged to the Acherons. He couldn't let all her hard work go to waste. Eva hadn't expected him to care so much about this project. She didn't mind him staying with his grandfather. He was the only family he had. Eva thought Gage couldn't just leave him in that situation. But if they lost this project, there were plenty of others in the world, even better than this one. Yet Gage wanted to see it through, and his grandfather was okay. He said he didn't want her work to go to waste since so much effort and time had been invested. Could she really give up so easily and let others win and profit? Personally, he wouldn't allow it. Sometimes Eva didn't understand him at all. At first, she thought he had hidden motives, but now she was in awe of him. She had never received so much support from anyone. No one else would go all out for her interests. She wasn't used to fighting for what she truly wanted, and the feeling she had right now was incredible. Gage touched her face again, almost hypnotizing her. It seemed like he wanted to read all her thoughts, leaving no room for secrets. He told her to be a good girl and wait for him right here. She didn't need to worry, just stay by her grandfather's side. She didn't need to think about anything. Just trust him. She had already done her part. Now it was his turn. But before he left, why not give him a little gift? A kiss. So he'd come back sooner and not miss her too much. Suddenly, an uncontrollable desire to kiss him awakened in her. The feeling was so strong, she couldn't resist. She couldn't explain what she was feeling, only that in this moment she really wanted to fulfill this man's request. Gage looked at Eva and noticed she had become very serious again, so he tried to lighten her mood a little. He changed his mind. He decided he would kiss her when he returned. Right now, he couldn't afford to be late. Eva remembered that the project bids were about to start, but she didn't understand how he planned to make it on time. She decided to ask how he would get to the project bids if they were about to begin and located on the other side of the city. Eva didn't need to worry. Her man had his own methods, which he used very often. Gage was already about to leave, but Eva asked him to wait a little longer because she hadn't said everything yet. The man suggested they discuss everything when he returned since he didn't have time to talk right now. Eva just wanted to warn him to be careful and stay alert. Of course he would. She had asked him personally. Or maybe she just wanted to remind him of something. He needed to be careful when meeting with Jessa, as she was definitely planning something again. He shouldn't let her cover him in her scent again. She was surprised and didn't even understand what she had just said. She looked like a jealous wife who didn't want other women looking at her man. Eva just didn't want Gage to get into trouble or start a scandal. Lost in her annoying thoughts, Eva didn't notice Gage return. He couldn't just leave without kissing her. He even promised he would never fall into her sister's trap. He joked again and suggested Eva mark her territory with kisses and bites. Gage pointed to his neck, showing her where she could leave her mark. That way, he would be protected from other girls' attention, and she could feel completely at ease. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this review, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video. Her mark had to be lasting and reliable. Otherwise, it wouldn't work as protection. It would only make him even more desirable to others. Eva couldn't believe Gage was the one who offered to let her mark her territory. Meaning, him. It wouldn't be hard for Eva to do. She had done it before. Had she already forgotten? All she needed to do was show everyone that Gage was already taken. Of course, if she didn't like the idea, she had every right to refuse. It was only a suggestion, there was no reason to force herself into something she might regret later. She needed to be sure that Gage would do everything to make sure Jessa couldn't leave her scent on him, the scent that irritated Eva so much. If everything was settled between them, then he could leave. While he was gone, Eva wasn't supposed to miss him. He'd be back before she knew it. But as soon as Gage took a few steps toward the door, Eva ran after him. She grabbed his hand, trying to stop him. She couldn't just let him go. Not when she knew her sister could be dangerously sly. Eva wasn't sure if she was doing the right thing, but if she didn't act now, she knew she'd regret it. So she pushed her doubts aside and took that daring step. Eva clutched Gage's shirt, exposing his neck, and pressed her lips against his skin, leaving her mark with a deep kiss. It felt devilishly good. Gage groaned in pleasure, eyes closed, wishing she wouldn't stop, even though he was already running late. This time, the mark on his neck was much darker than before. Eva knew it would be visible even from afar. Gage hadn't expected Eva to actually do it. Was she really worried that her sister Jessa could catch his attention? She looked at the mark, studying it carefully. Was it enough? To her, it seemed perfect. Gage noticed how she was admiring her work and teasingly asked if she liked the result. If not, she could always try again. The more, the better. Without thinking twice, Eva leaned in again, determined to make the mark even darker. Gage didn't expect such boldness from his little tigress. Until now, all she'd ever managed was a shy, gentle kiss. Not that he was complaining, but if she kept going, he might just forget his plans, grab this tempting woman, and drag her to his room. Still, he knew he had to hold back. Eva kept kissing him for what felt like forever. Even Gage realized they should stop, but she wasn't ready to. Gently, he tried to stop her. There was no need to rush. And this definitely wasn't the place to lose control. But he was the one who said it. The more, the better. And knowing Jessa, Eva figured it'd be best if her sister saw plenty of marks all over his neck. For a moment, Gage thought she was just trying to delay his departure. But her intentions were clearly different. He decided his sweet Eva wasn't playing fair, attacking him like this, at the wrong time and place. Gage made up his mind. Eva's behavior deserved her very first punishment. And he already had a few ideas. Eva was furious. He was the one who provoked her into doing it, teasing her with talk about Jessa. He then asked when she'd learned to act so bold. If he didn't know better, he'd think she was some kind of seduction expert. Eva had no idea how skilled she looked. Somehow, she'd managed to impress the devil himself. She couldn't believe she was even capable of that. Gage couldn't wait for her next attack, but next time, she'd better make sure they weren't in public. Her behavior right now was a little dangerous. Damn it, Gage thought. He really did have to go, and he was already pretty late. He flashed his devilish grin and told Eva to wait for him. He'd be back soon. Once Gage left, Eva hurried to his grandfather's hospital room. Gage had asked her to stay by his side and make sure no strangers came in. The old man said his grandson told him Miss Lee was a hard worker, though he was still surprised. Eva didn't like being talked about behind her back, so she politely apologized and asked Mr. Acheron if there was anything she could do for him. Mr. Acheron said he didn't need anything and didn't want her to worry. It was late already. All he wished was for her to get some rest. He noticed that Eva hadn't looked up from her tablet for a long time. He told her that Gage had arranged a guest room for her next door so she could relax. She could finally put away her tablet and rest. Work would still be there tomorrow. It was time to sleep. Eva smiled and said she was used to staying up late for work, so she doubted she could fall asleep early. She insisted she'd rather keep working, and Mr. Acheron shouldn't worry. Even as a child, she was always busy with something. The old man admired her dedication, but told her that when she reached his age, she'd understand there are more important things than work. Everyone needs time for rest and fun. She was far too young to live under such pressure. There's nothing wrong with slowing down sometimes, he said. Even if she reached the peak of her career, what's the point if she never lets herself breathe? When that day comes, she won't even feel satisfaction, and all her effort will mean nothing. Eva wished there had been at least one person in her so-called family who'd given her that kind of advice. No one had ever told her to stop and rest. No one had ever told her to take care of herself. Not once. She was genuinely touched that this kind old man worried about her so sincerely. Mr. Acheron asked if she had any hobbies, anything that made her happy outside of work. Eva tried to think, but realized she had no idea what to answer. She never had time to look for something she loved. Her whole life was about studying, then working. She simply never had the chance to explore her interests. All her free time went back into work. Still, she hoped someday she'd find something she truly enjoyed, if such a thing even existed for her. That's exactly what Mr. Acheron meant, that she needed to take breaks and not bring work home. She just had to find something that brought her joy. The old man then asked what his grandson had been up to lately. Since Eva lived with him, she must know. Was Gage really that busy he couldn't even take her out once in a while? He promised that when Gage returned, he'd scold him properly. Eva quickly reassured him that Gage wasn't lazy at all. In fact, he kept surprising her all the time. The old man wasn't convinced. Gage should still do something. Maybe a lunch date or a weekend trip. Anything to unwind a little. He knew his grandson lacked even a hint of romance and felt sorry for Eva. Eva understood that Gage's grandfather had the wrong idea about their relationship, but she didn't know how to correct him. And of course, the old man was curious about when they'd finally get married. He didn't want to pressure them, but he was so happy his grandson had finally found real love. Still, if things kept moving this slowly, he joked that he'd die before seeing any great-grandkids, though deep down, that thought made him sad. Hearing that, Eva decided to say what he wanted to hear most. And right as Eva said that Gage loved her, the door opened and the young man with silver hair walked in, smiling in relief to see his grandfather awake. The young man peeked into the hospital room with a smile, waiting for his grandfather's permission to come inside. Mr. Acheron greeted him harshly, called him a scoundrel, and demanded to know how he dared to show up only now. The young man apologized, explaining that he'd been busy with a massive project and had only recently heard about his grandfather's condition. Besides, he knew his grandfather would be fine. After all, that guy'd never allow anything bad to happen to him. But the old man grew furious and slapped the young man across the face. He didn't want to hear him refer to his own brother as that guy. The young man didn't understand why his grandfather complained that he never visited, yet now that he came, he was yelling and angry. Then he noticed Eva and asked who she was. Hopefully, she wasn't his grandfather's mistress. Otherwise, he might start feeling jealous. Mr. Acheron warned him not to even look at that girl, calling him a shameless womanizer. He tried to explain that the pretty lady belonged to his brother. Eva was surprised. She thought Gage was the chairman's only grandson. Turns out he had a brother who happened to be one of the most famous movie stars in the world. Every woman's dream. She couldn't believe it. Why had Gage never mentioned it? Was he jealous? Did he think he wasn't as successful as his brother? Mr. Acheron grew irritated watching Hunter stare at Eva. That was unacceptable. She was his future granddaughter-in-law. But Hunter saw nothing wrong with getting to know such a beautiful lady. So, offering his hand, he introduced himself as Hunter. Out of politeness, Eva smiled and said her name was Evelyn Lee. It was nice to meet him, too. Judging by her reaction, Gage had never told Eva he had a brother. Hunter could see the surprise written all over her face. It wasn't too surprising, though. Hunter had become an actor, not the company chairman their grandfather had wanted. That's why they'd stopped speaking years ago. The old man grew agitated, insisting he'd never disowned anyone. It was Hunter who cut ties when he chose his acting career. Hunter didn't want his grandfather to make him look bad in front of this gorgeous woman. It simply wasn't true. Mr. Acheron was fuming, once again repeating that Hunter had better stay away from Miss Lee. Hunter replied that the girl wasn't Gage's wife yet, so maybe fate meant for her to be his instead. The old man turned to Eva, telling her to go rest in her room and ignore this rude troublemaker. Eva understood. She could see Mr. Acheron was tired and gently insisted that he rest too. As she walked past Hunter, Eva gave him a serious look, silently reminding him where he was and that this was not the time for games. She told him the chairman needed proper rest, so there was no reason to stress him out even more. Following Mr. Acheron's request, Eva headed to another room. As she left, she could feel Hunter's lustful gaze on her. The young man watched her until the door closed behind her. He was impressed. Turning to his grandfather, he asked if he'd seen that too. She was seriously amazing and stunningly beautiful. The old man said Gage really liked that girl. She was the first woman he'd ever fallen for so deeply. He warned Hunter one last time to keep his hands and eyes off her. When Hunter joked that his grandfather was acting like he'd hit on his girlfriend, Mr. Acheron couldn't hold back and punched him in the head. Hunter told him to calm down. Didn't he remember what Miss Lee said? There was no need to get so worked up. But the old man demanded that he behave properly, and then maybe he wouldn't have to get so angry. There wasn't a trace of seriousness in Hunter, so he kept joking, raising his hand to his head like a soldier. He promised to obey every command from his grandfather. Lying down on the couch, Hunter couldn't stop thinking about Eva. She had completely captivated him. He only wanted to know one thing. Was his grandfather sure Gage actually liked Miss Lee? It was strange how this girl just appeared out of nowhere. When the old man told him that Miss Lee and Gage had been living together for a while, Hunter was stunned. Now she was his personal secretary, and Mr. Acheron was convinced that because of her, Gage had finally returned to work. He believed their relationship would soon go even further, so Hunter had better stay out of it. The old man wanted to make sure Hunter was really listening, but Hunter found it odd. His brother, who had always sworn off relationships, was now living with a woman. Things were finally getting interesting. Mr. Acheron said this was exactly the time for them to support the couple. If Gage had found the woman he wanted to marry, they had to be there for him. Hunter thought his grandfather just wanted grandchildren. Nothing wrong with that. But then the old man asked when Hunter himself would quit showbiz and finally settle down. Hunter wondered what made his grandfather so sure Gage was in love with that woman. Had Gage actually told him that? 2 days passed. Everything moved so quickly that there wasn't even time to do anything new. There was too much work, so Eva barely left her room. She had to handle double the duties now that the chairman was sick. Suddenly, Hunter appeared in her room, greeting her with a grin and saying he was there to take her somewhere. For the past 2 days, he'd been hovering around her nonstop, making it impossible to forget about him. While Eva worked, Hunter looked after the chairman, which gave her at least some peace and quiet. Eva was grateful someone close to the chairman was taking care of him, someone she could trust. It also gave her time to focus on work. But Hunter was getting on her nerves. Every time the chairman rested, he would show up again, bothering her while she worked. Even though she ignored him, he kept coming back. Eva felt like he had no sense of shame, always showing up, always staring until she could barely contain her irritation. His boldness drove her crazy, especially when he started leaving his personal stuff lying around where it got in her way. Hunter said his grandfather had asked him to take her out for a walk. Why not take a little coffee break? Eva agreed, but preferred to have her coffee in the room. She'd just ask someone to bring it. There was no need to go anywhere or waste time. If he understood correctly, Eva was still trying to push him away, even if the chairman himself had asked him to take care of her. Eva didn't want to waste time on pointless small talk. She had work to do and a long list of unfinished tasks waiting for her. A coffee break would only slow her down. Besides, she hated when people paid her for doing nothing. As always, Hunter was impossible to deal with. Getting rid of him quickly was never an option, and he kept pestering her endlessly. Showing off his acting skills, Hunter dramatically complained that Miss Eva was breaking his heart, because she still called him Mr., even though he'd begged her to just use his first name. Eva had an important task to finish, so if Hunter didn't have anything urgent to discuss, she politely asked him to leave her office. It might have sounded cold and a bit rude, but Eva stood firm in her decision. Hunter had no choice but to give in to her will, this time, and leave the room. Eva warned him not to be so persistent. No matter what he tried, it wouldn't work on her. Hunter pretended not to hear her. He kept talking and mentioned that his manager had received an email. Apparently, Aeson wanted to make him their official ambassador. Eva suddenly addressed him more formally, calling him Mr. Acheron, and suggested taking a coffee break to discuss the matter. He couldn't believe that Eva would only make time for him if it involved business. Hadn't she already told him that she cared about nothing except work, and that she was ready to discuss it day or night? Was she serious about that? Maybe his brother Gage was also just another work matter to her. Eva had never really thought about it before, but lately she realized it wasn't just the contract that kept her close to Gage. It was something stronger, an emotional pull she couldn't explain. She had to respond to the accusations against her, and she definitely didn't want Gage's grandfather to learn the truth about their relationship. So she said Gage was her only exception. What they had was between them, and she had no intention of discussing it with Hunter. Her answer intrigued him. He sensed that there was a secret hidden in their relationship, something he wasn't supposed to know. Eva couldn't believe she'd said that out loud, but deep down she knew it was true. Gage really was her only exception, the only man who managed to capture her attention, even when he talked about ordinary things. He had also helped her bring her dreams to life, dreams that appeared after her family had decided to get rid of her. Hunter was stunned by Miss Lee's words. It really sounded like she was in love with his brother Gage. Eva was on edge, doing her best not to snap at him and lose her composure. Hunter wanted to know everything about their relationship, when Miss Lee had first met his brother and where exactly it had happened. Eva apologized but said she had no desire to discuss her personal life with someone she barely knew. Besides, an inner voice screamed at her to be careful, to remember what the chairman had told her yesterday. Mr. Acheron had repeatedly warned her to be cautious around Hunter, and never, under any circumstances, to tell him anything about Gage. Eva didn't understand why everyone was so wary of Hunter, but she decided to follow Mr. Acheron's advice. He never said anything without reason. Mr. Acheron had only explained that after Hunter graduated from university, he'd been kidnapped, and Gage rescued him almost immediately. Since then, Hunter had been a little strange whenever it came to his brother. He wanted to know everything about him, no matter how trivial. Some might call it an unhealthy obsession. And although Gage never complained, their grandfather worried that Hunter's curiosity would eventually become too much. That's why he wanted Evelyn to be warned. It would be better for her to ignore Hunter and not answer his questions. Still, there was no reason to be afraid of him. Hunter was a good kid, apart from that one odd trait. Evelyn waited for Hunter to finally bring up the business topic. She could at least ask for coffee to be served and get the meeting started. But Hunter had one more question for Miss Lee. He wondered if she had ever felt that there was something unreal or strange about Gage. He couldn't explain it clearly, but being around his brother always gave him a strange feeling. Something mysterious he couldn't put into words. Eva knew exactly what he meant. She'd felt the same way from the moment she met Gage. Sometimes it annoyed her, but other times it drew her in with irresistible curiosity. Suddenly she froze. Her expression changed completely. She didn't expect it to happen so soon, but she was glad because he had kept his promise. Gage was standing right at the door, watching her conversation with Hunter. Eva knew that with Gage, anything was possible, but she could tell that this time he had come straight for her. She quickly got up from her chair and ran toward him, a bright smile lighting up her face. It was obvious how happy she was to see him. Gage told her he had finished his business and returned. He hoped she hadn't had time to miss him, or even noticed he was gone. Eva wanted to ask if he had just gotten back, how his important meeting went. She was genuinely curious, though she knew Gage didn't always share everything. He pulled her into his arms and asked if Hunter had behaved himself while he was away, since there was no one else around to protect her. Hunter didn't like the way Gage was looking at him as if he were a criminal. If anyone had behaved badly, it was Miss Lee. Hunter insisted that, whether Gage believed him or not, his secretary had been ignoring him all day, and it broke his heart. Eva wanted to tell Hunter to stop lying so shamelessly. She had been talking to him the whole time, even when he deliberately distracted her from work. He should watch his words, especially claiming she'd ignored him. But Hunter insisted that Miss Lee had never fulfilled even his simplest requests, and had refused to have coffee with him. That's no way to treat your future brother-in-law. Eva was speechless. This guy really was a great actor. No wonder he was one of the most famous in the world. But then she realized what he had just said. Future brother-in-law? Why was he jumping ahead like that? Gage turned to his brother, assuming Hunter had misunderstood his girlfriend, and was blaming her for something she hadn't done. Miss Lee always acted like that with everyone. She hated meaningless chatter because to her, it was just a waste of precious time. If he didn't want Miss Lee to ignore him, he had to talk to her strictly about business. That was the only way to keep her attention and her respect. That's the only approach that worked. This girl was completely focused on her work. Her life revolved around ambition and success. While talking to his brother, Gage wrapped his arm tightly around Eva's waist, holding her close. He didn't even care that others were still in the room watching them. "Now, Hunter, you'll have to excuse us," he said smoothly. "We need some privacy, and we don't need extra eyes here." Gage didn't think he had to spell everything out for his brother. He just hoped Hunter would take the hint and leave the room immediately. Hunter was clearly irritated. That kind of attitude from Gage annoyed him to the core. His brother's boldness was unbelievable. Still, he pretended to stay calm, acting as if he understood everything perfectly, and got ready to leave Eva's room. He would go, for now, but he planned to bring this up again with Miss Lee soon. And she could be sure he wouldn't forget it. Who would have thought a man could look so alive, even glow, when he was truly in love? Hunter barely recognized his brother. Gage seemed like a completely different person. Gage smiled, clearly proud that he had managed to impress his brother, finally letting him see who he really was. But Hunter didn't take it seriously. Deep down, he still had doubts. To him, Gage would always be that sly manipulator hiding something under every move. Ava was surprised. She had never seen Gage so gentle and caring. Was he only doing all this to prove to his brother that they were the perfect couple? Gage told her not to take Hunter's words too seriously. He hadn't said or done anything truly bad. There was no need to overreact. Still, Eva began to wonder if maybe she had acted too cold, and that's why everyone saw her as distant. Gage couldn't hide his pride. As he'd promised, he handled the project, and now it was officially theirs. Eva was pleased with his success, though she was more worried about how her sister had treated him during their meeting. Seeing how well he managed everything, Eva couldn't help but feel proud. Finally, they were working together and achieving results. She thanked him sincerely, calling him incredible, the best in the world. This project meant so much to both of them. It was a major step forward. Gage noticed the admiration in her eyes. He told her softly that he'd never made her a promise he couldn't keep. Now Eva felt stronger than ever. She wasn't alone anymore. With Gage by her side, she had someone she could depend on. She truly believed he was the best, and that made her incredibly happy. The feeling was new, but she knew she could get used to it fast. Gage looked at Eva and realized she was getting more beautiful every single day. Something was happening to him. He couldn't look at her calmly anymore. Covering his eyes with the one hand, he thought to himself that she was literally killing him with her beauty. Eva kept expressing her admiration for Gage. She was genuinely happy and amazed by him. Every time he touched her face, he could feel her driving him insane. It was getting harder and harder to control himself. He wanted her, badly, but he couldn't give in just yet. One wrong move could ruin everything he had built. Looking into his deep eyes, Eva could tell something was off. She gently asked if he was okay. Then she noticed the mark on his neck, still visible. It was almost as if he wanted to show it off in front of his brother, flaunting their closeness. He admitted that while he enjoyed the work, being away from her for so long was miserable. Those days had felt empty. Hugging her, he brushed his lips against her neck, and she could feel his warm breath. It made her whole body tingle. He assured her he was fine, but he'd missed her terribly. He wasn't planning to leave her alone again. Eva could barely recognize him. This was not the same Gage she knew before. What had changed him so completely? He held her tightly, as if he never wanted to let her go. Such tenderness wasn't typical of him, and that's what made it even more shocking. When Gage said he'd missed her, Eva thought he meant he'd needed her help with work. But deep down, something told her it wasn't about work. He was actually in love with her. He didn't want to leave her, but it was necessary. He promised he'd come back soon. As he walked toward the door, Eva couldn't help but wish he'd tell her where he was going and what he was planning. She called out his name and he stopped. He couldn't walk away without answering her question. Turning to her with a soft smile, he said he'd be back soon. He just needed to visit his grandfather. Eva understood. Since his return, he hadn't had a chance to visit Mr. Acheron, who was still in the hospital. Gage tried to collect himself. Lately, it felt like he couldn't think about anything except Eva. What the hell was happening to him? It was getting harder and harder to keep control when she was near. Meanwhile, things weren't calm at Eva's family home. Her sister Jessa's meeting with Gage had been a total disaster. Their father was furious. He demanded every detail about what had happened and wanted to know what it all meant. He reminded Jessa that she'd promised to deal with that Acheron bastard. Hadn't she said she could handle him? Jessa calmly replied that Gage Acheron wasn't just some boy. He was a refined, intelligent man. Perhaps the most sophisticated she'd ever met. But her father didn't care how smart he was. He had sent her to that meeting to make sure Acheron lost the deal. Yet how could she do that when the man was completely immune to her charm? It was the first time a man had ever ignored her. Her father was livid. He didn't want excuses. He'd done everything to get Gage out of the country, and still Jessa failed. They'd planned every move for days, and she still lost the deal. Jessa tried to defend herself, explaining that Gage was supposed to fly out that night with his pathetic secretary, but for some reason he came back. He was late, but somehow still managed to win over Mr. DeMarco and secure the deal. And don't ask her how he did it, because even she couldn't explain that. It turned out that Gage Acheron was much smarter than they thought, definitely not some clueless puppet. And since he was already madly in love, it would be difficult for her to catch his attention now. Her father realized his plan had completely failed. He thought the only solution left was to make sure that old man Acheron was gone for good. Jessa tried to calm her father down, saying there was no need to panic. Nothing catastrophic had happened. Sure, Acheron had won this time, but things could still change. He didn't understand what his daughter meant. Did she have her own plan she hadn't told him about? Jessa actually liked Gage Acheron a lot. She was sure he was exactly the kind of man she needed. She wanted him, and that desire was now her top priority. That man would be hers. And once that happened, they wouldn't have to worry about Acheron anymore, because he'd become part of their family, the moment she became Lady Acheron. Her father reminded her that she had said Gage Acheron was already in love with someone else. That's why he ignored her. Had he forgotten her motto? When Jessa wants something, Jessa gets it. She just had to wait. Gage Acheron might be acting untouchable now, but she loved playing with men like that. To her, he wasn't just a big catch. He was the most handsome, intelligent, and perfect man she'd ever met. Nothing would stop her from getting what she wanted. Her father saw that stubborn spark in her eyes and trusted her completely. After all, she was just like him, determined and ruthless. By the way, he needed to know a little something about Gage Acheron's secretary, the woman he was so hopelessly in love with. Gage and his brother had been visiting their grandfather for a while, so Eva decided to stop by the hospital room to make sure everything was okay. She saw the grandfather and his two grandsons chatting warmly. Even though they looked nothing alike, it was obvious they were family. Something about the trio gave Eva chills. When they were serious, it looked like they were plotting a crime. When they noticed Eva standing at the door, smiles instantly appeared on their faces. The grandfather cheerfully said, "Finally, Miss Lee decided to visit me. Did you come to take a break after such a long day at work?" "Perfect timing," he continued, patting Gage's shoulder. "My grandson was just about to ask you out on a date. Or did I misunderstand something?" Then he told Gage to remember one thing. Stop overworking your woman, or you'll lose her. Gage turned to his darling and asked if they could leave now, or if she wanted to talk a bit more with his grandfather. It was the first time Eva heard Gage call her darling in front of others. He had never done that before. She looked at Gage, who was now trying on his grandfather's glasses, and realized how good they looked on him. With those glasses on, Gage looked completely different. Softer, almost domestic. He could easily pass for a loving husband devoted to his wife. Gage smiled when he saw her reaction. He appreciated her noticing and complimenting him, so he thanked her for being so attentive. As they were about to leave, Hunter called out after them, telling Gage not to steal what wasn't his and to return the glasses to their grandfather. Gage brought Eva to a beautiful place for their first real date, a quiet spot where no one would disturb them. Eva was stunned. Had he really reserved the entire restaurant just for them? He wanted her to relax, especially since this was their first date. She was visibly nervous, and he didn't want her pretending to be the cold, distant Evelyn Lee tonight. This was her chance to just be herself, to unwind and enjoy the evening with him. It was clear he had planned everything carefully. Flowers, soft music, the perfect romantic setup that made them feel connected. Pouring red wine into their glasses, Gage began the conversation by saying how much he'd missed her during his business trip. He wondered if Eva had felt the same, if she had missed him too. Eva still couldn't believe she was on a real date with Gage. She was shy, unsure of how to act. Of course she missed him. He had left without warning, and it hurt her more than she expected. To distract herself from missing him, Eva threw herself into work, but deep down she still longed for him. As they talked, she found herself admiring the romantic atmosphere. The flowers, the music, everything felt perfect. She blushed, remembering that she had actually dreamed about him, but didn't know how to tell him. It hadn't been a pleasant dream, more of a nightmare, and it had left her feeling uneasy all morning. Gage chuckled and said he hoped he hadn't scared her too badly in that dream. Otherwise, she might start being afraid of him for real. She was surprised. How did he know he had scared her in the dream? Could he read her mind? Gage teased that he wanted to enter her dream himself and get rid of that other version of him who dared to frighten her. He couldn't have anyone ruining his image or scaring his precious Eva. In truth, Dream Gage hadn't done anything bad. She'd just panicked when he disappeared and she couldn't find him. Gage was surprised that she'd called that a nightmare. Just because he vanished? That's what scared her. In the dream, she had called out for him again and again, but he never appeared. No matter where she looked, he was gone. When he left, she was alone in total darkness, terrified and lost, not knowing where to go. Even though she knew it was just a dream, the fear of losing him lingered. What if he really didn't come back? That thought truly frightened her. Gage smiled softly. She had no idea how happy it made him to know she wanted him by her side forever. Did he really need to hear those words to feel satisfied? She hadn't said anything romantic, just described her dream and the feelings it left behind. Gage leaned closer and asked if she hadn't been scared to lose him, if that meant she wanted him to stay with her forever. Eva felt awkward admitting it. She was also worried that her sister Jessa might try to flirt with him and make him turn away from her. He didn't want to say it, but it was true. Jessa had tried hard to get his attention. Eva's warning hadn't been for nothing. To reassure her, Gage held Eva's hand and told her that Jessa hadn't even noticed the mark on his neck. She clearly didn't care. He wanted Eva to stop worrying. Jessa wasn't his type. He kissed Eva's delicate hand, leaving her completely breathless from his tenderness. As Gage had already told Eva before, and was ready to repeat again, that woman meant absolutely nothing to him, even if she stood in front of him completely naked. To him, Eva in her pink pajamas with little ducks and teddy bears was far more desirable. No one could ever compare to her. What Gage valued most in a woman was intelligence and quiet grace. A woman with goals who achieved them through hard work and determination. Eva was taken aback by his words. To calm herself, she took a few sips of wine, hoping it would help her relax a little. After putting her glass down, she wanted to ask him something that had been on her mind for a while. Why was he being so kind to her? They had only just met, and she couldn't understand why he trusted her so easily. He didn't know what exactly confused her. Did he really need a reason to treat the woman he planned to marry with kindness? Eva had no idea he was thinking that seriously about her. She had assumed he'd play around for a bit, get bored, and then find another toy to amuse himself with. But if his intentions were that serious, then why? Why her, of all people? When so many beautiful women were constantly throwing themselves at him? Honestly, she'd been asking herself that question ever since he proposed. What were his real motives? What was he hiding behind that charming smile? Suddenly, Eva covered her mouth with her hand. She hadn't meant to say that out loud. She realized she'd gone too far. It was a risky topic that could easily ruin whatever was starting between them. Gage was surprised by the strange thoughts she was having. She should trust him. Or better yet, feel with her heart instead of doubting him. He told her not to overthink things that could bring doubts into their relationship. They needed to live in a way that made both of them comfortable. To talk openly and share what was on their minds. Eva was curious how he'd respond. To her, it seemed normal to wonder. After all, it was suspicious when a man suddenly decided to marry a woman he'd only just met. Not to mention, her current situation didn't exactly fit the life of a man like him. And yet, Gage had helped her and treated her in such a special way. Eva didn't even try to hide how much she liked his attitude toward her. She wanted to respond to him in the same way. Normally, Eva never talked about her feelings. It had always been incredibly difficult for her to put emotions into words. But now, somehow, she could talk about them so easily, without fear or discomfort. After that silly dream she'd had while Gage was away, she'd been thinking a lot, even wondering what might have happened to her if she hadn't met him that night. Without him, she probably would have tried to start over, maybe even in another country. Honestly, it would have taken her years to get back on her feet. Then Eva began thinking about what would happen if he really disappeared again, if he turned away from her, like everyone else had. Just the thought terrified her. She was scared of being abandoned again, thrown away like something useless. She'd lived through it before, but somehow, if he ever left her, it would be unbearable. But Gage didn't leave. He came back. And not only that, he brought incredible news and stayed by her side. She could feel his presence, the way he tried to reach for her hand, how he kept his eyes locked on hers, carefully listening to everything she said. He held her hand as if he were afraid to lose her. He didn't want to be apart again, especially now that she was attracting more and more attention from others. Gage wanted Eva to come closer to him. Even sitting across the table, it felt like she was too far away. Holding her hand, he spoke those tender words, but suddenly noticed a hint of sadness in her eyes. Did she not enjoy their first date? Was she already thinking about going home? Gage Acheron. She wanted to believe she might have finally found her protector in him. Eva wanted to believe he truly felt what people call love at first sight. But what if she was wrong? What if it was all just a game? Imagine, if you look at it from the outside, like watching Little Theater Number 1, how their story might unfold next. Gage's brother once asked him why he suddenly decided to wear their grandfather's glasses. As far as Hunter knew, his brother had perfect vision and had never complained about it. Don't tell me it's because Miss Lee said they made you look more distinguished, he teased. Although Gage had liked her compliment, his decision to wear the glasses had nothing to do with that. He'd wear anything Eva said suited him. If she liked it, he'd keep surprising her. He wasn't afraid to change in her eyes. Meanwhile, in Little Theater Number 2, Eva's imagination went in a totally different direction. After seeing Gage's new look, she felt like she should change her own outfit. After all, he had told her to wear whatever made her feel comfortable. But if she wore her favorite pajamas, she'd have to think about him. This perfectly dressed, elegant man. She wanted to look like someone who matched his status. He was always neat, polished, and confident. If she showed up in home clothes, she might disgust him. Although he never forbade her from wearing casual clothes, it was her elegant home style that excited him most. The kind that made him want to touch her, to hold her close. Gage kept complimenting her softly, saying she looked amazing. It almost felt like he was falling in love with her clothes. But that couldn't be true. He'd seen her in all kinds of outfits, and no matter what she wore, his feelings for her never changed. But it was time to return to reality. And that reality was incredible. Eva wanted to savor every second she could spend with Gage. Gage believed she had every right to her own opinion. Of course, she could have doubts about him. She wasn't some naive girl, and he knew it well. Eva had thought everything through carefully before she finally made her decision. After hearing Gage's words, the fear in her heart disappeared. Eva felt confident and had no doubt she'd made the right choice. She was glad Gage took her words calmly. He understood how hard it was for Eva to trust the sincerity of his actions and feelings. Gage knew she'd be tense because of those idiots. Her relatives who'd betrayed her and kicked her out of her home. And as for her main question, why he proposed to her, it was simple. He wanted her and no one else. Eva listened closely, hardly believing she was the one he truly desired. The woman he wanted as his wife. Gage knew she'd need time. Time to start trusting him, to let her guard down. So Eva shouldn't worry or rush. He could wait forever if in the end his reward was her. Eva was deeply moved. She wondered if he really meant every word. Or had he forgotten he'd only given her 1 month to decide? He just wanted to make her his as soon as possible, before someone else tried to steal her away. And he wasn't the kind of man to stand by and let another take his woman. Eva couldn't imagine who would even want to steal her. Most people had always pushed her away. Gage was the first man who didn't walk away, even after everything she'd said to him. Gage Acheron couldn't wait forever. Not when the prize was all of Eva, her body, her mind, and her soul. He wanted her forgiveness, yes, but he wasn't willing to wait an eternity to marry her. That's why he'd set a deadline. Could he really be so sure, after such a short time together, that she was the one meant to be his wife? The morning sun filled the room. Eva hadn't wanted to close the curtains. For the first time in ages, she slept in late. She didn't wake up because she had to rush to work, but because she was simply well-rested. 3:15. The only downside, her head was pounding. She'd definitely had too much wine. The only downside, her head was pounding. She'd definitely had too much wine. The night before, Gage had let her enjoy herself. He didn't stop her or tell her how much she could drink. He didn't even ask for kisses. He just let her be herself. She could act freely without pressure or expectations. Eva talked and laughed nonsense, and he just listened, sometimes even smiling softly. Taking her morning shower, Eva couldn't believe she'd drunk that much wine on their first date, and acted nothing like she'd planned. But she had an excuse. She'd been nervous. Maybe Gage had noticed it too, which was why he'd let her drink to help her relax. Had she ruined everything? Would Gage change his attitude toward her because of it? She'd never acted like that before. For For the first time, she wanted to hug him, to kiss him, so she decided to take the lead. He tried to stop her, insisting they should wait. Rushing could ruin everything. But if he truly wanted to marry her, if he desired her, then why did he always pull away when she tried to get closer? Gage believed it wasn't right to do that while she was drunk, when she couldn't fully grasp the meaning of her actions. Even when Eva assured him she was fine, he kept saying no. No kisses until she was sober. But Eva wanted to kiss him now. She was sure of what she felt, and she knew she wouldn't regret it. He wanted her to stop insisting. It wasn't the right time. They had to wait. He needed her to understand. He hadn't invited her over so she could get drunk and throw herself at him. It had to stop there. No explanations needed. Eva didn't get it. Was he really not going to kiss her? Even once? Gage couldn't resist her pleading eyes, so he agreed. Just one soft kiss. A gentle, romantic kiss. Nothing more, nothing less. It was perfect. She could feel how restrained his lips were. Tender, but not passionate. When she tried to deepen the kiss, Gage refused. He knew the kind of kiss she wanted could be dangerous right now. He needed her to understand. She could kiss him as much as she wanted, but only when she was sober. Even when she swore she was fine and knew exactly what she was doing, that she wanted to kiss him right now, he still said no. His refusal seemed absurd. How could anyone turn down a kiss like that without a real reason? It took everything in him not to lose control. Her persistence was driving him insane. He finally said it was late. Time to end the evening before they ruined their first date. Lifting Eva into his arms, he knew it was time to take her home, and hoped she agreed with him. Holding her tightly, Gage was ready to carry her for as long as his strength would last. Mr. Akron was informed that Miss Lee had left the house. The assistant apologized, but he hadn't been able to stop her. Gage understood immediately. Of course his assistant couldn't stop that woman. She was determined and never listened to anyone. He let out a deep sigh, both frustrated and impressed by his stubborn girlfriend's behavior. Still, he couldn't help admiring that fiery attitude. In fact, he liked it. Headstrong, temperamental, yet entirely his. Even if keeping up with her required constant attention, it somehow thrilled him. Did Miss Lee really feel fine after all that drinking last night? It was surprising that she was already out so early. Her behavior puzzled Gage. Normally, she was composed and reserved, never letting herself get carried away. Even when she pushed him, Gage tried to hold back. She was clearly intoxicated and not fully aware of what she was doing. She was his little tigress, trying to pounce on her prey to satisfy her needs and desires. She kept begging Gage to kiss her, really kiss her, but he stood his ground, insisting he wouldn't do it until she was sober. Eva swore she wasn't drunk, but Gage saw the truth. Still, he told her to get some rest and wished her goodnight. Instinctively, Gage let Eva push him down, though he knew he shouldn't have allowed it. He feared that one day, this woman would literally drive him to the grave. Speaking softly to his darling, Gage explained that this wasn't what he wanted. He apologized, but told her she needed to behave differently right now. Eva was acting completely unlike herself, so Gage tried to calm her. He had let her drink because she'd seemed so nervous. He only wanted her to relax a little and enjoy their first date together. He hadn't expected alcohol to affect her so strongly. Now she was acting like a completely different person. When Eva started taking off her clothes, it took everything in Gage not to lose control. He stayed attentive but refused to cross the line. When she tried again, he quickly covered her up, telling her to stop, because if she didn't, he might not be able to hold himself back. Eva said she was just hot, and if he didn't like looking at her, he could always leave. She was the only woman who could make Gage lose his mind. Watching her, he felt an almost unbearable desire to make her his. He kissed her softly and wished her goodnight, knowing that if he stayed even a little longer, something would happen that he couldn't undo. Eva looked disappointed, but Gage knew he was doing the right thing. She needed rest. Her wild mood was clearly the result of too much wine. He gently removed her glasses and placed them on the nightstand, hoping she'd fall asleep quickly. Gage needed to cool down. Literally. It took every ounce of willpower to resist the temptation she'd stirred in him. He called his assistant again and told him to send a maid to Eva's room, just in case she felt unwell during the night. Then he went straight to the bathroom and stepped under the cold shower, still fully dressed. It was exactly what he needed. What was she doing to him? He had never felt anything like this before. His mind was hazy, and he couldn't even look at her without losing control. He knew he was losing his head over her. No other woman had ever affected him like this. He stripped off his clothes, finally letting the cold water run over his heated body, hoping it would calm his desire. It was hard to believe this was happening to him. In the past, he'd never cared how a woman felt after spending a night with him. Now he just stood there under the icy stream, not even noticing the chill as goosebumps covered his skin. Early the next morning, Gage got an unexpected but pleasant surprise. He hadn't been ready for it, but he welcomed it. Gage Acheron had been working since dawn, unusual for him, since he normally preferred to sleep in. Then Eva walked into his office, wearing an elegant dress and high heels. She looked stunning, graceful, and refined. Today, she carried herself as Evelyn Lee, the perfect businesswoman. When Gage saw his lovely Eva, he couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected her this early. She asked why he'd turned off her alarm again, saying it made her run late. Gage wanted her to rest. He'd assumed she'd have a hangover from all the wine. He hoped it had done her some good. Eva noticed he had already done a ton of work. It looked like he'd been in his office all night. Gage admitted he might have overdone it, but the investigation into her case was going even better than he'd hoped. Mr. Young turned out to be more careless than expected. They had found evidence that could clear her name. Gage planned to prove that Eva had always been the scapegoat for Mr. Young's failures. Eva was touched by how seriously Gage had taken her case. No matter the cost, he was determined to protect her from her family. He assured her she had nothing to worry about. Her family would regret everything they'd done to her. Honestly, Eva was troubled by something else. She realized she wasn't worried about anything. Maybe she was trusting Gage too much. She had started relying on him completely, and that scared her. Gage knew it too. She'd always been independent, so this was hard for her to accept. He understood that she wanted to fight her enemies herself, but if someone could help, there was no shame in accepting it. He also knew that if she had a choice, Eva would probably refuse his help, because she wanted to win on her own. That's how she'd truly feel the taste of victory, and he respected that. Gage tried to convince her that asking for help wasn't a weakness, especially for someone as strong and beautiful as her. She had relied only on herself for too long. Now it was time to let someone else stand beside her. Her relatives had never been fair to her. She'd been fighting alone against an entire crowd, and the fact that so many had ganged up on her only proved how strong she really was. It was time to stop being a lone wolf. She didn't need to fight alone anymore. Accepting help didn't make her weak. It made her human. He wondered if she understood that, or if she still blamed herself for letting Gage handle things for her. He told her not to worry, he'd try not to overwork himself. Most of the work would still fall on her. He'd just be there to back her up. Together, they could accomplish what neither could do alone. A strong, determined woman and a confident man side by side could achieve anything. This new experience in their lives turned out to be truly valuable. They got to try everything, even the roles that carried them into another world. For Gage, this image was something entirely new, yet he was perfect in it. It felt as if this was his true nature, as though royal blood flowed through his veins. Eva was a true queen in her role, a ruler of the world who captivated everyone with her beauty. They looked like a royal couple, graceful, harmonious, and perfectly complementing each other. The elegance of their energy seemed to transcend human limits. Holding hands, they created a real fire of emotions, an inner strength that radiated victory. Together, they possessed a power so incredible it felt like they could conquer the entire world. Their characters perfectly reflected their inner selves. No effort was needed to make it look authentic. The genuine emotions, the breathtaking glances, and the harmony between them, all of it was part of the script, but also a piece of their real lives. When the camera finally stopped rolling and the director called out that the scene was perfect, Gage and Eva could finally relax. Gage had agreed to Hunter's request to star in his new perfume campaign. That's why they were here. Whether Hunter had blackmailed Gage or used other tactics, Eva didn't know. But honestly, she was just glad the shoot was finally over. Everything turned out great. And Hunter's instinct for talent didn't fail him. Gage and Miss Lee were perfect for these roles. Hunter considered Miss Lee incredibly gifted. They both did an amazing job, and now he wanted Eva to join his agency. He thought Miss Lee was flawless. That's why filming wrapped up earlier than planned. But now, Hunter was waiting for Eva's answer to his offer. Eva didn't enjoy the shoot at all. She couldn't wait for it to end because she still had her own work to do. Hunter didn't believe she truly wasn't interested in his proposal. She turned to Gage and told him they really needed to get back to the office as soon as possible. They had important matters waiting. Sitting on the royal throne, Gage fully agreed. He was ready to follow all her orders because she was his queen. The crew was surprised. They thought Gage still hadn't stepped out of character and was just enjoying the transformation. They had to hurry. Time to change clothes since the costume was heavy and uncomfortable. Hunter approached Gage, saying that his brother should convince Eva. After all, he wasn't the kind of man who hid his woman from the world. But Gage believed that wasn't his decision to make for Eva. If she said no, then it was a firm no. He knew he needed to hurry, otherwise Eva could easily lose her temper. She hated when work wasn't finished on time. Now it was Hunter's turn to film. But before that, he reminded his brother not to forget about their deal. Even though Gage had told him to stop digging into Eva's past and to leave her alone, Hunter still hoped to uncover something interesting, though he knew his brother would never let that happen. Eva had flown abroad in Gage's place to take care of a matter. He had an important meeting scheduled that he absolutely couldn't miss, so she volunteered to handle it herself. He'd clearly hesitated and wanted to refuse, but eventually agreed. And so, for the first time, Eva went on a business trip without Gage, her first solo mission. Eva handled everything so easily that she could barely contain her excitement. She hadn't felt such adrenaline in a long time and couldn't wait to share the good news with Gage. He was the first and only person she thought of when the deal was sealed. She wanted to return as soon as possible, to celebrate with him. Now all she wanted was sleep. The previous night, she'd barely managed a few hours. She couldn't stop wondering why Gage hadn't asked her for a kiss like he usually did. Even before she left, he hadn't flirted with her or asked for a goodbye kiss. Eva knew they'd both be busy these days. But before, no matter how packed his schedule was, Gage always made time to tease her, or kiss her. It had been several days since their last kiss, and though it was likely because of work, Eva couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was just because it was Gage. If he wanted something, he always made sure to get it, no matter the cost. So why hadn't he kissed her before she left? Maybe she was just overthinking it. Or maybe she simply missed him. And his kisses. She forced herself to fall asleep, but her thoughts wouldn't stop. Morning was almost here. Just a few more hours and she'd see him again. It felt like she hadn't slept at all, but her alarm was already blaring. Getting up was hard, but the thought of seeing Gage kept her moving. When Eva picked up her phone, she realized it wasn't her alarm. Someone had been calling her nonstop since early morning. Eva couldn't ignore it, so she reluctantly answered. Talking to this person never brought her any joy. At first, she was happy. She thought it was Gage, but it turned out to be Hunter. It was so early that she hoped the call was important. Otherwise, she'd hang up immediately. Hunter seemed to sense her irritation and got straight to the point. He had some news, though he wasn't sure it even counted as news, but he felt she didn't know about it yet. Eva's confusion only made her more annoyed. Hunter just wanted Eva to say yes. The news was shocking, and he was sure it could turn her world upside down. He told her to brace herself. He'd explain everything. But Eva couldn't take it anymore and hung up before he could finish. She opened the message on her phone cautiously. She had a bad feeling about it. Her intuition had never failed her. Anxiety and uncertainty made her heart race with unease. A photo popped up on her phone. Gage was in it, with her sister Jessa. The caption claimed that the CEOs of rival companies, XY and Asean, were in a personal relationship. Eva didn't want to believe it. Not until she saw it with her own eyes. Or until Gage confessed he had betrayed her. She couldn't just stand by anymore. This had to be dealt with immediately. She called and said she'd changed her mind. She was coming home on Gage's private jet. But she had one big request. No one was to know she was returning today. Not even Gage. When Eva landed, she rushed straight home. Her mind was spinning and she couldn't focus on anything around her. As she reached the front door, her hands started trembling. She paused for a moment, trying to calm herself down. At first, she wanted to ring the bell, but decided to walk in unannounced. She had every right to do so. Gage, in truth, had never been hers. What bound them wasn't love, only business and a contract. She had no reason to be afraid. She had to demand an explanation. Maybe he wasn't officially hers, but they did have an agreement. He'd promised her, twice, that they belonged to each other and that he'd never look at her sister Jessa that way. Eva felt completely justified. She had every right to demand answers from Gage. Besides, she was already inside. It was too late to turn back now. Knowing herself, Eva could imagine a lot, but unless she saw it, she could never be sure. She gathered her courage and opened the door. As always, the house was empty. Gage's favorite spot was deserted. Ava couldn't understand why he would leave the house while she was away. She stepped inside cautiously. A strange, uneasy feeling wouldn't let go of her. Was it her imagination? Or was something truly off about this place? Goosebumps crawled up her arms, a chill tracing down her spine. She stopped to make sure no one was there. For the first time, the emptiness itself made her uneasy. She thought she'd be overwhelmed with emotion once she entered, but to her surprise, she felt completely calm. Eva decided to go to his room, just to be sure he really wasn't home, and wait for him there. She needed to pull herself together before taking that step. Before entering his room, she knew she had to knock. It was his personal space, after all. Strangely, there was no response. She waited a little longer, thinking maybe he just didn't hear her. Finally, Eva gathered her courage and pushed the door open. The room was empty, but something about it felt wrong. His bed was perfectly made, but Eva knew Gage never liked sleeping anywhere else. Not in hotels, not in his office. His butler once told her that no matter how late it got, if Gage was in the city, he always slept at home. And yet, he wasn't here. And dawn was already breaking. Something about this didn't sit right with her. If those rumors were true, Sarah, if that's why he wasn't home, there could only be one explanation, and the thought terrified her. It meant that Gage had betrayed her. Just like her ex, Julian. But this time, the thought didn't bring anger. Not like before. What she felt now was something new. Something she didn't know how to handle. Maybe it would have been easier to explode in rage than to hold everything inside. She wondered if these feelings were a warning. A sign of the end. Her new life had been better than the old one. She'd gotten used to having someone by her side. Someone who cared, who supported her. Could it really all fall apart again? The thought of starting over for the third time drained her completely. A chill ran through her body. She could feel a light breeze at her back. Something was wrong. Eva decided to stay hidden. Whatever was happening in Gage's room, it didn't make sense. Then she saw it. A massive figure shaped like a human, with the wings of an eagle. And the terrifying part? That figure looked exactly like Gage. She always knew he was mysterious, but never imagined it was real. Could it be true that she'd signed a contract with a demon? His mystery, his dark charm, they drew her in even as they scared her to death. The strange bond between Eva and Gage, sealed by a demonic contract, was both terrifying and mesmerizing. You could only meet Mr. Acheron in hell when the time came. He had no right to say it, but it was his final word. Let me know in the comments what you thought of this story and what manhwa you'd like to see next. See you in the next installment.